perhaps even a few murders. You're all invited.
What's your favorite scary movie?
We all go a little mad sometimes. Haven't you?
It's alive! It's alive! It's alive!
They're coming to get you, Barbara.
Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Have you checked the children? Groovy.
Whatever you do, don't fall asleep.
And we're live.
We're back.
I think they can hear us. Yeah, we're finally back doing another live stream. When was the last one we did? And what was it?
Was it Shop of Horrors?
Shop of Horrors, that's right.
Yeah.
That was quite a few months ago.
A while ago, anyways.
Yeah, we kind of got lost doing other life shit.
Yeah.
Same old story.
We do that lots.
We don't get, yeah, we don't get paid for this, so it's it's all good. We're back though, and we have some videos planned that we're gonna release. We just recently posted a couple drinks for the Saw franchise. We made a Saw X drinking game. We're gonna be releasing the Saw X drinks this coming week. In probably Monday, I'll release the first one. And other than that, we got a few other newer movies, I'd say, to cover. Some of them we're going to be actually talking about tonight.
Yes, we will be talking about them
At
tonight.
least ranking them and what we think of them. But yeah, we're doing a tier list for all of the 2023 movies that we have seen. I think maybe about half-ish we've seen together.
Mm-hmm.
There's a good
Give or
chunk
take, yeah.
that Alex has seen that I haven't seen. There's a good chunk that I've seen that Alex hasn't seen. So some of them we're going to discuss and come to a, I guess, agreement
A
on where it
consensus,
falls.
or
Yeah.
we're
We're going to compromise in some tiers,
compromise.
I'm sure.
That's a good word for you. Yeah.
Other ones, like for ones that I've seen that Alex hasn't seen, I basically get to put it where I feel like it. So, yeah, generally we have a lot of movies that fall in average. It's like watch it once.
Like B, C.
B and C tier probably.
Yeah.
So we will see if that's the case tonight. Hopefully we don't have to do too much adjustment. We got Brianna coming through. Long time no see. Great to have you guys back. It's great
to be back. After way too long.
Yeah. And actually, I'm going to do something quick here. 1 second. Oh, never mind. We're good. This fucking stupid thing keeps popping up. Well, we'll just have to deal with it. So, yeah. I mean, we don't have much else to say. We should just jump into it. I guess we have notes of each movie.
Yours are probably a lot more thorough than mine, I'd say.
I mean, I only have like 4 or 5 bullet points for each movie. And I have them in alphabetical order. We aren't going to be reviewing the movies in alphabetical order. They're going to be random, just to keep the tiers as random as possible. Yeah, let's bring up the tier list and show everybody what we got. So we have our standard S tier, which if we think a movie's 9 out of 10 or better, we put it up there. It's 5 sips. A tier is 4 sips. That's if it's 8 to 8.9 out of 10. B tier 7, 7.9. It's 3 sips. C tier is 6 to 6.9 out of 10. That's 2 sips. D is 5 to 5.9 out of 10. That's 1 sip. And if a movie gets an F tier, which is lower than 50% basically, 49 or lower, it's a dice roll. We have a 6-sided dice, which it could be 1 sip, it could be 6. We'll see. Hopefully there are not too many F tiers, and hopefully we don't get too many 6s, but I have a feeling we're going to have a good handful of Fs.
Mm-hmm.
We're in the middle of a blizzard, so the perfect time to stay in and discuss horror. We don't have a blizzard, but
we are cold.
It's fucking cold.
So it's about minus 40 Celsius, which comes to minus 40 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, isn't it minus 42 equals
Yeah,
like both
it's
back
something
and
like
forth?
that. So either way, it's about that temperature over here.
And with the wind chill, it's minus 51 degrees Celsius, which is, I looked it up, it's like minus 60 or something Fahrenheit. Like, fuck, it's fucking cold. It's dangerous to be outside.
It's to the point where if you don't plug your car in, it's not starting the next day.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. But yeah, we're both doing well. It hasn't been like life's been hard or anything like that. Life's been very busy.
Busy with some changes, especially for you, like with work and stuff.
With work, you work long hours too.
Yeah,
it's kind of like everything in between. I was out of town for a bit, and yeah, just a lot of planning for future events and whatnot.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
They're getting negative 10 Fahrenheit in a few days, and I thought that was bad. I mean, if you're not used,
not great.
Yeah, if you're not used to it, it is bad.
Mm-hmm.
For us, it comes every year. There's usually a cold snap, but this is bad.
This is I think the first. Well, I guess New Year's I remember where there wasn't snow on the ground.
That's true.
Like
we didn't get snow until a week after.
We got a little bit of snow, and it for the most part was melting. But today we finally got our just desserts for the most part, and
I'd say this week, really.
This week was pretty bad. I mean, Friday, Saturday it was snowing a little bit, but Monday it dropped on us, and then it hit us with like brutal temperatures.
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess what are you drinking tonight?
Smirnoff seltzers, the lemonade seltzers.
I got White Claws hard seltzer Surge. They're called 7%. They were on sale. And I feel like we're going to be doing a lot of drinking here tonight because we've got a lot of movies to cover.
Drinking some 7%.
Yeah, I didn't realize they were 7% until I just looked at it now. But that's all right. I'm going to sip it like the tears say. Sips, not gulps, not shots. I remember the first time we did this, we had a shot for every F-tier movie.
And there was a lot of F-tier movies and we were down a little bit.
It was pretty bad. So we swapped that out for Dice Roll. But yeah, this is usually one of our favorite streams, I'd say. Mm-hmm. There's only been a couple that I maybe have more fun with, but I think this is one that I look forward to every year for sure. It's just fun going through all the movies we watched and our thoughts on them. Mm-hmm. Still working my way through a wine advent calendar.
Ooh.
Is that like a bottle of wine a day? Because that
sounds
a
lovely.
lot. That sounds dangerous.
How much was it, out of curiosity?
Or was it gifted?
That too, yeah.
Could have been a gift for Christmas or something.
Mm-hmm.
Just do the advent after.
Yeah, I feel.
I know.
I mean, it'd be hard to finish.
Oh, half a bottle for 24 days. That's still pretty good.
Okay, yeah.
It's probably. I don't know. I don't drink wine, but that's probably a glass or two of wine.
At least
every
a glass
day.
a day.
At least
a glass a day.
$99 at Costco.
Ooh, that's pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, what's that? Like 12 bottles of wine for like. What would that be Canadian? Like closer to 140-ish?
30, 140. I don't know.
That's still really good.
Yeah. Alrighty. Should we jump into it?
Yep, let's do it.
Alright, let's get right into this. Like I said, it's going to be random, so yeah. Let's go to the first movie.
Okay. It's a TV show.
Joke's on you. TV show, yeah.
Jinichi Joe's Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre.
You keep going. This is one that Alex has seen. I have not seen. So
I feel like I watch a good chunk more TV series than you.
There's a couple TV series I watched that I'm almost certain you didn't watch.
Yep, I think this is the first year you've actually done a TV series. I know you've done one for sure.
Yeah, I don't generally watch them too often, and I don't know why.
Yeah.
But
anyways, Junji Ito Maniac, Japanese Tales of the Macabre. For the most part, it was really hit and miss. Some episodes were done like super well, such as the Hanging Balloons episode. The plot for that one is just it's kind of like a survival type thing where they have like balloons floating about, and it tries to like throw a rope around your neck and kill you. It's a balloon of yourself, so it's a neat episode. Other ones are Layers of Terror, where it's Junji Ito, so it's a lot of body horror. Okay. There's one layer where the daughter gets younger and younger, so like if she's 27 years old, it's like 27 years like under the under the first layer of like skin, so she's just like ripping away at her daughter's flesh. It's neat. I don't really remember the Sandman episode, but I remember liking that one. Either way, again, hit and miss. Some of them were really good, some of them were in saying that, 7.5, so I'm putting it in B tier.
B tier it is. I can't even argue with you because I haven't watched it. So that's B tier, and that'll be in for 3 sips.
Okie doke.
Let me just lock that in place for now.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I didn't know he had a TV show, but I read Uzumaki this year, and that was fantastic.
Certainly. Yes. I think that there was another one released earlier that wasn't this year, and it received worse ratings. So I'd recommend this one at the very least. I think it was good. They did some that were really well done.
All right. Next up, we got Tell Me a Creepy Story. So this one is one that I have seen. It's an anthology movie. It has 4 separate short stories, and like every anthology movie, some stories are better than others. This one is just that exact same way. But I think most of these stories were just okay. Like, nothing wowed me all that much. I was pretty interested in a couple of the concepts that they showed, more so than others, but they just didn't have enough time to fully, I guess, get into it and go in depth like I would have liked them to. Because it was just 4 shorts in an hour-and-a-half movie, so like, they don't have a lot of time to flesh it out, I guess. But the title is a perfect description, I suppose. It's Tell Me a Creepy Story. They're just a handful of creepy stories. They're like creepypastas almost, in a sense. It's like a British show, but like it's just okay. Decent enough to hold my attention, keep me a little bit interested in some of the concepts, but not quite enough to fully satisfy me or blow me away by any means. I rank it 6 out of 10, so it's a C tier.
Okie doke.
So we're going to put that, in C. 2 sips.
Okay. My next one
One that you've seen.
Titled Trap House. And it's a Tubi movie. I'm going to start that off. Whenever it's a Tubi movie, like I just kind of feel and know that it's going to be garbage. I think I've only put one Tubi movie not in F tier.
Oh, okay. So is this that movie?
No, it was a movie from like 2022, I think. So
okay.
So basically the guy in the picture there, he was on a case, but now he's kind of going rogue. He was a cop, or is a cop, but I think it involved his brother or something like that, and he wants to take down like drug lords, something along those lines. So he has like a kid help him out, and I don't know why exactly he gets this kid to help him out. Yeah, it's involved like a 16-year-old in this shit. And even more complicated, there's a baby in the trap house. So it's like a drug house, but like has like shitty saw traps.
Okay.
So yeah, this is kind of as bad as you'd expect.
Is it like is it trap house in the sense that it's a trap house like in the drug sense, but it also has traps in it?
It's a double meaning. Yeah.
Okay. I thought it would go that route. I mean, clever enough.
Double entendres, yeah.
Clever way to go about it, I guess.
But anyways, there's a baby in the house, so like when you're trying to stay quiet, sneak around and bust people or get the drugs. Honestly, it's been too long. I repressed it because bad memories. I like to repress. There was a baby in the house that the teenager's just attached to, and you're gonna die and not save the baby probably, but I mean, obvious movie, so what do you think happens?
Yeah.
So anyways, yeah, random teenager, let him have a baby. Fucking great. F tier.
F tier it is.
F tier, yeah.
I'll let you roll that dice. See how much we're gonna get for that. Oops. I stopped that with my finger. But
That's fine. 4 sips.
4 sips it is. Let me lock these in place so I don't accidentally move them and fuck something up. So we're starting out pretty spread out so far. Just one per tier so far. Not every tier, but... Alrighty. This is one we both watched. Cobweb.
Cobweb, we did both watch.
I'll let you talk about it
Sure.
if you got something.
I think it was one of my favorites of the year, actually.
Okay.
It was ridiculous, over the top, while keeping on point to the mind that I have a lot of fun with movies such as that. Like, Us is my prime example with movies that are over the top or like Malignant, things in that kind of sort of thing where you don't want to think about it for too long because it takes away from the movie.
Right.
Yeah, I think the kid, Peter, his name was, and Lizzie Calpin, the mom,
I think
were great in the movie.
And that's my first point too, is I thought the dynamic between Peter and his family in general was done really well. And I liked that aspect of the movie. I think it might have been a little bit by the books or cliche. And the only reason I say that is because like this premise of a kid being abused by his parents in some way or getting bullied is used a lot. And I get why it is used a lot, because it's easy to pull on like the heartstrings or whatever, emotional stuff from people. So I get why it's used. And I think I just seen a lot of movies where it does it, especially recently. And that's the only downside. But I think that they did enough stuff with it that made it unique. So it wasn't bad for them to use it, I guess. It's what I'm getting at.
It's great for Halloween season, yes.
Yes.
Oh, you deleted the message as opposed to...
What the fuck? Okay. Well, I can't even fucking show it again?
Well, I'm sorry.
I mean, it's on the screen.
Yep, sure. You accidentally... Do you want to risk it?
No.
It's saying something. We accidentally deleted your message and we can do that.
But it's on the screen still. We're good.
So anyways, great for the Halloween season. The reason that I did bring that up is
I also
because...
had that as a point.
Yeah. It has lots of pumpkins, spooky Halloween night.
Yeah.
During that finale, it has a lot of good kills. So, yeah.
I think they also did a good job of, like, having tension build through the entire movie. Like, they did a good job of starting a little bit low and then just building and building and building the tension as it progressed. They didn't just jump into it or, like, take too long. It was just a good progression, I'd say. And, yeah, like, great for the Halloween season, like you both mentioned, Brianna and Alex. And so I think you do rank this a little bit higher than me, that being said. So I'm going to let you say yours first.
Yeah. 9.4 S tier is my thought.
So I did 7.5 B tier.
Okay. So,
should we split the difference
in
A?
It's splitting the difference in A. I don't think really any of us can contest that.
I don't like when it's like one of your favorite movies of the year to downgrade it a whole tier, though. I don't like doing that, but
I mean,
it's fair compromise, I guess.
Yeah, we have to compromise in tier lists.
Of course, that is also worth saying. Each individual tier list of ours would look slightly different. Like mine would look slightly different than yours, but this is a good representation of us as a channel, I guess.
Yeah, I feel like we have decently similar taste in movies as well. Like, I know we both have had a lot, and we will have some hot takes on here that some people will not agree with necessarily. So, just in saying that,
I guess 4 sips.
Yeah.
So this is another one that you've seen that I haven't. Is this another Tubi movie?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's a Japanese movie.
Oh, okay.
Second Japanese content I've done.
Yeah. And usually, I think I'm the one who leans more to the foreign horror than you.
Yeah.
In most cases, not like exclusively, or like I don't do it a ton, but.
I mean, I am more, I guess, of a weeb than you.
Yeah,
I think
when it comes to that, yeah, true.
Yeah, like I watch like horror animes and
right. Yes, when it
little
comes
bit more
to anime and stuff, you watch it.
like Japanese movie, and I think this is based off of a manga, maybe an anime.
Okay.
I'm not sure if this is 2022 or 2023. Maybe the English dub is 2023. I could have sworn it was English dub, anyways. But character development of the class students who don't really know each other becoming friends, playing a death game, whether they die over and over again until they solve the mystery. So they have a lot of character development, which I liked. It was pretty heartwarming, and it's a good, like, what would you call it? It's a good Groundhog Day twist to it. So in saying that, I actually relatively enjoyed the movie, and I'm going to give it an 8.0, so an A tier.
A tier, wow. I mean, I haven't seen it, so I can't argue.
I think it's a fun watch. And
I wouldn't argue necessarily. I'm just surprised. Like, I didn't even hear about it until you sent me your list, and I had to pull a picture for it. So yeah, cool to see it gets an A tier. I'll have to watch that because it sounds pretty good. 4 sips. All right.
But it does have a lot of, like, the Japanese, like, character development and, like, how things are really, like, corny towards the end with how they all, like, remember each other and whatnot because their memories get erased. But, I mean, might not be somebody else's thing, but I don't mind it. I think it was good.
Fair enough. King Gore popped in. I don't know if you saw that or not. But so you reviewed a movie with a /re/member. And this next one I watched, I don't believe you watched, but it also has a / birth/rebirth.
For some reason, and I don't know why, I had this, like, in my list of movies that I watched, but I definitely did not watch it. And I was, like, really confused. I'm like, I don't think I watched this.
Maybe it was one that you wanted to watch, or it was, like, crossed your radar or something?
Yeah, it was on my radar, but I didn't get a chance to watch it, so
this was a pretty interesting movie concept-wise. I really thought it was super interesting. It's kind of a modern and more realistic twist on, like, the Frankenstein story. So taking body parts from separate people and putting them all together to make a monster or whatever. This is a modern, more realistic approach to that. In a sense, it's at least clearly inspired by it, at the very least, I would say. That being said, I think they could have done a little bit more to make it more impactful. It just seemed like it was missing that punch, because the concept was super cool and, like, their approach to it was cool. It was missing something. So, like, that was a bit of a disappointment because I went in thinking this would be super cool. I do think that some people watching this, like, for certain people, they'll watch this and they'll think it's extremely disturbing just because of the content that it's displaying, and, like, the way it's displaying it involves, like, a child and stuff. And I do think a lot of people watching it would find it super disturbing because of it. That being said, I think they could have gone a little bit more over the top with it, or just shown something more. Because, yeah, like I said, it was just missing that punch.
I'm just looking at my list and, like, remembering a lot of the movies. Like, oh, children don't get killed in this year at all. It happens quite a bit in this year, actually.
For sure. Honestly, like, if you were to tell me that this movie was based on a true story, or at least inspired by, like, true events, I'd believe it. It comes across like that sort of movie, just like a dramatization of it, I guess. And I mean, who knows, maybe it is loosely based on something real, but it doesn't advertise it as that. But overall, it was interesting enough to keep me engaged. It was just missing something to, like, make it really effective, I guess. So it got a 6 out of 10 C tier.
Okay.
It was worth watching. I was super interested in it, but yeah, it just didn't quite land. I'm not mad that I watched it, but it could have done more. If I put something in C, it's like, I'm not mad I watched it, but I wish it gave me more, you know?
Yeah, fair enough.
So that's what that one is. Birth/rebirth.
Okay.
And that's 2 sips. Never heard of this one. We did watch a lot of movies this year, and I feel like a lot of them are kind of random movies. Or, like,
a lot of them really blur the lines at some point or another.
And they're not super advertised, or, like, they don't go into theaters. They're just kind of random, either Shudder exclusives or, you know, random streaming services, or Tubi.
Yeah, or Tubi exclusives.
I've heard it's pretty disturbing, so I might skip it. Yeah, and I think that would be the case for a lot of people. It's just something about it for me. It didn't land, but I think it would land better for others, like I was saying. But yeah, moving on to, I guess this is another one I watched that you haven't.
I have not watched it.
I watched this the same night as Birth Rebirth, actually. I went on a kind of binge and watched a lot of movies in a short period of time. So The Portrait, let me find my notes here. This one kind of blurs the lines a little bit as to horror, I would say. It's more of a drama than a horror, but it certainly includes horror elements. I think the horrors are more of a real life portrayal, like within the mind. Like
Portrayal.
Portrait. Yeah, so I think it's more of like the horrors of the mind and like seeing shit, dealing with grief it's the biggest theme in this. Well, kind of, sort of. It's grief in a different sense. I won't spoil anything, but there's lots of trauma going on in this movie. And that's, I think, their intent, rather than like a lot of visual horror or like, you know, black and white horror. They kind of just do the real life horror stuff. Didn't wow me by any means. Don't see myself watching it again in the future, but I wasn't mad that I watched it. Kept me entertained for an hour and a half. It's a solid C tier, 6.5 out of 10. I think if they would have included a little bit more horror elements, I could have bumped it up to a B, but ultimately it lands in a C tier for me.
3 C tiers.
Yeah, we're starting out a lot in C.
No D, no S yet.
No D and no S, but that's 2 sips for The Portrait.
To answer your question quick, King Gore, all is well. We just get busy. That's pretty much it. So I don't know.
Yeah, we're busy. We get busy, and like, honestly, a lot of times it's just we get unmotivated for certain things eventually. But
it was a lot of moving around these last couple of months. So
yeah, I'm gonna fucking.
I feel like if we
something
didn't
quick.
mention that, then people would be like, "Oh, they didn't even mention it. What's wrong? What's wrong?" And then people would really be wondering. But all's good.
It's all everything's good. I think I might have fixed that random pop-up thing. Fuck it, we'll figure it out as we go. Moving on. I think this is one more that I've seen that you haven't seen.
Go for it.
Maybe? There we go. It's a Wonderful Knife. So, this movie...
believe I heard good things. Maybe? Did I heard something either good or bad about it.
Okay. So I'll start it out by saying this is the only Christmas movie that I watched this year. Horror or otherwise. I don't know. Something about not having snow on the ground made it feel like not Christmas to me.
No Grinch?
No Grinch. No.
There was a Grinch horror movie. That was last year.
That was
right?
last year, the mean one. I still haven't seen that.
Yeah.
But yeah. So, this movie, within the first 5 minutes, it made me cringe extremely hard because of the jokes they tried to tell. It was just very forceful, and none of them landed for me. So, started out on the wrong foot right off the bat, and then it continued to piss me off more and more as it went on. It was written poorly. The jokes didn't land. They were forced. All of the dialogue, whether it was serious or joking, was stiff, and... This movie actually had Justin Long in it, and that's what intrigued me in the beginning. I like him as the bad guy. He's usually a shitty guy in a lot of the movies, especially recently. Like, for example, Barbarian, which was one of our favorite movies of the year last year.
Yeah, and Tusk.
Tusk is another one. Like, usually I like him in that kind of role, and I hated him in this movie.
Yeah, he's usually either like a really innocent, like loving kind of guy, or like a dick.
Yes, and. Like, he was a dick in this one, don't get me wrong. And it's not like he did a bad job of acting in the role. It's just, as the character, I did not like the character. And I didn't like the way that the character was written. And not just his character, every character. But that kind of upset me, that I was like, oh, fuck, I really didn't like him in this. It tried to be clever and incorporate some weird twist in the middle. And it just pissed me off even more. I predicted the ending immediately, and I think anybody that would watch this could have done the exact same thing, and it just frustrated me so fucking much. by the end of the movie, I just couldn't put it higher than F tier. So it's getting an F. Solid and easy F for me. I could see maybe somebody getting something out of this movie. I just don't think it was for me. Let's just put that way. Sorry if you like this movie, anybody. I had a Christmas movie marathon, which included that one, Rare Exports, Christmas Bloody Christmas, and Violent Night. I was super disappointed by A Wonderful Knife. I'm glad you agree. It was very disappointing to me. And it just, the twist, if you know and you've seen it, I'm not going to spoil it for those who haven't, but if you've seen it, you understand what I'm talking about, hopefully. It just, they tried to force it and didn't really make sense, and you knew where the twist was leading by the end of it, and it's just like, yeah. Hated it. F tier.
Christmas movies. I mean, we've seen Christmas Bloody Christmas. You've seen Violent Night.
Have you not seen Violent Night?
I've not.
Oh, that's a good one.
Yeah.
I like it. It's kind of silly.
I remember Christmas Bloody Christmas. I thought was like a little bit too. It's like the whole movie was shot in giallo. The entire movie. The record store was like that dimly lit color. We have to take 4 sips because of
4 sips the
F
dice
tier
roll.
movie. Everything was very like dimly lit, blue, red, and green colors everywhere. There was one single scene.
Oh,
in the
that's
entire...
Christmas Bloody Christmas.
Yeah,
Fuck, I couldn't remember what it was.
Yeah, there was one scene in the movie with like it's compository Santa or whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, I remember.
Robot Santa.
Robot Santa. I remember now. I think I liked it better than you. I didn't like it, but
yeah. No, I think it got like C tier or B tier. I think C tier sounds about right.
I mean, I meant I didn't like love it like S or A tier type of thing.
Yeah.
Maybe middle of the road.
But the one scene that they didn't do in like full like dramatic color was really well done though, because it had a girl, the main character, with just blood all over her face. So it was like a freezing moment where she could like take everything in, like everyone is dead and she's covered in blood, where it's like just regular bathroom lights. So that was neat. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that was a decent one. I wasn't mad about that. I was mad that I watched this though. It's a Wonderful Knife. I was upset. That's another one that I watched. It was one of 3 movies I watched the night I watched that.
What was the other 2? The Portrait and Birth Weeper?
No, I think those ones I watched just on my own. It was in that same week though where I watched a fuck ton of movies. Or it wasn't even a week. I think I watched 8 movies in 4 days or something. And I'm not one that normally does that.
Yeah. For a while, I think I might have been beating you.
Oh, yeah. Up until, like, the final last week.
Everybody in Christmas Bloody Christmas was dying.
Yeah.
They introduced, like, people that should be, like, quintessential characters, like her sister, and she just immediately fucking dies.
All right. Shall we move right along?
Yes, sir.
Moving on to one that you've seen, I have not seen.
You haven't seen Hell House LLC. Have you seen any of them?
The first one.
Okay.
I haven't seen this though.
Yeah, obviously the first one in the installment is the best one. In my opinion, this one's the second best. So it has that going for it.
I've actually heard that.
Yep. It adds a bit more to the backstory of the franchise and leaves it open for more installments.
This is is this a prequel? Or
no,
like, it's just an origin story.
It's an origin story. Like it's in a different like location, the Carmichael Manor, because the other place was burned down. Yeah. Spoiler alert. But I trust that there kind of won't be anything good with any of the other sequels they come along with.
Right.
In order, I think it's the first one, the fourth one, third one, and the second one. The second one, it's awful, and the only reason that I find the movie like hilarious is because there's the one, he's like a psychic, and it's like if South Park made a character that was a psychic. That's exactly how I described that one character, and he just made the movie hilarious to me. Demons, you wouldn't be lying to me now, would you? So fucking stupid. Anyways, this movie I'm gonna put in A tier.
A tier?
Yeah.
Shit. I gotta watch this one.
You have to suffer through the other 2 and 3.
Do I have to, actually?
Not really. I mean, yeah, not really.
Maybe I'll get to it one day, but we'll see. Actually, yeah, no, we're good. So A tier, 4 sips. 2 in A tier that I haven't seen.
You're just putting everything in like C tier, and I'm just like, ah,
So far.
everywhere S tier.
Man, we haven't got to most of my. We haven't got to any
A-tier,
good ones for me,
B-tier.
really. Like, I mean, actually good ones, like decent ones here. 3, everything in C is fine.
I don't have a lot in C in comparison to you. I think you have a lot of movies that are just middle of the road.
Yes, the tier that I watched, or the tier that I have most movies in, I will say is B tier.
B.
We just happened through random order.
Yeah,
Happened to get through a lot of C first for me.
it'd be kind of boring and predictable if we were just to do it in alphabetical. I think.
True, and it just this randomizes it tier wise and alphabetical wise. Our notes are in alphabetical, so we can easily skim through and find out where it is. But and so we don't have to just talk out of our ass on random points of the movie, trying to remember from the beginning of the year what we watched. But yeah, moving right along, we're going to another movie that I watched that you didn't watch.
Correct.
Dream Sequence, starring Nick Cage.
That's not a horror movie, is it?
It is. Like, it's, again, one of those, like, it was in the horror category.
Was it?
It was.
What? Okay, I should have watched it then.
It was in the horror category. I mean, it does ride the line again. And
it's an A24 movie.
It's A24, and it also, I think it's in similar sense of The Portrait. This one is kind of dealing with real life horrors in a way, and it's kind of like they do have death and shit happening. Like, I think it rides the line, and it's close enough that I considered it. But it was a horror comedy starring Nicolas Cage as the most mundane, regular, average, everyday man.
Which is hilarious because
Exactly.
he's anything but.
That's exactly what I said. It's the sole reason I watched this. I wanted to see Nick Cage in that role. And it was an A24 movie, so that kind of piqued my interest a bit as well. I thought maybe it was worth watching for that.
I know it's not a horrible miscast, but it sounds like something on paper that should be a horrible miscast, but will never be a horrible miscast because Nicolas Cage is Nicolas Cage.
Yes, for sure. The premise is super interesting. Everybody is somehow dreaming about this guy, Nick Cage's character, and he starts going viral, like, throughout the world, not just in America, through the world. Random people are, like, dreaming of him, and I'm not going to go into details for spoiler reasons, but, like, in the beginning, everyone's kind of just dreaming about him, and he's kind of just being himself, this mundane, random guy. He's not doing anything in the dreams. He's just kind of popping up, saying hi, and, like, moving on, and that's the whole dream. And, like,
how's it going, guys?
it's just super mundane dreams, and obviously it ramps up as the movie goes on. So I'm not going to spoil anything, of course. Like we were just talking about, the horror elements aren't super prominent throughout, but the idea is scary when you think about it in the real world. If you're just some random guy going through life, you're a professor at a school, and then all of a sudden you see yourself going viral, not only online, but you just people coming up to you and talking about, like, they saw you in a dream and stuff, and you're, like, starting to freak out because so many people are coming up to you and telling you this. It's like, okay, this is kind of fucked. Why is this happening? And then it just spirals out of control, kind of thing. We were talking about how this is kind of like, it almost seems like a miscast because of the type of character he plays, but I think it was perfectly cast because he does a great job of making you sympathize with him, and it makes you feel so many different emotions throughout the whole movie. Like, you'll be mad, you'll be sad for him, you'll be happy for him, you know, you feel so many different things for this character, and I think Nick Cage is the reason why. Like, he does a great job in this role. I think it's a good movie to watch. I think there could have been more horror elements to it, and I think they could have really, like, you can see him wearing that Freddy glove, and, like, people call him Freddy in the movie and stuff because of shit that happens, but, like, he kind of plays into it a bit. And yeah, overall, pretty good movie for what it was trying to do. It was missing a little bit of a punch, but overall it was 7.5 out of 10. Give it a B tier. Not quite have enough of that, like, wow factor to bump it to A or S tier, but it is a solid B.
Okay.
Also, for the record, I do all my movies in 0.5 increments.
Yeah, I do mine in, like, 1 to 100 or, like,
yeah, and
10 point.
That's
like,
fair.
or, like,
for me, it's just easier to simplify it. by 0.5, so I just do it that way.
You make it on a scale of 1 to 20. I make it 1 to 100.
Yeah.
I mean, generally we don't even really use F tier, but yeah.
Like from 0 point.
Yeah.
Or I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Like we're not rating a movie 1 out of 100.
Yeah.
Well, maybe we are, but
but like the things that are in like 4, 3, 2, 1 are gonna be like the same as like things to 50 to 59%, for instance.
3 sips for that.
Yes, thank you.
That was my third. Nick Cage is casting. I think he has a wide range, and I think a lot of it comes down to the type of movie being written for him.
All I can just think about is like Nick Cage is like Ramona Flowers. I mean, I saw Scott Pilgrim Takes Off this year, but him in Dreams and like Ramona Flowers in Dreams, I don't know why I immediately connected that, but all I can think about is like Scott Pilgrim having a dream and it's just Nicolas Cage instead of Ramona. And he falls in love with Nick Cage. Right. Put that on a script, please. Who was the director again for that? He's a horror director, did Soho. I forgot his name.
Edgar Wright.
Edgar Wright, thank you.
Yeah. Amount of movies he was in this year was nuts. Isn't that the case every year? I think Nick Cage is like the most prolific actor.
I feel like he's been like doing like more and more because like he slowed down for a little bit. Then
True,
like in
there was a
2018, he just like fucking
fuck it, I'm gonna accept every
pedal
role.
to the metal. Yeah, like you guys are paying me $10. Let's do this.
He must have went through like a divorce or his kids grew up. I don't know anything about his personal life.
We're doing a lot of movies that one of us has watched and the other one hasn't watched.
So far, we haven't gone to. Have we gone? We got Cobweb.
We got Cobweb, and that's it.
That's it. Yeah.
Yep.
And speaking of which, this is another one you've watched.
Yep. And I'm still surprised that you like don't watch any Mike Flanagan TV series.
I don't know. It's something about it. I want to sit down and watch a series, but it's to me hard to commit to it for some reason.
It's like 6 hours. I get it.
It's 6 hours, but like there's series that I sit down and I watch the whole fucking season in a night.
Yeah.
It's like I don't know.
You're a weird person.
Whatever. I'll get to it eventually.
Fall of the House of Usher.
Fantastic.
Oh yeah. Well, we'll get to that. Fall of the House of Usher. Obviously, it's just Poe novels done really well. My favorite character was Roderick Usher. I think his role is phenomenal, especially when it cuts back to him in like the house, like basically admitting all of his crimes. And I can't really go too far into spoilers, but I'll just say that.
Right.
Ruth Codd, who played Juno, was in Midnight Club, and I did not like Midnight Club. Like, I think I put it in D, maybe F tier.
I think
and the reason that I put it in D tier was because I was hoping, like, maybe they're going to redeem it in season 2, but I don't want to see a season 2, and then it got canceled, so I don't have to see a season 2. Thank God. But yeah, she was in Midnight Club. She redeemed herself in this role. I thought she was actually enjoyable to watch in this role and didn't hate her fucking existence. You hate nearly all the characters, so it kind of feels nice when they get their comeuppance. They have a good chunk of backstory, so you actually feel for the characters or hate the characters just depending on what they've done, and you actually get to know them a little bit more throughout the series.
Right.
Which I think one of Mike Flanagan's strongest suits is character development. He does that phenomenally. Kills were pretty good. The movie was pretty good. It was done super well. S tier.
S tier?
S tier.
First S tier. Mm-hmm. I was thinking that's where it was
mean,
gonna
oh
land.
yeah. I mean, there's no way that
based on what I've heard about it too. Like,
yeah.
I think it's just universally loved.
Yeah.
So many people like it.
I'd say about 2/3 of Mike Flanagan's movies at this point are going S tier.
They just land, yeah.
Yeah. It's hit after hit after hit Mike Flanagan makes. He's certainly one of the better horror movies makers in the decades, for sure. The last 2.
Yes. So that's 5 sips.
Okay.
All right. Another one that you watched that I actually never got around to that I was meaning to.
Oh, shit. No One Will Save You. Did I actually send you that on my list?
You did, but
nah.
Is that not one you watched?
So this is a weird situation.
Sorry,
I thought
before you get into it. I guess I need to watch it. I don't think I've seen any of Mike's TV shows.
Oh, that's surprising. Yeah.
You know what? Join
Watch
the club.
a good chunk of them. Not the Midnight Club, though. Don't join that club.
I think I've seen...
You can join the Midnight Mass. You've probably seen Hill House.
Yes, I've seen
Hill House is good. So No One Will Save You, we got 50% through, and then my fiance got tired, so we went to bed. She didn't want to watch it again.
Does that say something about the movie? Or
Like, it's fine. So this is like the weird scenario where we have to bring it up. The first, like, if I want to base it on like the first like half of the movie,
I guess it's
and I
hard
know
to
that there's
say.
a twist at the end, so that could change my whole perspective on it. But from what I've seen, it's at least a B tier. I mean, if you want to put it in B tier, I'd be more opposed to like deleting it off the list. But yeah, it looked interesting for the most part. It looked thought provoking, so I'm like, let's keep watching this. She's like, nah. I'm like, okay. So
well, since you got partial, we'll put it with a caveat.
Yeah,
at the end of B.
We'll just put it over there.
If we need to...
Now put it off the screen a little bit more.
No, we'll put it right at the end of the tier. If we need to later to make room, we might adjust that.
Yeah, I'll just move it into C tier.
We are still, because it's on the list and we have a picture for it, we are going to use it.
Okay.
But take that ranking with a grain of salt. We're still going to take 3 sips for it. Just for you guys not... So you guys can't call us out.
But yeah, like I saw it on here. So yeah, B tier. Okay, we'll take Brianna's word from it.
Probably B tier for me. Yeah, perfect.
There,
that's exactly where
Brianna ranked it B tier. Just leave it in B tier.
It's still over there. No, it's
okay.
still there.
It's still there.
It's staying there.
We're just gonna put that one over here.
Yeah, that's a DNF. Did not finish.
Mm-hmm.
All right, moving right along. Don't think you watched this one, Saltburn.
Saltburn, I did not watch.
This is a recent watch, and I actually watched this with Jordan, my fiance. And it was one of those movies, it's like going viral on TikTok and shit. Everybody's talking about how disturbing this movie is, and, you know, it's getting a lot of buzz.
Is it not disturbing?
Well, I'll get into it. So, it's a psychological thriller. I figured I would include it. Again, it's one of those that kind of rides the line of being horror, but because it's a psychological thriller, I was like, fuck it, I'm going to include it. It's horror adjacent. I'm going to use the same rules as Dead Meat. If it's horror adjacent, it is allowed to be covered.
I feel like one of the things that's horror adjacent, like as a psychological thriller, I feel like is Disturbia.
Yeah.
And a lot of people don't really consider that horror, but I think it might be.
I feel like you can just count it. Like,
yeah.
You know, horror is such a wide range that, fuck it, let's just count it. Mm. And because it was getting such a buzz, I figured, fuck it, let's watch it and include it on this list.
Mm-hmm.
It is a slow burn, and the pacing is kind of odd at times. I will say it kind of jumped about suddenly, like jumping through the movie suddenly. Sometimes it would just ramp up all of a sudden, and then other times it would just kind of back off, and it just seemed to be kind of random at times. It was a pretty good movie, but I think the hype around it is a little bit much. And I think that hype skewed my expectations. It raised my expectations higher, and it's like, oh, everyone online is saying this is super disturbing, so I am pumped to watch this. And I understand the scenes that they're talking about when they say it's super disturbing. There's a bathtub scene. If you've watched it, you know. I'm not going to spoil it. There's another scene involving, I'm not going to say for spoiler reasons.
Okay.
And then there's, what other scene? Oh, there's another scene involving a grave that, again, for spoilers.
That just sounds like somebody gets buried alive.
No, it's weirder than that.
Okay.
And it is weird. Don't get me wrong. All of these scenes are like, I could see why the average person would be disturbed by it. But it's not enough for somebody like a horror fan that's full into horror. It's not something that's going to shock you. And even like Jordan, she watched it and she's like, yeah, that's disturbing, but it's not like she couldn't watch it. Mm-hmm. But I guess she probably also expected it, so maybe it was lackluster for that reasons. I don't know. I could understand why people think it was fucked up, though. So I'll say that. I just wish I didn't hear all the hype before I watched it, because I did enjoy the movie. The actors did a good job. It was pretty twisted in some regards. Even just the family in this movie was weird and just some unsettling. The payoff at the end was pretty satisfying, and it did put things into perspective, but there still were questions left unanswered. And so that's, again, I won't go into spoilers, but it kind of disappointed me in that regard. And again, just the disturbing scenes were a little bit lackluster for, like, I think my expectations were a little bit high. But that being said, I still enjoyed it, and I'm still considering it to be B tier.
I feel like you were going to put it in B tier, yeah.
Yeah. It was a good movie, and I'm glad I watched it. Worth watching. Just don't let those TikTok people get your hypes up, I guess. Your expectations up.
Don't let them give your hopes up.
Hopes up.
Yep.
Yeah, hypes up.
Hypes
Don't let them get your hypes up.
Don't let them hype it up too much.
Okay. Moving. Oh, first let's take our 3 sips.
Yeah.
And anybody watching, if we forget to take our sips, call us out. We
Call us out and we'll double it.
Yeah, true. Wait. Now they're just gonna start saying we didn't take a sip.
If we forget to remember that we took a sip.
That's on us. You're right.
Mm-hmm.
All right. This is a movie we both watched. Since I just talked about the last one, I'll let you start.
Talk to me. I think we're gonna put it in the same tier. I feel like that's gonna be a given.
We'll see.
I'm probably not gonna budge on this one too much. I feel like this was the reception Hereditary got as being promoted as one of the scariest movies of the decade in 2010s. For the purpose that, like, it had just, like, such an effect on the audience for, like, specific scenes.
True.
I didn't see Hereditary until a few years after it was released, actually, weirdly enough. I didn't see it in theaters. I saw it in, like, 2021, which is really weird. I did see it
in theaters.
I wish I did. In short, we'll let you go into your thoughts, and then we'll rank it.
So, Talk to Me is better than I expected. I actually went into this movie thinking that I wouldn't like it for some reason. I don't know. Something about it, I thought it might have been cheesy or, like, cliche or, you know, just one of those, like, mainstream horror movies that are made for everybody, even a non-horror fan. You know what I mean? I went in thinking that, so I was pleasantly surprised with the movie. And
like, you thought it would be like kind of a sorry to interrupt, but you thought it would be kind of like a truth or dare type of deal, like kind of like a kids horror game. Yeah,
exactly. Similar vibe. I thought it would have been something like that, and I was like, I'm not gonna expect too much out of this. But I was happy with the way that I did enjoy it. I did only watch it the one time, and we did a drinking game for it, actually.
Yep.
With another movie. I forget what other movie we watched that night. But this is a movie that I think I would find myself enjoying more on the second rewatch. Just because I think I would appreciate it more knowing that I would like it. Because, you know, I had that bias going in, or like expecting not to like it.
Yeah.
So that might have been skewing my thoughts on it or something. And I think I would like it a little bit more on the second rewatch. But it was a unique premise that had solid, like, horror themes and imagery. And like you said, there were scenes that people remember, and, like, it made them turn the movie off, for example. Like, my brother's one example. He watched it, like, the opening scene where the guy kills the one guy and then slits his own throat or whatever. He's like, fuck, this is too much.
What?
Yeah, I know. He's not a horror guy.
Oh, okay.
So he was squeamish with that. They're quite squeamish.
I think you were telling me about that, yeah.
So scenes like that for the average non-horror fan, like, they're impactful. Like the Hereditary scene. That's impactful for everybody.
Yeah.
But, yeah, they did a good job with some of those effects, I guess, too. And, like, the production was all solid. For me personally...
Take one more sip for child death, I guess. That's the fun little game.
Is that what we're going to do? Okay.
Not child death, but, like, I mean, at this point, it's just child brutality.
Yeah. So I'll let you say where you rank this first. I kind of have a suspicion.
S tier. Almost non-debatable for me.
And like I said, so for this, I put it in A tier.
Yeah.
8.5 out of 10. And like I said, if I rewatched it, I think I would appreciate it more. So I'm not even mad at this going to S tier. I think it is a solid movie.
This is the only movie out of the years that we've done this that I ranked like a 10 out of 10.
You put 10 out of 10?
I put 10 out of 10.
Nice.
So, yeah.
This is your favorite movie of the year then?
Yeah. Favorite movie of the year.
Nice.
Not really debatable in saying that.
Yeah.
TV shows I've put 10 out of 10 before, but then they've just been like awesome Mike Flanagan shows, but...
Talk to Me was one of my favorites this year, but not an all-time fave for some reason. Probably high A tier. Yeah. That's where I viewed it. If I watched it again, I could very easily bump it up to S tier, because I even put that as a note. I said, it doesn't quite break into the S tier for me personally, but it is a great movie. And like I said, I've only watched it one time. I could see myself enjoying or appreciating it more if I rewatch it.
Yeah.
So I'm not even mad with it being an S tier. And
I think this is the third year we've done this, right? I think it's the third year.
We started in 2021.
I think the only other highest one that I've had besides this was like Malignant was pretty close to like being like 9.8 or something like that. Malignant was really good, or maybe it was Soho. Those are both really good, but yeah, Talk to Me.
I think I ranked Soho better.
Yeah, I think I might have ranked Soho better actually, but
than Malignant. I mean,
yeah,
and this actually, I pretty much never put a movie 10 out of 10. If I really look at it, there's always something that it could do
there's
better.
always something that it could do better.
And that's how I feel about there. I don't know if I could tell you a movie that I've ever seen that I would just say like everything was perfect and there was nothing they could have changed that made it better. It's almost
I feel like that's a way too high of a standard to set. I
know
feel
it
like
is.
You can say movies are perfect and that's completely fine. Like
it's
Midsommar, Talk to Me.
It's all subjective. Even Midsommar, like one of my favorite movies of all time. I think based on my 0.5 scaling, I would put it at 9.5. I don't know. There's just something about giving a movie 10 out of 10 in my eyes that I just have a hard time doing.
Fair enough.
And not to fault you by any means. That's totally fair. It's just in my own eyes, that's the way I perceive it.
Fair enough. Yeah. Talk to Me is phenomenal though.
Oh, let's take our 5 sips.
We can take our 5 sips as well.
We don't want to be called out on a 5 sipper and take 10.
Yeah. I don't think I've remembered once tonight. You're always just like, yep, let's
it also
take
helps
sips.
It helps that I'm the one moving the images to the tiers, so I'm seeing where they're going. Yeah. That's probably something to remind me. All right, one back to that you've seen that I have not seen.
From Black. This one I actually watched all the way through.
Is there any other ones you haven't seen all the way through?
Yes.
Is it at least ones that I've seen?
Yes.
Okay.
So anyways, From Black.
I can think of one actually.
I really had to go back on not like the scripts, but like back on
the plot summary.
Like the plot summary to actually remember this movie.
You watched it at the beginning of the year, kind of?
Yeah, I watched it closer to the beginning of the year. It's somewhat forgettable, so I knocked it down a little bit for that.
Fair enough.
The ex-husband and wife were druggies, and their kid went missing and died. That's pretty much the plot for the most part. The setup is that the wife or the girl now, she meets somebody, and she's like, oh yeah, no, you can resurrect your, I think, son or something like that. I think it's her son that she wants to get resurrected. It's like some weird demonic ritual, summoning a demon. Then things go wrong. That type of movie. So then again, like I just kind of have to go off what my notes say, and I don't really remember a lot of the movie. I basically make the ratings and then just kind of move on with my life, as opposed to like I'm gonna have to do it a little bit better next year. But so I just kind of have to go with what I say. I knocked it down a little bit just for not remembering it, because generally if it's a good movie, I try to remember it.
Yeah, exactly.
So I put it in C tier.
C tier, okay.
Yeah, I think I originally had it in B tier, but I knocked it down for just not remembering a fucking thing about it.
I mean, fair enough. I think that's the case with a lot of movies on my list too, is I watched them so fucking early in the year, like January, February, and I'm like, I can't remember this movie. I'm just going to have to take my notes for what they are.
Yeah.
And when I watch a movie that's released in that year, because I know we're doing this, I just make a few jot notes, like a few words, bullet points for each one. And I'm like, oh, it kind of triggers some memories about it a bit.
Well, I mean, there's some that, like, if we watched earlier in the year that we remember, like, 100%.
Oh,
like Megan was released this time last year.
Yes, great movies, or like even like ones that have mainstream coverage that are like a lot of hype around them or something, kind of stick out a little bit more. But something like this, like From Black, where it didn't have a lot of mainstream coverage, I don't even think I heard about it until you mentioned it. Yeah. Like it was released somewhere, but not a theatrical release. I think theatrical releases are easier to remember because you see them more often, like just in media. Yeah. And good movies are easier to remember for obvious reasons. And extremely bad movies are easy to remember because of how bad they are.
Yeah.
Something in the middle, like C or B tier, even maybe D tier for some movies, it's like you can't really remember it. It's just forgettable. And that's part of the reason why it's in D, C, or B. Maybe it entertained you for the moment, or like kept you engaged or interested for an hour and a half, but then after that you just moved on.
Move on with your life.
Yeah. Didn't really do anything else with the movie. Didn't recommend it to anybody. It's just like, yeah, it is okay. Not mad that I watched it, but wouldn't watch it again type of thing.
That's a lot of the difference when I watched like Talk to Me. Like I was thinking about it, like it was living rent free in my head for like 2 weeks after I came out of that theater.
Totally fair. That's probably another thing that helped your experience with it. I didn't see it in theaters.
Oh yeah.
I only saw it at home. I think it would have been a better theatrical experience, which is exactly probably why you had it in S versus A.
I mean, all these comedy people turn horror. Jordan Peele, now these people, the person that did Barbarian.
What's his name? What's his name?
Yeah,
Zach something.
Now it's gonna bother me because you got the first name right.
Somebody tell us.
Zach. And then David
Snyder.
Gordon Green for exactly one movie
This year.
No, exactly one movie he did like great, which I would have put an S tier, and then nothing great after that. It's only gotten worse.
I don't even know if
I heard actually that he got kicked out of the next Exorcist movie.
Oh,
yeah, they're getting a different director.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
He was approved for 3.
Yeah, he was approved for 3, and now
We'll get to that movie.
And now, yeah,
let's not talk about that.
they gave him the Star Wars Episode 8 treatment.
Yeah. So yeah, before we move on, 2 sips.
Another movie that we watched together.
This one I watched. This is one of the very few movies. Actually, is it the only movie? This might be the only movie this year that I rewatched. And I rewatched it the very next day. When Evil Lurks. You talked about the last one? I'll talk about this one first.
Sure.
And feel free to interrupt at any point. When Evil Lurks. So, right off the bat, this movie is pretty rank. It's pretty brutal. I loved it all through and through. It isn't afraid to cross any lines. We spoke about kids earlier on.
Take a sip for child deaths.
Kids, pets, animals, like nothing is off limits in this movie. And I mean, this image is kind of disturbing looking enough already.
Do they kill pets in this movie?
Yep. Remember the dog?
I remember a dog.
Well, that dog doesn't survive.
All right.
There's several. Actually, there's several dogs. There's a few animal deaths, but anyways, the movie's rank in saying that. It's a possession movie, but it doesn't feel like your typical possession movie, like where there's exorcists and it's not like a religious possession movie, which I feel like most possession movies are.
I never really considered that. That's an awesome point to make.
And that's what I really liked about it. It's fresh, it doesn't hold back, and it's a possession movie without falling into the tropes, I guess. To make a comparison for this movie, I made this specific note. So just go with me for a minute. Terrifier 2 is rank. It's over the top with the death and the killing and the gore, but it has a goofiness or silliness or like a comic relief with art.
Sure.
And so it's over the top, but it has some levity due to Art's mannerisms and just the way that he acts. He's kind of goofy. But this movie, it's almost believable to an extent if you believe that possession is real, or if you at least like accept that it's real for the sake of this movie. What's the word?
Subconsciously?
No. Repress your beliefs, or like, I don't know what the word is, but suppress your beliefs for this movie. You accept that the possession is real. I think this movie is believable with the series of events that we see. And I'm not one to believe in possession or like religion or anything like that. I'm not one that believes that, but I'm able to like push that down for the sake of a movie if it's done well. And I think this is one of those movies that does do it well. And it's very easy to put yourself into this movie to
Well,
believe some of the events that are going on, in my opinion. The imagery that they show us is gruesome. And it's not just gruesome for the sake of shock factor. It serves a purpose, and you can really feel the trauma that the characters are going through. You kind of sympathize with them. And I think the acting is good across the board. Everybody's believable. They all show their emotions, and like they make you feel a certain type of way depending on the scene. And for me, it was just super well done through and through.
Mm-hmm.
That is kind of my overall feelings of this movie. So I'll let you speak now.
My main things are, it's like, obviously it's not afraid to kill children. It's very, very gruesome, some of the deaths. What they're not afraid to do to children, goddamn. Yeah, as you stated, possession movies, how they're overdone, beaten to death like a dead horse. This one, it feels like more of like a plague almost, yet it's very clearly like demonic possession.
It is, yeah.
Which I find very unique with it. I'm pretty sure you made like a lot of the same points that I was going to say.
Yeah. It is worth noting also, this is, I think it's Argentina. It's based in Argentina.
It's a
foreign
horror film.
And it does have subtitles. If that's not your thing, then
Yeah.
I mean,
That can throw you off a little bit,
throw you
too.
off, but I'm not opposed to subtitles.
Yeah. It manipulates people in really weird ways. It says one example, just don't be afraid of death, otherwise it's going to use that
Yeah, it kind
against
of
you,
lives off
such
fear.
as killing the one son, which is absolutely fucking brutal. And it's like, yeah, we're just going to use that against you. Ha ha ha.
Yeah.
You can't really kill it, which is like the weirdest thing for a horror movie. Like if you kill it, then something like it possesses you or whatever.
Yeah.
So you're like, man, that's kind of fucked up.
Yeah. It almost has to like either.
It's like so there's no like real way to kill it.
There's no way to kill
you
it.
You can't kill it. That's bad.
Exactly. You either have to just escape it or just know and understand the rules or whatever and kind of just learn to live with it type of thing so it doesn't affect you, which super fucking hard to do.
I don't think I've ever really seen a movie like that. Like, if you kill it, then you're gonna die too. Like, that's really on the nose.
Right. Yes, for sure.
Like, you yourself. Like, not... Or you're gonna get possessed. Like, it's gonna get passed down.
Yeah,
I don't think it's done a lot anyways.
No.
But, either way, rankings, I'm putting in high A tier.
This is one similar to how you feel about Talk to Me. It's S tier for me. Movie of the year for me.
Yep.
And I think it helped in my situation. I watched this alone first time watching it. The second time I watched it, we did a drinking game for it, and I think that was your first time watching it.
Yep.
So different setting, different vibes going on.
Yeah.
So that could be.
I took that kind of into consideration as well.
But this
or
is
I guess
one
not really into consideration. I just did it on my first glance. But either way, I'm completely
fair.
fine putting it in S tier, and I don't think I could really argue with you at that.
Okay.
I put it in high A tier regardless.
Yeah,
If it's your movie of the year, I don't think we can really debate it. So
that's kind of how I was gonna say, like, you feel the similar way as Talk to Me as I do with Evil Lurks, When Evil Lurks. And yeah, I don't know, when it comes to a movie that's like movie of the year, it's hard to like bring them down, right? Good call. Oh, I'm out on this one. I guess I have like a sip. But When Evil Lurks, I think it's super disturbing and shocking for the right reasons, and it's a movie I think I would recommend to
the shock
anybody
value
to
is
watch
done
properly.
Not
just for the
it's
sake
not like
of shock.
It's not like Horrifier where that's like clearly what they're going. Or sorry, Terrifier.
They're
like,
shocking
what
for
they're
the
clearly
shit,
going
for the,
to.
Yeah, exactly. They're shocking for the sake of shock for Terrifier,
Certainly,
which I also respect and love.
Yeah.
But this has just had a different vibe, I guess, for me. And yeah, I really enjoyed it. So let's just take a pause here. Look at our tier list. Like, it's so nicely dispersed. Apart from D tier.
D tier.
Where's the D tiers?
Do you think it's gonna be this next movie here?
I don't think so.
Oh, you don't think so?
I don't know.
Well, we'll see what I
Thanksgiving?
say about it. You talk first on this one. I'll talk first on this one.
Okay.
So probably not, because I'm gonna say it's a superb slasher movie.
Yeah, no. I was gonna say I would be shocked if you put this at D tier.
Yeah, no. this whodunit was better than Scream this year for sure.
Yes, absolutely better than the Scream we
Yeah.
got this year, which we'll get to.
There's red herrings everywhere. Everyone was, or at least most people that were in the movie were just awful people, and they had their comeuppances. It was a horror movie done really well. The kills were fantastic. I think they added like enough to kind of suspect everyone. You kind of got enough from everybody's characters, the motives, and everything like that.
It was definitely a good job.
Twist was a little bit weak because I think it kind of suffers from the same thing as Scream, where you can just insert any person here and then it's acceptable. But yeah, if you wanted to talk about your thoughts on it,
I will, but I just want to say good evening to Cinephile Sanity. How's it going? Thanks for tuning in. And yeah, we're having a great time.
yeah,
Good
it's
to
fun.
be back on a live stream. It's always fun being on a live stream.
Good to see ya.
But yeah, so for Thanksgiving for me, I think you nailed a lot of the points on the head. It's a fun whodunit, full of creative and gory kills, which that's what you want from a whodunit. You want creative kills. You want some creativity with it. And they did a good job with it, and it makes for a good drinking game with friends. That's how I experienced it, and it was a great time because of it. It's a pretty straightforward movie. Like, it's easy to understand, and I think it might be pretty predictable. Excuse me. It might be pretty predictable for some people, but it was still executed well. Excuse me. I'm getting the burps. Fuck. That's what happens when you drink, I guess. So, the one thing, you mentioned the twist being a little bit lackluster or whatever, but I didn't really like the reveal of who the killer was in this movie. And I'm not going to go into any spoilers. I'm not going to say who it was or what it was or whatever. But I think the reason I didn't like it is because this has been done to death. Just like the person that did it, it's too obvious. You know what I mean? It's not obvious through the movie watching experience. Like, you don't necessarily, like, you suspect it. You suspect him.
Mm-hmm. You suspect everyone in this movie a little
You do.
bit.
They do. That's one thing you said they do a good job of is red herrings, and I do agree with that. There's a lot of them. Everything's a red herring in this movie, and I think that was even one of our rules that we used for the drinking game. So they do a good job kind of pushing you away from who it is because of the red herrings, but it's just kind of disappointing on who it is because it's been done so much, I think. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I think comparing it to Scream, it's comparable in that sense.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Not going into spoilers again, but that's the main negative thing I have on it. I do like the Thanksgiving theme, and I thought their use of Thanksgiving tools was creative and clever, and like they were able to come up with some creative uses on like different tools or whatever that you would use through Thanksgiving. And so I like that because I don't think I've seen a Thanksgiving movie that I thought was great.
And
They've mostly been bad, right? And this was a fun movie. It was a fun whodunit. It was fun to... I think it's more about the journey rather than the destination with this movie. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's how I feel about this movie. So, where would you rank it after I've said all my points now?
I'd actually put it in the very cusp of S tier.
S tier.
I put it in S tier.
I have it as B tier, 7.5 out of 10.
Okay, so middle ground A tier.
Put it in A? I'm okay with that. I have it in as 7.5 out of 10. So, if you were to say high B, that's what mine would be, basically.
Yeah. So
I really wouldn't put it in A tier, personally. Just because I think because of the reveal, that's what brought it down so much for me. But I'm not mad with it being in
I
A.
mean, it's exactly as you said. It's not about the destination, it's about the journey.
Yeah.
And a lot of that, like, I mean, ending was sure weak, but I mean, if I had fun for an hour and 10 minutes of the movie, and the movie's an hour and 20 minutes long, like, I'm relatively happy.
Yeah, for sure. And it
generally,
was a good time.
Generally, most times, the ending doesn't completely kill it for me. I mean, the ending was obviously disappointing because, I mean, how else do you end a whodunit movie where it's just very, like, you could just throw a dart at a dartboard and just hit anywhere and, like, yep, I guess he's the killer.
True. True. Yeah, you're right about that. It could have been anybody in this movie.
Mm-hmm.
They did a good job setting that up. So yeah, I'm not mad with it being an A. That being said, should we move on?
Of course.
After 4 sips?
Yes, after 4 sips.
So, we do have a good stretch here of movies that only you have seen. So, you ready to talk?
Talk to me.
Nope, we already done that movie. First is The Nun 2.
Have you not?
Which, surprisingly, I haven't seen.
You haven't seen The Nun 2?
I've been putting this movie off because, I just... I'm tired of the Conjuring universe, I think. I don't know. Something about it.
I do have notes on it. I was like, wait, do I have notes on The Nun 2?
I've been putting it off, let me just say. And so here's what I say about this movie.
Mm-hmm.
Based on what I've heard from other people's perspectives or reviews or whatever. I haven't
It's
gone
going to
in
literally be my first point, is what you're going to say. Continue.
I bet you it is.
Yep.
Better than The Nun 1.
Yes. It's literally that. It's
So
better
it
than
should
the
be
first
something
Nun
that
movie.
draws me in. I hated The Nun, first of all.
The
But-
one disadvantage I'm going to say about this one is it wasn't as atmospheric as the last one. Which,
Like setting-wise?
yeah,
or-
setting-wise.
Okay.
Like, it was kind of garbage. Where, like, the other one takes place in, like, a great big, like, abbey, and it looked fucking phenomenal. Sip until you forget the drink.
So
Shit.
far, we're doing good.
I mean, it didn't revolve around the literal blood of fucking Christ.
This movie?
Yeah. It only revolved around the figurative blood of Christ, which is how they killed him in this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, they try to search for, like, another hidden treasure, which you somehow find, which is very it's very like the other one, where they have to find the blood of Christ. They want to find something in this one too.
Right.
I won't spoil it as much as that, but Frenchie's in the movie, if you didn't know. Yeah.
I didn't.
So yeah, he's possessed, unpossessed. I think he gets unpossessed at the end of the movie. I don't remember all that much. But either way, in my notes it says 6.3. I'm just gonna put it at a 5.9. So we get a D tier.
You're going to put it...
I'm gonna
at
put it
D.
at a D tier. Yeah. I'm
You're
gonna
gonna
move
put
it
this as
down a little
D?
bit. Honestly, I feel like the way you rank movies, you just have like a bunch in C and B, and it's gonna get filled up.
No, I don't have a bunch
And this
in
is
C.
at the bottom of D.
You mean the top
Or,
of
sorry,
D.
the top of or the bottom of C.
Oh.
So
Honestly, we haven't got to my D tier movies yet, but I do have some for sure.
Oh, I do not have a lot of D tier movies. I'm going to tell you that right now.
It's not my most, but I definitely have some.
Yep. Either
Anyways.
way, I'm going to move it to D tier.
That's...
Just the way that it's
I
working.
mean, I can't argue.
That means we take one drink.
Yeah. And also, this is a movie that I'm going to have to watch because we have to do it on the channel, just for completion's sake, because we've done every other Conjuring Universe movie.
Yeah, that's true.
So we have to eventually look at this movie, and yeah, I will end up watching it. That's a promise to you and to you.
We're going to be 46, and I'm going to bring up this YouTube clip to you. Tucker, you still haven't seen the fucking Nun 2. And it's like, Tucker, when are you going to see the Nun 2? You have to see the Nun 7 now as well.
Hey, we haven't done any sort of taste of horrors for the Conjuring universe.
It's true, yeah.
So this is a perfect opportunity for that.
The blood of Christ. I mean, it's just going to be a
that's for the
wine-based
Nun
drink
2.
for sure. Yeah.
Anyways, The Nun 2, one sip. Got that out of the way. How many more? You got 3 more before we get to some that we've both seen. Not bad. I'll wait to watch it until that video comes out. Should make it more tolerable.
Yeah. I mean, it's not as bad
Let's
as the
just say
Nun.
don't hold your breath for that movie to come out, or that video to come out. I don't
Yeah.
know when we're getting it to it.
Yeah.
I think it might be on our list, but we don't necessarily have a timeline.
I think it was on our list at one point. I don't know. There's
We had a full-on schedule made, and then that just kind of fell to the wayside.
there was a Netflix escape room movie that's been on our list since 2021. So don't trust our list.
That's
all
gonna
that
stay
much.
on. That's just become a meme between
Yeah,
us
it's
at this
just
point,
it's just a meme between Tucker and I.
which eventually we'll release, which is gonna be so weird.
It's gonna be in
random,
2047 when we're old men.
But yeah, fair enough. Make it more tolerable. Have you seen the first Nun? No, I know you have, but for Brianna,
I was going to answer that. Of course, she
obviously we have seen it. We've done a video on it. done a video for every Conjuring movie, actually, if you want to check Conjuring Universe movies. So, like, Conjurings, the fucking Annabelle movies, La Llorona. There's a few La Llorona movies, but we've only
No, there's
done
one La Llorona.
in the Conjuring
in
universe.
the Conjuring universe. Yeah.
Anyways, let's move on.
Yeah.
I think this is the next one.
Yeah, it's going to be me talking for a bit.
That's fine. You got a few. This is one, and then there's 2 more after this, just for you.
Castlevania Nocturne, another TV series that I've watched this year. I always just feel like TV series are better than non-TV series. I think I requested some movies a couple of years ago.
I know we have done some,
but I can't
of
remember
those
which
movies,
ones.
and I can't
We've
remember
done
which
Dark
ones.
and the Wicked. Dark and the Wicked,
Yes,
she suggested, and I love
and actually,
Dark and the Wicked.
that was a fantastic movie that we did.
Yeah.
That we weren't even going to do, but because of your recommendation, we did it, and we both loved it.
Yeah, it would have been an easy yes tier if it was on a tier list.
Yeah, that's right.
But
because it was
2020
when
yeah.
we did, and we did it in 2021. So, yeah. Did we drink for the Nun? We didn't.
I did.
We did. I did.
I did.
We just talked about it for a
I
while.
said now we take one sip.
Yeah, I did at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
If you do have other requests, feel free to let us know. We always like
somebody
hearing
requested
requests.
Smile like a year back when it was released, and we didn't do it.
That was we put it on our list. It's just again, we took a fucking 6-month break or something.
Yeah, it's there. It's probably on the list before Escape Room.
Yes, it is.
So anyways,
No problem. Anyways, Castlevania Nocturne.
Castlevania Nocturne. I watched every season thus far. Just as good as the other ones.
How many seasons are there?
This is the 4th one.
So the 4th one got released this past year, I guess.
Yeah, this is the 4th
2023.
one.
Gotcha.
First season, second season, third season were all kind of like the same character. So this is a descendant of who I think it was it Richter? Or is this Richter? I don't remember at this point.
Couldn't tell you.
He was like a great grandpa of this character that we see now. I don't know why I'm just immediately forgetting character names. I think this is Richter Belmont. And the reason that I say that is I immediately forget all the character names. But anyways, ending was great. The ending was probably the most hype part of that entire thing. It got you so pumped to see the next season. You wanted it immediately. I can't really spoil it, but I mean, if you know, you know.
I mean, yeah.
But either way, it got you pumped just because you wanted to see this so badly happen, and it finally did happen at the very end. You're like,
It's
yep,
just satisfying.
damn. Oh yeah. I thought there would be growing pains without the original trio, and there certainly was. But they made it work. It wasn't as like a tightly knit group as the first 3 people that we did see. But they eventually got there. I mean, it's the start where, as in the other one, you're 3 seasons deep.
Mm-hmm.
With this one, you're kind of starting from scratch. So you kind of got there. They weren't butting heads as much, and there wasn't like a whole lot of like dynamic between the 3 of them in comparison. Like the other girl just kind of fits in randomly.
Mm-hmm.
In comparison to like the 3 of them, there's a very like distinct relationship between the 3 of them, which I find unique.
Gotcha.
Or I guess in this one, it seems like there's more of a third wheel, where the other 2 guys have like a love-hate relationship, and that's kind of unique, and you love to see it, kind of.
OBS disconnected, reconnecting. Are we still live?
Let's check here before I keep going and waste my fucking time.
It says reconnection successful.
Yeah, we're connected still. Anyways.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're good. Oh, wow, that was a fast response.
Yeah, damn.
Okay.
Hello, an excellent chef. What's cooking?
Yeah. Hey, an excellent chef. Yeah, you're good. Perfect. I don't know what the fuck that was about. That was weird.
So, anyways,
it says 0 drop
frames.
frames.
It nails character development pretty damn well in all Castlevania series. Something very similar to this, if you like Castlevania, is Blood of Zeus. I thought Blood of Zeus is really good. It does something very similar. I mean, I've also been playing a lot of Hades, so I love that kind of thing quite a bit. Either way, I'm going to wrap this up really quick. I'm putting it in S tier.
S tier, okay. Let's just answer an excellent chef. So what's this stream about? I just saw this stream in my recommendation. So basically, we watched. I think we have over 50 movies or TV series,
About 50 movies, TV series.
horror related, and we watched them throughout. It's 2023 releases, and now we do an end of the year wrap up and rank them on a tier list, and wherever we rank them is how many sips we take, and it's just an overall look back retrospectively on the year and what we thought of it. The horror year in horror, I guess. Not it doesn't really incorporate other genres of movies. It's just horror based. We are a horror channel, but we typically make drinking games for horror movies and drinks related to horror movies. That's what this channel's generally about, and we often do live streams incorporating drinking games in some way.
Drinking games and horror.
Yeah, drinking games and horror. Cool. I'm subscribing.
Awesome.
Well, I am glad to hear that, and we appreciate you coming through and watching.
Thank you very much. Hope you enjoy.
Always love hearing from new people.
So,
And people that have been here since the beginning. Brianna is one of them. She's been here since early days, and we love her for it.
Yep. We love
you
our new
said
subscribers too. We
S
love everyone.
tier. S
Yep.
tier for this.
So, example here.
I
S
can't
tier.
argue against it. I haven't seen it.
Anyways, as an example, S tier, 5 drinks.
Yep. 5 drinks. Out of curiosity, excellent chef, what were you watching before that made it recommend this stream to you? Just curious, like what leads to us, this tiny little channel with barely any subscribers or viewers? I'm just curious, that's all. And if it's something embarrassing, don't need to tell us. It's okay, on to another one that you've seen that I have not. This one I know where it's going. I think.
Yeah. Wow, I found this movie on Tubi.
Marry, Fuck, Kill. You can tell by the image quality it's kind of blurry. That's just because there wasn't much
Do I have
online.
notes on this?
I don't know. I know we reviewed it in one of our previous podcasts.
Oh my god, I
episodes.
actually don't have notes on this.
Really? I
Oh,
know
it's Marry, Fuck, Kill. I was looking for Fuck first. I don't know
Oh
why.
yeah.
Okay.
Marry, Fuck, Kill.
Yeah. So as the stream goes on, it gets a little bit more unhinged because more alcohol.
Alcohol.
Yep. Marry, Fuck, Kill. Fuck my life. I watched this movie. Up there for one of the worst movies of the year for sure.
Hey,
in my
wait.
notes, I
well,
also
we've
say,
seen it. I've seen It's a Wonderful Knife.
Yeah. I mean,
No, I have one that's worse.
Oh yeah, I know. I think you've mentioned it earlier.
I
in the
have,
year.
yeah.
Another note I have: why do I keep watching Tubi movies?
Yeah, you're taking one
I
for
do
the
it
team.
to myself.
You're
Yeah.
taking one for the team because I don't even fucking I don't go on Tubi. They do have a lot of classics though.
Yeah. Usually we try to keep away from spoilers all that much. But I don't care because I don't want you to watch this movie. The twist was that a super smart demon fucks up and gives kids weed brownies, so they all fuck each other. Then the girlfriend dies as a result. Then the ritual is complete, and then she kills her ex-boyfriend. Mission fails successfully. There was that first part that happened, and then the last part that I mentioned was at the end of the movie. She somehow gets resurrected and then kills the guy that you see in the foreground there, and the girl in the background gets resurrected and kills her. And they summon the Antichrist. I don't know. It's yeah. So fuck it. Awful. put it in F tier. Right down in F tier.
All right, I'll put it in F tier. I mean, just the fact that it's a Tubi movie with that title, I think I agree.
Yeah. I just want to say, like, it's one of those.
Is it fun to make fun of?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
No. Wait, no. Just let me think here. Probably with the right crowd. Like if we were doing a drinking game on it, we could probably have fun with it. But that's just you and me. I'm
That's
cynical as fuck when it comes to some movies.
That's
I think
fair.
they're great to watch because they're bad.
Yes, absolutely.
But, yeah.
Watched a video about why AAA games are bad. Okay. I wouldn't have guessed that.
Not at all.
Your channel came at the perfect time for me. I've used a lot of your videos for movie night with my friends. Glad to be part of that.
That is awesome.
That's what we make them for.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, F tier. Let's roll that dice.
I don't know why, but I read about why AA games are bad, and I
AAA.
like No, I just thought AA games are bad.
Oh,
Like,
Alcoholics
I thought
Anonymous?
Alcoholic Anonymous games are bad. I'm like, that makes sense.
We rolled a 3.
So 3 sips.
So F tier, we've had 4, 4, and 3. It's been average or above. I guess averaging out the F rolls has been above average.
I am on a roll here.
You got one more before we get to one we both seen.
Haunted Mansion.
This is the remake.
The remake of the Haunted Mansion.
I've seen the original.
Out of curiosity, what do you think this movie would be?
If I were to, like, I don't fucking have a clue. Let me just say, based on the original one that I saw when I was a kid, because I feel like I was the target audience at that time with Eddie Murphy, it probably would have been a solid B or A tier.
Okay.
But that's just going off memory from, like, however many years ago, 10 years or more, I'm sure. Well, definitely more than 10 years. Fuck, how old are we?
It was about 20 years ago. I think it was released in like
Jesus
2003, give or take. So like 20 years ago from like this year.
Yeah, that's fucked up. Don't tell me. Let's not dwell on that.
Yeah.
But this movie, if I were to guess, I'm thinking you probably put it in C.
Okay.
That's just a guess. I don't know anything about it.
So anyways, Haunted Mansion. I mean, I mean, you could call it horror, sure.
I mean, it certainly has friendly, right?
It has the exact horror elements.
Yeah.
So I thought it'd be considered as a horror movie.
I would agree.
I mean, it's a haunted house.
Yeah.
So how could you not?
It's entry level horror, which is fine. It's still horror.
Yeah. Kid movie, I thought it was done really well. To be fair, I'm not necessarily the demographic. It's those like 9-year-old, 10-year-old kids that want to get into horror, but they can't watch fucking Insidious 5 in theaters, so they cry to their moms until they walk out, until their mom takes them home.
That did happen.
Until McDonald's
for us.
I had a lot of fun. I love how everybody immediately tried to leave, but they couldn't. It had pretty good comedy for a kids movie, obviously.
Yeah.
I did like the way that they played in the trope where they could just like literally leave any house at any time, and then the fucking problem would be solved. So that was well done. They had a good cast. I mean, except for I mean I love Jared Leto as a 30 Seconds to Mars fan, and that's basically it. In every movie he gets the fuck beaten out of him pretty much. And it seems like people in like the early 2000s just fucking hated Jared Leto.
Even now.
Even now people hate Jared Leto. I just like 30 Seconds to Mars, but
that's fair.
Jared Leto is a ghost. Some people wish he'd stay that way, but I'd think of something funny, but I can't really think of too much else. Either way, 7.3. I'd rate it. I'd put it in a B tier. All
right. I can't disagree because I haven't seen it. This is one I thought about watching, and I'm like, When you told me you watched, I'm like, he's got it covered.
Okay, fair.
But B tier's pretty solid. It's a good, decent enough movie.
The background for Haunted Mansion makes it blend seamlessly into the background of alcoholic drinks.
It actually does, right? Yeah. That's weird. It almost, yeah. It looks like it's a PNG of just the orb, or like whatever. What do you call those? The crystal ball.
Yeah.
It looks like
3 drinks.
Yeah, I'll take 3.
I'm here for you. We have a fun game going with chat. If we forget to take our drinks, call us out and we'll take double.
Hasn't happened yet, but definitely call us out if we forget.
If you want to play along with us. We're having fun.
Yeah, we got, how many movies have we gone through? 4, 8, 12,
16, 20.
18, 19,
20,
21. Wow, we're not even halfway through yet. I watched Haunted Mansion with my non-horror friends while carving pumpkins. It was fine, but nothing special for me.
That'd be a fun Halloween activity with people that
seems like it makes sense.
Yeah, certainly.
All right, we're still keeping it balanced other than that D tier. Even F is pretty well balanced with everything else.
It's just my movie. No, it's one of yours.
Which ones? C?
No, F.
Oh, F, yeah. We haven't got... I have F tier. Don't you worry. I have F tiers.
I have some more too. I think I'm done for Tubi movies for the night, so there's not too many more for me.
Fair enough. We got A Wonderful Knife, but I definitely have a few more that we haven't gone to yet. But
yeah,
this is one finally that we have both seen, and right off the bat, I know you like it more than me. I'm sure.
Five
but
Nights
it
at
makes
Freddy's.
sense. So let me talk first now that you've had fucking 20 minutes talking
Yeah.
about a few movies.
I'll take a break.
So, Five Nights at Freddy's. Freddy's. Let me start off by saying I am not the target demographic. I don't know anything about the lore of Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't know the video games. I've never played the video games. Don't know anything.
You're not a 10-year-old, or
I'm not-
you haven't played any video games.
I haven't played any of those video games. I'm not a fucking... Yeah, I'm
It's not
the
even a
target.
still image from the movie. It's a still image from
I
the
know.
video game.
I know it is. It was because it was quick and easy to find. And actually, if you Google Five Nights at Freddy's, you're going to get stuff from the video games rather than the
You can
movie.
literally just type movie in front of that.
Doesn't matter. You know how many fucking movies I had to gather quickly? Doesn't matter. It still represents what it is.
Okay, continue.
I haven't played any of the games, so I don't think it's my place to necessarily give you my opinion on this movie, but I'm going to do it anyways. Just take it with a grain of salt. I found it super hard to get into this movie, even though we did a drinking game for it. The last horror movie I've probably seen would be Child's Play reboot from 2019. What did you think of that reboot, actually? And have you seen the original?
I thought Mark Hamill was pretty good in it.
I actually liked the reboot. I thought it was a creative way to
Yeah.
reboot it, I guess. It was clever and modern, especially then, before AI has become... it's modern now, I guess. Anyways, back to this movie. Five Nights at Freddy's. I found it hard to get into it because of all of the things I just mentioned. I never played the game. I'm not the target demographic. I don't understand the Easter eggs that are presented in the movie. What else? I think if I played the games and understood the lore a little bit more, I would have enjoyed it. That being said, I can't give it an F because it didn't fail as a movie. Production-wise, it looked good. I heard that they use actual animatronics in the movie. Not for all of it, obviously. There's definitely CGI involved. But I heard they did use some animatronics, which I can respect. I always love hearing about practical effects. If that's true, that's part of the reason why it's not an F. That's just what I heard. I don't know if it's true or not. I do think that it's pretty one note all the way through. The characters don't have a lot of development. I think the characters in general only had like one piece. They were one-dimensional. We only knew one little piece of information about them, especially the main character, and it was his fucking brother that was kidnapped or dead, or I forget the fucking point. Anyways, I didn't like it, and I feel like if you're a fan of Five Nights at Freddy's, whether it's the game or you understand the lore, I think you might like this movie for the Easter eggs, and that would probably be the main reason to watch it, in my opinion. That being said, I'll get it out of the way right now and say that I think it's D tier. Like I said, I don't think it can be an F for production reasons. Otherwise, I would have put it in F, but I said D.
Okay.
Before you go, worst movie I've ever seen. We watched it with Zach here, and yeah, he clearly did not like it. I wouldn't say it's the worst movie I've ever seen, but it's not even the worst movie I've seen this year. But yeah, it was kind of boring from my point of view. Like I said, with all those caveats about not knowing the lore. And to answer our question about the Child's Play, I've not seen the original. I rarely watch horror movies. I don't typically watch horror movies. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Maybe if you watch our videos, you might see some recommendations that you might want to start getting into horror. If not, it's whatever. Anyways, just watch Willy's Wonderland instead.
That's what a lot of people say.
That's what I've heard too. And actually, I haven't seen that movie.
Put Willy's Wonderland a little bit higher when we did it.
Yeah, I guess you haven't gone through how you feel about it, but
yeah. Oh yeah, I guess so. Spoilers. So, anyways, some great coincidences, some of which are recognized, some aren't. One of which is how Matthew Lillard happens to be the career counselor. Wow, spoilers. Yeah. Maybe, who knows?
Whatever. We knew he was in the movie.
This motherfucker's just sleeping all the time on the job, and it's his one job to not fall asleep and actually do shit. I agree that the plot really didn't go anywhere. He gets a job the cop visits his job a couple of times. He might lose his sister, and then the climax, and then the movie's pretty much over. That's like the movie. It's pretty simple. The animatronics try to kill the sister somewhere in there, like at the very end. I didn't hate it as much as some of the critics. When I was in the theaters, actually, fun story, the movie stopped playing 3/4 of the way through the movie, like during the fucking climax. Oh. So like a bunch of I haven't seen a movie theater this full in years, by the way.
I'm not
There's
surprised.
a bunch of like 12-year-olds like hopping up and down watching Five Nights at Freddy's. I mean, whatever. I like to see a full movie theater. I like to see people watch some horror movies with me. So the movie, the screen just went dark and everyone like shouted, and we were just like yelling at the projectionist. One to like, oh, keep going, we're further, not that far, and like spoiling the climax for all of us. Good job there. But yeah, things like that. I'm just like, it's a memorable movie.
It makes
experience.
for yeah. It adds some.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I have some occasional memorable movie theater experiences. Some that I'll talk about a little bit later. Either way, I'm putting this on the cusp of C tier, like barely in C tier.
So I put it in D.
I'm fine going to D.
Okay,
Absolutely.
And
fine.
to be fair,
it was either
it almost made it to F for
5.0.
It almost made it to F tier for me.
Okay.
So I think it's fair putting it in D.
Let's take a sip.
I think because of your theater experience, you had a better experience with it. Not just because of what happened, but because of who you were with. Let me just say that.
So I was with a friend who really liked the Five Nights at Freddy's franchise.
And he understands all the lore. He knows all the Easter eggs and everything.
Yeah.
And
so that was a lot funner than as opposed to just going with like Tucker, honestly, who doesn't know a thing about
exactly. And there wasn't a way that I was going to go and watch this in theaters. Like I said, I don't know shit about Five Nights at Freddy's, so like I'm not I can't speak on this movie fairly.
Exactly,
so. Yeah. I can speak on it.
I mean,
as far as how it is as a movie for a non-FNAF fan.
Yeah.
And I think it falls fairly where it is, in my point of view. All right. Another movie we both have watched. Exorcist Believer. We touched on the movie that David Gordon Green directed this year, and it was this movie. He was originally on for 3. It was a trilogy, right?
Yeah, it was supposed to be a trilogy.
And I guess he got taken off of the second one.
Wonder why.
Yeah. So...
Probably because he made the first Exorcist movie.
the first requel. Do you want to call
the first requel?
I guess.
Exorcist.
Exorcist
Believer.
Exorcist Believer. I don't know where you put it, but it's not great. So I'll start, I guess. Super slow start to this movie. It also didn't connect to the original, other than forcefully bringing in legacy characters, and so that's the only way they were able to call it a requel.
Yeah.
And so I found that to be a stretch. I hated it.
I don't have it in my notes, so I'm just going to mention it now. They're basically trying to make different movies, but just attach a name to it and add legacy characters to it.
Yes.
And it's definitely an Exorcist movie. Even though you can write a script for a different movie, like a different exorcism movie, and it's just going to get worse results because it doesn't have a name attached to it.
Exactly. And so... even though, they had some, I don't know, based on this image, maybe it kind of looks creepy and spooky and the effects look pretty good and stuff. Obviously, it's a fucking mainstream movie that has a theatrical release and a huge budget behind it and everything. And, I would expect it to look good. But, I found it boring. The whole fucking movie was boring. It didn't make me feel any sort of tension. It's worth noting I watched this on the same night with you and Zach, who commented earlier we watched this and Five Nights at Freddy's.
So, it's weird that it was back to back.
Yeah, actually, it's happy coincidence, but it's it was kind of a disappointing 2023 movie night that night, I guess. We still did drinking games for it, so it made for a decent time at least.
Yeah,
but.
Mr. Zach said after Five Nights at Freddy's, that was the worst movie I've ever met. Get the fuck out of my house. Just saying.
I almost fell asleep watching it. One of the worst for me this year. Yeah, I don't blame you. The last movie I've seen in theaters would be Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba. Can't say I've seen it.
I've seen the first 5 episodes of Demon Slayer, and I thought it was all right for the most part.
He said movie though.
Yeah, it's a movie too. They do that with a lot of anime.
Here's a hot take.
Yeah.
I also dislike the original Exorcist.
Oh, okay. That's a very hot take.
I won't agree with you there, but I'll agree with this one. My final point for this movie, like I said, some of the effects were good and it looked good production-wise, but I mean, nowadays that's kind of expected. Like, you know, even with a $250,000 budget, like, what's his name for Terrifier? Why is it slipping my mind?
Damien Leone.
Thank you. He had a $250,000 budget for Terrifier 2, and he made it look great. So, like,
you don't need a big
you
budget
expect
for
it to look
movie.
good with a big budget. So that doesn't save it. And I think probably this movie is the most unnecessary movie of the year, in my opinion. And I'm not excited for the next ones that are coming out.
But I'm just going to add on an excellent chef's point here really quick.
Okay.
I know it's completely unrelated.
That's fine.
What they do with a lot of animes is they just randomly make movies for it. So one prime example is Full Metal Alchemist, and they even make now live action ones. They did that for a lot of movies such as Inuyasha and shit like that. Mm-hmm. I mean, weird point. I've also done Junji Ito Maniac, the series review, and then same with
looked at,
and same with Remember,
right.
which are both Japanese related. But anyways, back to the point here. Exorcist Believer.
Yep.
In my notes, my first 2 lines say "boo," and then "stop giving David Gordon Green money to ruin our most beloved franchises."
I can't argue with that. I think I know where this is going.
So, anyways, do we really expect that the next 2 movies are going to be good? I think I might have written this before that happened. I think it happened actually relatively recently.
When they switched directors?
Yeah, I think this was either earlier today or later.
Yeah, I haven't heard
night.
about it until you just told me, so.
So anyways, continuing on with that. As you mentioned, there's a lot of fan service, so you have to like it.
Yeah.
We got 90-year-old Ellen Bunsen to play fucking Chris McNeil. She spends most of the time in a hospital in a hospital bed, as most seniors do. Mm-hmm. Somewhat boring. It's like getting all the Avengers together to take down a demon, as you get multiple priests from different religions, pretty much.
Yeah.
And just when the priests, the actual American priests, or whatever you want to call it, Roman Catholic priests, arrives, you get all this dramatic music playing over him, you're supposed to be crying when he enters the room, and then Pazuzu fucking breaks his neck. Oh, spoilers, sorry. Doesn't matter. If this movie is supposed to be taken seriously, it shouldn't make me lose my shit laughing in the final act.
Yeah, it was bad.
Either way, I'm not sure where you're gonna put it.
I know where I'm putting it.
You're putting it in F?
Yeah.
I put it in D, actually.
Ah, fuck.
Where did you put it in F?
F.
No,
3.5.
Oh, okay. So, that's really down there. Okay, yeah, it's just kind of straight up F.
What was yours in D?
5.7. I mean, I
it's
think
a
you
high
just kind of
D.
win. I mean, it's still F, because you can put it 4.5.
I guess.
But you just wanted to disintegrate that
I
shit.
hated this movie so much. I don't know. I hope you're not mad at it being an F.
No, I'm not. I mean, considering the fact that I put it in D.
Yeah.
There might be some more argument if I put it in B or something like that.
Oh, fuck. Yeah. Okay. Do you want to... I guess I'll roll the dice. It was my F, I guess.
Roll that dice.
3. Keeping it average.
4, 4, 3, 3.
I told you I had an F coming. Another F. Barely made it into F, but...
Stuff like Serial Experiments Lane, I actually haven't seen it yet. I do like animes that are more horror adjacent. I mean, suitable to the channel, as you can kind of see. Things that I've really liked are another. I mean, I've obviously watched some like mainstream things like Code Geass and Brotherhood, which are probably my two favorites. But I do kind of like the horror adjacent animes. Like Another and Shiki are probably my two favorite animes. And then Steins Gate, if you want to call that horror adjacent, sure, maybe. More science fiction. Anyways,
moving right along.
We can move along.
Another movie we both watched in theaters together.
Yes.
Insidious, The Red Door, the fifth Insidious movie. I guess it's worth saying we made some videos for this movie, along with the entire Insidious franchise, if you want to go check that out. Mm-hmm. It was the last series of videos we released before going on a few-month hiatus. Mm-hmm. And yeah, we made a couple drinks for the franchise, a couple drinks for this movie, made a drinking game for every single Insidious movie, including this one. So, yeah, go and watch those videos, but don't leave this stream. Go and check it out later. Yeah, Insidious 5. I'll let you start.
Insidious 5. I didn't think it was as bad as most people thought. I liked how the trauma came back full circle.
What was the general audience feedback for this movie? I never really found
I think
out.
that it was not great.
Not great?
I don't think it was necessarily as... I think it was one of the worst ones. I mean, obviously, like, one kind of takes a cake for being the best. And then it kind of varies from there.
Yeah. Well, we did a ranking video too. That's worth checking out as well.
I mean, I'm going to say this now. My opinion on it has decreased as you probably assumed it would have. Production was interesting. It was kind of the same premise. Mm-hmm. It wasn't super connected to the character. Oh, whoa. I'm reading the wrong fucking thing, actually. Whoa. Sorry. Ignore that. Some scary...
Wait. Yeah, never mind. We took a drink. Sorry, I was just hoping nobody was going to call us out. We did take our drinks for the last one. Don't worry. Continue on.
Some scary moments. As the children from the theater thought so as well. As Tucker and I went to the theater, and then some little 5-year-old went up to his mom and said that the other 5-year-old didn't want to come back into the theater because he was too scared.
There was like a mom and her like 3 or 4 kids, and all under the age of 10 for sure.
Oh yeah, like they were young, but like under the age of at least like 12 for sure.
Every one of them. There was some that was like 5 or 6.
So like there was like one like 10-year-old that went up to the mom is like, yeah, Aiden doesn't want to come back to the theater.
Is his name actually Aiden?
No, I don't remember what it was, but he said like his name, and like I just thought it was absolutely hilarious that the mom took the chance, risked the biscuit to watch Insidious 5.
Yeah.
And she didn't even get to see the end of it, but probably spent like
I don't even think she made it past 20 minutes.
It was probably like 30-ish minutes.
Maybe.
But anyways, like she probably paid like how much money for the fucking tickets, popcorn, just for her stupid sons to say that they don't want to watch the movie.
I mean, I don't fault the kids.
Oh, not at all. Don't take children to horror movies.
Yeah, exactly.
They have to be either like kid horror movies such as Haunted Mansions or shitty horror movies, which we might get into later. I mean, Five Nights at Freddy's. Sure, kids went to that one.
Yeah.
But anyways, continuing on. Yeah, some scary moments. I thought it was refreshing to see Dalton grown up, and not necessarily fan service, except for kind of at the end. If you know, you know. Mm-hmm. Also neat to see Josh and Dalton deal with their traumas, especially since Josh was so bad at dealing with his trauma in the first one.
Yeah, for sure.
So I think that was kind of interesting. Tucker, what do you think?
First, Brianna says, haven't seen the movie, but that picture just makes me think of Darth Maul. If you watch our ranking video, that's the one criticism I have about the red demon. Lipstick demon, sorry. He doesn't look scary.
I think Darth Maul makes him look like Lipstick Face.
Yeah.
So I didn't like the first Star Wars movie.
But yeah, you're not wrong. He definitely looked like Darth Maul.
Mm-hmm.
Just wanted to get that there. But yeah, so I thought this was a pretty good continuation. It follows the Insidious 1 and 2. It kind of just doesn't take those into account. It kind of just continues on from the second one, obviously following the like Dalton and his story as he goes to college. I think Patrick Wilson did a pretty good job at keeping the Insidious tone. It felt like it belonged. It felt like it fit into the franchise, I think. Like, it had that tone. It had a lot of that family drama, which I think is partially what you need in an Insidious movie. Every single one of them has some sort of like family drama or like something other than horror that kind of pulls at your emotions or whatever, makes you feel something other than scared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which I think that's one thing Insidious does well across the board for the most part. Another thing Insidious does is jump scares. I think this one was pretty effective for jump scares. There were a lot of them that were predictable, but there were some effective ones as well. So that was kind of right down the middle in terms of effectiveness for that, I guess. There were a few things that left me scratching my head as to like how they worked or how they made sense. They almost retconned past events, and that's kind of what took a little bit out of the movie for me. But it was still an enjoyable movie, but it's not nearly at the top of the franchise for me or anything. I don't remember exactly where I ranked it. I would have to go back and review all the other movies, but it was somewhere in the middle. You could watch our video on it if you want, but that's another conversation. Overall, I give this movie a 7 out of 10, B tier. I don't know, what do you think about it?
Yeah, I guess some other things that I'm going to touch on really quick that I forgot to mention.
Yeah.
I like the element of unlocking the trauma in different ways, such as drawing and like still having like the general connection to it, even though you don't actually remember it, and then just slowly trying to uncover it and just the way that affects you. I think it's really well done. Either way, in saying that, it's a 7 point something for me, 7.2. I mean,
So B tier then.
it could probably be a little bit higher for me, but I just kind of lowered it because some other movies impressed me. But yeah, B tier I'm fine with. It could also be A tier. I wouldn't be mad at that at all, but I mean, we're both consensus B tier.
Yeah,
So
if you're putting it at 7.2 and I have it at
Then,
7, it's
yeah.
like the same.
yeah, exactly.
If you had it at 7.3, it would kind of round up to
Yeah.
7.5.
I feel like
but
I'd have to watch it again to get a better clear-cut
That's-
ranking that I want to do.
Fair enough. I've only seen it once as well, the one theater experience we had, but yeah, from that experience, I put it B tier.
Okay, few drinks.
Yeah, I was just about to say the same. Alrighty. So, on to one. It's been a while since we went on one that I. Oh, it's only been a few. One that I watched that you didn't. It was actually a TV series you called me out for not watching, but Twisted Metal, season 1.
Oh, there you go.
It's.
I'm
One
going to
of
go
the-
to the washroom.
Yeah, that's fair. I'll talk about
You
it.
can talk about it, and I'm going to ask you what you thought of it when you get back. Give me the TLDR.
Well, you'll find out where I put it, I guess.
I have to go upstairs.
Yeah, unfortunately, our bathroom down here is not functioning. But yeah, this is a TV series. First season came out this year. Extremely fun series, I might add. I thought it kind of rides the line as to whether it's horror or not, but I figured it was close enough to count it. It was kind of one of those horror adjacent things, maybe leaning a little bit more action based, but still, it had a lot of death, so I'm including it in horror. It's kind of action horror, if you want to call it that. It's a super quick and easy show to just binge watch. I think it's 30-minute episodes. Some are like 20, whatever. Like the average TV show series, 22 minutes to 30 minutes, whatever. And I did watch the entire season in one evening. And so, I mean, I was just hooked right off the bat. It's action-packed, has a nostalgia factor as well. If you played the games, I played PlayStation 1, Twisted Metal, and loved that game as a kid. And it has a lot of nostalgia for that reason. Twisted Metal, the game is fantastic in my opinion. The movie does a good job of drawing from the games, you know? And it had a fresh approach and has a solid storyline. And there's some pretty emotional moments sprinkled in as well, which I think helps it keeps you engaged. It makes you feel sad in some moments, or like, you know, you sympathize with some of these characters and what they're going through, as well as keeping it fun and lighthearted. So it kind of draws you in a roller coaster through different emotions, which I appreciate in a series. the one criticism I have, and it's not something that they did wrong, it's just my own personal opinion, is it kind of falls into that mindless action battle scene where it's just a bunch of people firing guns at each other, driving fast cars. That the stereotypical action scene that you get from like action movies. And that's one thing that I don't care for in action movies, is those mindless action fight scenes where just shooting guns, and yeah, it's just kind of mindless. So I mean, they have that sometimes through this series. I don't think it's too often though, so it didn't drop it down too far for me. Overall, it was just a very fun show, and ultimately I'm putting it into a solid A tier. I put it 8.5 out of 10, which it's not quite breaching S tier specifically for that mindless action that I was talking about, but it does make it into A tier, just about reaching S tier. What the hell? I just heard crashing. Oh, hi dogs. My dogs are down here. Hey, go upstairs. You're gonna pull on some of these cords.
Let's go.
Go upstairs.
Not that way.
No, Bowie.
You just flying down.
No, he'll get the cords. But yeah,
come.
solid.
Let's go.
Solid A tier.
He's just down there.
Bowie, come on, go upstairs. Let's go upstairs.
Thank you.
Yeah, my dogs would rip some of these cords out, and who knows what would happen to the stream if that happened. They were probably just waiting at the door for Alex to open it and just bolted down. I'm sure he wouldn't.
I was very careful, and then whatchamacallit?
Diesel jumped.
No, Bowie did.
Oh,
actually.
Bowie did.
Yeah.
Well, he really wanted to see me, I guess.
Yeah.
He would have been fine, I think, but still can't trust it. Anyways, it ended up being A tier.
Okay.
I gave all my points. It was it's a fun series. It's kind of action horror. And it's easy to watch. If you played, did you play Twisted Metal?
I didn't actually.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that's part of it. Draws on that nostalgia, which I played the games as a kid and I love the games, and they do a good job of drawing on that nostalgia. And it had a fresh approach, solid storyline. But the reason why it's not an S tier is it falls into that mindless action. You know what I mean when I say that? Where it's just fight scenes.
Like kind of like 300.
Kind of, but it's more like the typical action movie where they're shooting big guns and driving fast cars and stuff.
So like more or less like
like John Wick, maybe.
I was gonna say like Zack Snyder zombie movies.
Maybe, yeah. So that's, and it doesn't do it too often in the series. It's a TV series, season 1. But it does it often enough that it's not an S tier, but it drops it down to A tier for that reason. But it's still a solid 8.5 out of 10 is what I ranked it. So 4 sips.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's one of the, I think, 2 series that I watched.
Mm-hmm.
And we're coming up on one pretty quick. But first, Knock at the Cabin. We both watched it.
Yep, we watched it together.
We did watch it together.
Made a little drinking game. Had a good night of it.
Yeah. Do you want to talk about it?
Yeah, you were just talking for a little while.
I was just talking now.
I don't have a lot of points.
That's fine.
No real problems with the movies. Actors were good, but for the most part, I thought the movie was middle of the road, but still pretty good. Liked seeing Ron Weasley in some more movies. I was actually going to ask Tucker the same question, Brianna. We'll get to that in a second once I'm done my points. But yeah, I think it was done pretty well. It was easy to see what I was kind of playing off of, like the 4 horsemen aspect.
Mm-hmm.
But kind of a spoiler, not really. But yeah, that's my thoughts on it for the most part.
You did hit a couple of the points that I have. Again, not too much to say. I only have a few points. Pretty good movie overall. I like the premise, and I think, like, I enjoyed seeing some of the tragedies ensue and how it correlated and stuff. Mm-hmm. But as far as M. Night Shyamalan twists go, this was fairly weak. And you mentioned the 4 horsemen, and maybe being a spoiler, but like I said in my notes here, it's almost not even a twist. you picked up on it right away, and when you said it, I was like, yeah, I mean, obviously that's going on. I just didn't expect it to be the reveal. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And I was like, oh, that is the reveal. Okay, that's a little bit disappointing. But overall, I think it's still a decently entertaining movie. Nothing super special overall. Like you said, middle of the road. I'm glad I watched it at least once. I think the actors did a good enough job. It's somewhat unique. But yeah, overall, middle of the road for me, 6.5 out of 10.
I did 7.3.
You think B tier? I think C tier.
Yeah.
Where shall we put it?
We can put it in C tier for the main fact that you are leaning more towards C tier than I am B tier. So
Okay, fair enough.
That makes it more balanced. So yeah.
Yeah, it kind of balances B and C as well.
Yeah.
So we'll lock that in at C with 2 tiers, and Brianna agrees probably C tier.
Mm-hmm.
And to answer your question, how many drinks how many drinks in are you both now? This is my...
Do you have another one there? Is it just hiding?
This is my 4th?
4th? Okay.
3rd? 4th? Where's... I don't know. How many are
Where
you?
all your cans go?
They're
I
back
see
here.
One.
No, there's another one back here.
Oh, you just like...
I think
hide
I'm just
them
about
behind
finished my
everything.
3rd.
This is about finished my 3rd.
Okay.
So, yeah, we're on the same pace. Anyways, 4 drinks. 4? 2.
4. 2.
2.
Okay.
There's my 3rd.
I'm like 1 sip left.
I'm feeling a little bit more than I should. I don't know why. It's probably been a while since I've drank, and that's why.
Fair enough. Sprinkle in some water if or when you need to.
Yep.
Okay.
Actually, there's a water bottle here just on standby for me, isn't there?
Holy fuck, there's a lot in here
Oh,
in
yeah.
a row
Yeah.
for me.
we're
And
still,
I gotta take a fucking piss.
We're still a ways in.
So how about this? So where do we leave off right now? Knock at the Cabin. There's a long span of movies that I've seen, so I'm gonna skip and let you talk about one that you've seen. Is that fair? And I'm gonna go take a piss.
Well,
Sorry.
can I not drink out of this?
You have to... What? It's not a straw. You gotta spill it back. It
Thought
kind of
was a
looks
straw.
like...
It looks like it should be like a little sippy.
There is a straw that attaches to it, but
Yeah.
it's not in there. Anyways, I'll let you talk about this movie.
The Pale Blue Eye. Sure.
Pale Blue Eye. You talk about that. I'll be right back.
So this is a technically Edgar Allan Poe story-ish. The main character here is Dudley Dursley's character, which coincidentally Ron Weasley was in the last one, but it's the same character that plays Dudley from Harry Potter. The Pale Blue Eye it was rated decent actually, but for the most part I wasn't super big on it. Let's continue here to my notes. Yeah, as I said, thought it was pretty lame. Reviews say otherwise. As for Dudley playing Edgar Allan Poe, it seemed dull. It seemed like he should be like a more intelligent, intellectual person, even though he was like kind of very naive in this movie, which I feel like Edgar Allan Poe as a person, being a poet and everything, it feels like his character should have had a lot more going for him, which I'm surprised it didn't. My notes say specifically he kind of seemed like a coward and a bit of an idiot, especially for somebody, I mean, he's no like Sherlock Holmes or anything, but I feel like he'd be better at like predicting and figuring out and putting clues together a little bit quicker, even though he's kind of not doing any of that. Ending, I wasn't the biggest fan of either. Even with the twist at the end, like, you're like, oh, that kind of makes sense. I don't know. I was kind of still bored, even though, like, I'll admit the twist was good, but I honestly thought it was alright, and it didn't really do a whole lot for me. It did make the movie better in a way. I was kind of bored throughout it, though, so I'm putting it in C tier.
C tier. I'm
C
back.
tier. Tucker is also back.
Did you time that perfectly, or did I time that perfectly?
You timed that perfectly.
You would have timed it perfectly for Twisted Metal had the dogs not run back down.
Yeah.
C tier, you said?
C tier, I said. Yep.
Lock it in.
Lock it in.
2 sips. I only had 1 in there.
Yeah, we're on pretty good pace for sips then. I just kind of finished mine off, and I probably had like maybe 1 sip in that, so.
Alrighty. Let's just take a second here. 9, 10, 15, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27 movies. We're probably about exactly half.
Oh my god.
Actually, we're 1 movie. So it's either we're 1 less than half or 1 over half. Right now we're 1 less than half.
Also, I switched to Black Flies. I like Black Flies.
7%. He's
7%.
up in the ante.
Yeah. Just a little bit.
Brandon's laughing at us. Stop laughing. Actually, it's fine. You laugh. So back on track. Had to skip a good chunk of movies. So let me go take a piss there. But actually, not even a movie. A series that I watched. This is the only other series I think that I watched this year. What We Do in the Shadows. Specifically, season 5 was released this year. I watched every season this year.
Yeah, you like binged it all.
I binged everything.
If there's something you like, you binge it
for series
for sure, because you did the exact same thing with Ash vs. Evil Dead.
I did. Yes, you're right. And it's similar. That Ash vs. Evil Dead and this are similar in the sense that it's quick and easy to binge because they're just the short, like 30-minute TV episodes. You know what I mean? Like they're not hour-long episodes like Mike Flanagan stuff.
Yeah.
It seems harder to commit to that rather than 20-minute episodes that are just easy to get through. 30-minute episodes, whatever. To put a pin in this, has any of you seen Ergo
Proxy?
Proxy?
It's an anime. I have not. So. I've heard good things. Honestly, what's it about? I know it's an anime, but I completely forget what it's about. Just tell me really quick, and I'll tell you if it's... I'm curious. I honestly haven't seen it.
Well, you tell us. Excuse me.
Continue, yeah.
I'll continue. So, I was almost reading the points from When Evil Lurks. But no, this is complete opposite of When Evil Lurks.
I did that before.
This is
a movie.
A comedy horror series. It follows a group of vampires and their familiar. As you can see in this image, the familiar is kind of just hanging on there while the vampires are flying around. It's a super easy show to binge watch, like I said, and it's a simple way to describe... a simple way to describe it is that it's kind of a vampire version of The Office.
Okay.
So it has that dry, deadpan humor, and it's shot in that documentary sort of format. I don't know if that's what you call it, but it's sort of like, breaking the fourth wall. Has those interviews with the characters, talking to the camera and stuff, and it's, they're... I don't know, one thing of The Office is they're constantly breaking the fourth wall by just looking at the camera and being like, they do that in this movie, show as well.
That seems like something I could kind of get into, actually.
Yeah, so that's my main point is if you're into that sort of humor and if you like The Office and then you're into horror, this is a good show for you to watch. I think you'd love it. I loved it. Brianna seems to love it. What We Do in the Shadows is one of my favorite shows of all time. So fantastic. And I agree. And so on here it says season 5 because that's what came out this year. But through and through, I think it's just consistent from season 1 to season 5. It just hits the mark and kept me thoroughly entertained through and through. They're supposed to be coming out with season 6 in 2024. I don't know if the writer and actor strike has put a damper on that, if it's still coming out or not in 2024. I hope it is. We'll find out near the end of the year if it came out or not. But I am looking forward to that whenever it does come out. And it's just goofy, funny, has lots of killing, which is always good. And I'm a big fan of all the main characters like that you see in this image. They all have their different quirks and different things about them that makes them fun to follow, and they're all unique. So I did enjoy it through and through, and the series for me is S tier, 9 out of 10. I just really loved it.
Mm-hmm. Would you rank it the same as other seasons? Like, if this was a 9 out of 10?
Yes. So
okay, so
that,
it's all
I
just
did
kind
make,
of 9 out of 10 across the board?
Yeah, and I made that point that, like, from season 1 to season 5, it's just consistently good.
Okay, so it doesn't slow down. That's good.
Yeah, and that I did like that. It almost felt like one long, like it just continuations, and I did like that about it. And yeah,
I feel like just TV series have an unfair advantage about a lot of it. So, for example, we're red right now. If you look at
that's always red. That's been red the whole time. That just tells us we're active.
Oh, okay. No, like our faces.
Oh, the camera dropped out.
The camera dropped.
Oh, it's using the webcam.
It's using the webcam.
When did that happen?
Yeah. Didn't happen long ago. Oh God, we're just on fire here.
Whoa, camera change. Yeah. Hey, we got a backup. At least I can see us fucking.
Yeah, that's kind of convenient.
Technical difficulties. 1 minute here. Let me open up our camera app. I don't know why that happened. Device connected. It's connected. It must have closed the app or something. Just bear with us.
Technical difficulties.
I'm gonna switch this back to the red cam for a minute. This is like a shitty webcam. Advertised as 1080p.
Update, no.
No, just leave it. What the hell? Our tiers are pretty balanced still, just to be honest. More balanced than I ever expected it to be. Are you getting it? What's going on over there?
I reset the app.
You open Camo?
Yeah, I closed it. We opened it. It says not connected. Can I connect?
It says connected now.
Tap the Wi-Fi button.
What?
The Wi-Fi button doesn't do a lot.
Launch the camera.
Plus and Camo app on your computer.
Here, just give it.
Yep.
Oh, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
Okay, let me close Camo and open Camo. Wi-Fi is on. It shouldn't matter about Wi-Fi.
It's also asked if we want to update. that might be a...
It asked before too.
Oh.
But it shouldn't matter.
That's what I thought.
There we go. I think we got it.
Got it? Maybe?
I think we got it.
It's also not
Maybe.
connected.
No, it's on.
Device is currently inactive. Okay, yeah. We're better then.
Oh, hey, we got it. Holy shit. Sorry about that hiccup.
Gave me an opportunity to get more water. More water.
Are we still in good frame-wise?
Nope.
Almost.
We'll angle it a little bit and we're good.
Close enough.
Wait. Nope.
Yeah,
Angle it.
what?
I was over there getting water. It's not a green screen.
No, you wait way too
Regular
much.
screen.
Here.
There. Adjust green screen. There we
Good
go.
enough.
Perfect. Better. Anyways.
Okay, that didn't happen.
Yeah.
We're all good. Nothing went wrong.
Keep it angled a little bit towards you a little bit more.
Now you just fucked it up more.
Nope. There. Now we're kind of good, I think.
You messed it up.
I think we're better, if anything.
I don't know.
Still have...
Whatever.
Actually, no. I have lesser. Can't tell black on black.
We're good. Right there.
Yeah, that's good. Sure, yeah.
What did we
we'll
just...
stop fucking around with it.
Oh, what we do in the shadows. I just put in
good.
5 sips.
So, yeah, 5 sips.
5 sips. Great show. Recommend it to everybody. If you like The Office and you like horror, you would like this show.
We still have that camera connected, yet we haven't used it in so long because it really makes us red.
It's fucking crazy. You gotta fuck with the settings to make that work.
Yeah, it's weird.
Which is
we tried it for the Quarry live stream when we did that, and that was a little...
It worked okay. Something about the lighting in this room.
We really had to play around with it.
Yeah, we messed around with it for a while.
We did the camo at a different studio.
Yeah.
And we really had to play around with that, and we really had to fuck with the camera settings. But we got it to work. Anyways.
We don't have fantastic lighting. We can't afford it.
Yeah.
So it's what we got. But yeah, after that hiccup, we will jump back into things.
I took my 5, did you?
I did.
Okay, we are good. Okay, we can continue on another film that you watched, and not I.
Unwelcome. This picture makes it look kind of cool.
Yeah.
Oh, that might be spoiler to what my ranking is.
Nah,
not
makes
really.
it look kind of cool.
No, it's okay. So I'll go right out and say my
doesn't look like it has a great
opinions.
budget from the photo. Is what
special
I'm
effects
at.
wise, yeah.
Yeah.
It wasn't like a big budget movie or anything.
Like that just looks like not glass, but it looks like plexiglass. Like worse than plexiglass.
Yeah. So I finally played The Quarry. We had a lot of deaths though, so I really wanted to play again.
The Quarry's fun. We made a drinking game for it, just saying.
We did make a drinking game and did a full playthrough.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just once. Like, there's plenty of versions, I guess, different outcomes and stuff.
Certainly.
So it's replayable for sure.
Yeah.
But yeah, we did make a drinking game for
Got
it.
through the night. I think our first death is Tucker was taking a sip and he couldn't react in time and we died. Yeah.
Yeah, that is actually accurate.
Yeah.
Anyways, Unwelcome. I wouldn't say it failed as a horror movie per se, but it certainly wasn't great. The horror elements kind of felt a little bit weak. I thought the acting throughout was decent, and like the conflict amongst the characters was pretty good. But it kind of, like, the horror that was intertwined was kind of just forced in there, and I felt like it shouldn't have been there, in a sense. Like, it almost should have been a drama rather than a horror movie, but they tried to make it a horror movie with some weird little creatures that you see on the screen here. I think it's just one thing that was a drawback for it though was it's a typical situation where, like, the female lead who happens to be pregnant is just being gaslit by their husband into thinking they're going crazy and seeing things and stuff, which, I mean, that's been done to death. It's like, I don't have a perfect analogy right now, but we've seen that so many times where the woman's pregnant and their husband is just saying, like, yeah, you're having
shit.
Pregnancy symptoms. Yeah. It's just,
it happens a lot where, like, the husbands, like, gaslight their wives in movies such as Watcher. It did that a little bit.
That was a better movie than this, I bet.
I bet so.
That was an S tier for you, right?
I think it was my favorite of last year,
I thought
actually.
So. Yeah. And I actually still haven't watched it, but...
Oh, what?
Yeah.
You still haven't watched what?
I know.
Okay.
But yeah, this movie, I don't have anything much more to say. It was kind of just... It felt a little bit forced for the horror aspects. The drama parts of it, I did enjoy and was entertained by. But because it felt like run-of-the-mill, husband gaslighting pregnant wife, it dropped it down to C tier for me. Decent enough movie, but just kind of not quite D tier because of the acting and the family drama that was going on, if that's fair to say. So just 2 sips for that. It's ultimately pretty forgettable. It's one of the movies that I watched beginning of the year kind of thing.
2 sips were good.
Yeah. Have you played any of the Dark Pictures anthology games?
I have not. I played The Quarry. I kind of looked at them a little bit, and it's definitely something I'd be interested in. I feel like they're all pretty expensive in comparison to what their ratings were. I know, like, The Quarry was rated, like, a lot better than them because it was basically the successor to Until Dawn, which I have still not played yet, but I really want to. It's just because I don't have a PS4. I think it's on specifically console exclusive. Otherwise, I would have played that like quite a while ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the whole Wendigo plot, I feel like it's really up my alley for sure.
I haven't played either any of them.
But I mean, the Dark Pictures anthology seems really good. If it's ever like on sale for a really good price, I'm probably gonna buy them and play them. But I've heard that they're all right. I feel like I would like them though.
Fair enough. Well,
anyways,
moving on.
Yeah, we can move on.
Movie we both watched. I'm pretty sure you watched.
I did watch it.
The Boogeyman.
The Bogeyman.
How many Boogeymans have there been in the world?
At least 3.
2? 3?
Because I think there was a Boogeyman and a Boogeyman 2, like back in like the early mid 2000s.
And then now it's the Boogeyman.
And this is the Boogeyman. I just have Boogeyman in my notes.
Oh yeah, that's a different movie.
Well,
this is the Boogeyman.
Okay, yeah.
I still put it in the B's though, alphabetically.
I did too. I did that because otherwise it would just be a section of those.
Yes, exactly. I ignored the.
Yeah.
All right, I'll let you go because I talked about the last thing. I think.
Boogeyman. We're taking a sip here. Kills a kid within the first minute of the movie. Neat.
Kid death.
A lot of child deaths this year. Goes to a therapist to hang themselves. Which interesting. Kind of short. Yeah, that's the main thing that I kind of got from the Dark Picture anthologies. If they were longer and like full scale like movies, like 7 hours long was The Quarry. Like it's a long playthrough. I feel like I don't really get my money's worth for like $32 if it's just like gonna be like 3 hours, right?
Fair enough, yeah.
But yeah. So yeah, waiting for a sale. Good idea. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm planning. Anyways, back to Boogeyman. Guy goes to therapist to hang himself, which is, I mean, I get the fact that he's like looking for like at least some sort of solace, and then just kind of goes there and like doesn't believe him. Okay, I'm dying now. My main problem with the movie is like something that you might agree with. Is I have specifically in my notes, Sadie is fucking stupid for making friends and inviting people over that clearly dislike her. Invites Natalie over even though she clearly dislikes her by basically like ruining her mother's dress and all this shit. Don't care if they have mutual friends. Get that bitch out of my house. Do her and Bethany even have like a full circle moment at the end where they become friends again, or like they have like some sort of connection, or is it just kind of like there for plot convenience for her to have like more friends?
I think it's more.
She drives her around a few times at like the end of the movie, but it's really fucking weirdly done.
Yes.
That was my one grope of the movie, like my one like real like problem with the movie is just how fucking stupid you are to invite. Like, I mean, sure, it could be a kid thing where you just want everyone to love you and you just want to feel like you're important and whatnot, but that was just something I couldn't fucking get over.
Yeah.
Because you obviously seem like at least an intelligent person.
Yes.
And
she's portrayed that way.
Yeah, you're just portrayed as at least somewhat intelligent, but you just seem like such a fucking idiot.
So you definitely hit on some of the points that I had here. So I thought it was not bad, but not great either. Just your run-of-the-mill movie where kids lost a parent and are now seeing a spooky entity. That's you boil it down, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And I thought it was executed decently well. I actually liked Sadie as a character. I thought she felt genuine, but
besides that point that I made.
But yes, I have an asterisk. But the friends were not believable at all, to the point where it took me out of the movie. That was my point. And the friends were fucking ridiculous, and Sadie letting them hang out with her or like trying to be friends with them was a fault to her character. Otherwise, I liked her as a character. Thought she was believable when she was going through some of the shit she went through. But overall, this movie didn't have anything new to offer, and like, it's one of those movies where I'm not mad that I watched it, but it was ultimately forgettable. And it's not something I'd go back and rewatch or anything.
It was rated all right, from my understanding. I think we're going to probably come to the same consensus.
My rating is 6 out of 10.
6 out of 10. Okay, I thought we were gonna have the exact same because I did 6.5 out of 10.
Same
So
tier.
I mean, like, yeah, it's still gonna be C
C
tier.
tier.
Yeah. There we go.
But yeah, so that's 2 sips. If I was to say, out of like all the other movies that I put on C tier, this would be one that I would say like, don't really bother.
I also
You won't be mad if you watch it, but it's there's other ones that you can watch.
It's one of the ones that I could be like, just put it where you want.
Yeah.
Kind of whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
It's going to be a weird point to mention this, but I like how we watched Five Nights at Freddy's and Exorcist Believer in the same night, and you like Five Nights at Freddy's more.
More than what?
More than Exorcist Believer.
Yeah. It's not that I liked it more, it's that I can appreciate it more for what it offered to fans of the lore.
Yep. It was actually a fairly decently grossing horror movie. Like, I have not seen a theater that
I'm
packed in a
sure,
while.
yeah. Exorcist Believer was just fucked. Anyways, onto a movie, again, one that we both watched. Getting into some mainstream horror. Popular, big budget.
Popular, big
Franchise.
budget franchises. Yep.
Scream 6.
Scream 6. We saw this in theaters. Do
Yes,
you want to
we
go
did.
first?
Sure, I'll start off by saying that we made videos for this movie along with the entire Scream franchise. I think we made the videos like a year ago for Scream 1 through 5 when Scream 5.
Yeah, and then we made this one after.
Yeah. So we recently, a year ago, changed our format and made it more simpler and boiled down. But Scream 1 through 5 were like longer form videos where we go in depth about our opinion and stuff.
Yeah.
Whatever. Irrelevant. But go watch the videos for this movie. We made, I think, 4 drinks in total. 2 for the franchise, 2 for this movie.
Yeah, that's
We
right.
made 1 each for each thing. But for this movie specifically, I'll go into it saying it was mid. I'll started off saying that. I felt the killer reveal was weak and way too predictable, and it was just not that satisfying to me, and it kind of a letdown in a sense. It kind of goes along the same point as what I was saying with Thanksgiving. The killer reveal was a bit of a letdown. Similar reasons, I'll say. Sorry if that's a spoiler for one or the other. But the kills were good, and I think this was the most gory Scream that we've seen so far. As far as like blood and guts and shit go, this was probably the most gory one.
It can definitely, yeah.
And we see Ghostface use a gun, which I don't know why he hasn't yet.
Oh,
it feels right up his alley.
I coincidentally have a Ghostface hoodie.
Oh, there you go. Call me. But the one thing when it comes to the kills that I think faults it, and this is a thing that they do in Scream, but this one I feel like they kind of ramped it up a little bit more, is the fake out deaths. I don't know if it's just me or
Spoilers!
It felt like there was a lot of fake out deaths in this movie.
Oh yeah, no, there was a lot though. Actually,
More than the regular rest of the series. Like, I know that's a thing that Scream does. There's a lot of, I think every one there's a fake out death.
but this has like a lot of people with fake out deaths.
Yeah, and
everybody's still alive.
I am like, yeah, I don't know. I just was that fucking kind of irritated me, I'll say. It's still an entertaining movie, and it looks great, as it should, being a fucking Scream movie. It should look good with the budget it gets. It's just not quite on the level of the other Scream movies, and ultimately I think it's just a repackaged Scream 2. Again, if that's a spoiler.
I mean, they admit to that.
I know they
in
do.
the movie.
I think it's kind of a cop-out to...
They're just
like,
self-aware the movie's
yes.
that shitty.
They're just trying to be self-aware and gimmicky and quirky and stuff, and I'm like, yeah, that's what Scream is, but this one, like, to just copycat Scream 2 is like, it's an easy way out, you know?
Yeah.
But it was a decent movie overall, and I'm not mad at it. I just think it could have offered more, I guess. But yeah, I'll let you say your thoughts before I give my overall rating.
Of course.
Ranking.
Yeah. Scream 6. Not my favorite Scream movie. I mean, a lot of our points are going to match here, I'm pretty sure.
Mm-hmm.
The killer reveal was a bit of a stretch, but even then, a lot of the killers could have been pinpointed from that. What I mean by that is, who do you think's going to be the killer when we have like all these quote-unquote franchise people that are supposed to be in it for the long haul, and you introduce like 5 new characters?
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if 2 of those characters are going to be the fucking killer or not, or more. Who
Or
knows?
less.
Odds are there's going to be some fucking killers in there.
Yes.
Who would have fucking thought?
Core 4.
Core 4. No real clues towards the killers because I think it was really just poorly set up, in my opinion. There was no real lead up in comparison to some of the other Scream movies where you could kind of see some motivation.
I think
for,
one of the killers, okay, I saw
Yeah.
that coming, but then with some of the other ones, actually, fuck, I'm not going to say what I just thought because it might have been a spoiler.
It could be spoilers for other Scream movies. But anyways,
Or
or
this
even
movie.
this one. Yep. But like, sure, you can make it a good movie, but I feel like a lot of the things that I just have to say about it are dragging it down. Such as the next point is, I'm just going to say it, Jenna Ortega was a shit actor in this movie.
I don't know if she was a shitty actor.
I think she was just straight up a shitty actor in this movie.
I mean, that's fair.
She just kind of seemed whiny and not really. I mean, who do you really care about? I forgot her fucking character's name in the movies. Her or Sam?
I mean, in this one, that's the problem. I don't really care for either.
Yeah, I like Sam a lot more. I feel like she has a lot more to build off of with her whole backstory.
I mean,
And
she
being
is
Billy's daughter, and
she is
her
ultimately the
maybe
focal
her
point.
maybe turning into the dark side, such as Luke Skywalker. I don't know.
I mean, ultimately,
but
she
either
is
way,
the focal point.
She has a lot more going for her, and they're getting rid of her in the next installment, which I think is absolutely fucking stupid.
I don't know the whole ins and outs of that case, or like
There was
case,
something.
but
There was something that she said
it was
along
with
the
the
lines
Israel
of,
and Palestine thing
of
going
Israel
on.
and
But
Palestine.
I don't know which side she took, and I don't know.
Or if she took a side.
I don't know. I don't know. I think ultimately, like, I don't know. I can't speak on it because I don't know about it, so I'm not even going to speak on it.
Yeah, I try to not think of problems or.
I really did like her in that role as Sam, and I wish she could have stuck around. I have no idea where Saw 7 will go at this point.
Scream 7.
Sorry, yeah, Scream 7, Saw 7, Scream. We're gonna get to Saw.
Not Saw 7 though.
Not Saw 7. That was years ago. Scream 7. I'm curious to see where it goes, but it is kind of disappointing that she's not going to be a part of it. Depending on what she said, I don't know if it was right, if it was just or not, if she got the can for good reason or not. And I also think, like, Jenna Ortega's not a part of it either, I don't think.
I couldn't tell you, to be honest. Either way,
I thought she wasn't, but
I wouldn't be
again, I
too
don't know.
disappointed. Wasn't a big fan of her on this one. Anyways, my rating is 7.2.
You got it higher than me. I got 6.5.
6.5.
C tier.
I'm content putting it in C tier.
You sure?
Yeah, we'll make that category a little bit bigger.
All right, if you say so.
Surprised it's a C tier movie, but you know, some Scream movies are just better than others.
Absolutely. 2 sips. Brandon watched it last week for the first time, and it definitely seemed like the goriest.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it was, just like objectively. But gory doesn't always mean good.
Mm-hmm.
All right, here's the new one. Not new. Well, they're all the same year, but here's one that we both watched. There's Something Wrong with the Children. I already know where you're putting it.
Yeah, I know. I already know where you're putting it. There's something wrong with us for watching this movie.
I think you don't know where I'm putting it, but ultimately, I think you're right.
Also, one of the worst movies I've seen this year. I remember being so pissed off at it, and the stupidity of the parents, and how easily it is to kick a child over the fucking mountain, yet they refuse to do it, and they fight amongst themselves. Made poor notes and don't want to visit again too much. That's in my notes.
Okay, so I know where you're putting it. I'm pretty sure. And I'm just on the cusp. But forgettable, nothing new, just another spooky kids movie. The adults in this movie are absolutely stupid, and they clearly care more about their family drama than their own kids' well-being. Speaking of the kids are super annoying and just
I forgot they were just bratty kids too.
They're bratty kids, and they're just not believable, everything throughout this movie. And this is the point I made. Honestly, I could probably put this in F tier, but I think some of the family drama was entertaining at least a little bit, so I ended up putting it in D. Just barely into D. I think you have it in F.
Yeah, I plummeted into F.
And I'm not mad putting it into F.
Because mine's 3.2.
Yeah, that's going in F.
It's basically same thought process of Exorcist Believer going into that
Totally
category.
fair. So I'll let you roll the dice because ultimately it was your F. But
5.
That's a 5. We still have yet to roll under 3. I've heard nothing.
We've
but
only
terrible
rolled
things
3s and 4s though so far though.
until that 5. Yeah,
Until that 5.
I think it was 4, 4, 3, 3, 5.
Something like that. Yeah, sounds about right.
Nothing but terrible things about that movie. Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah,
I gave it a little bit of grace with the family drama that was being portrayed and thought it was a little bit entertaining for that. But I'm not recommending this movie, and I'm not going to ever watch it again. So, yeah, like I said, I'm not mad putting it into F.
Yeah, I don't give it a little bit of grace.
That's where we differed, I guess.
Yeah.
All right. Now on to a more positive note.
Mm-hmm.
Bo is afraid. So,
Boy is afraid.
Bo is afraid.
Boy is afraid.
He is a boy.
And he is afraid.
Do you want to start or do you want me to start?
I don't even remember who started the last one. I'll start.
Doesn't matter.
You start this one because you're going to start the next one. Spoilers.
Whatever. Not really spoiling anything.
Spoilers for this live stream.
It's not really spoiling it. Anyways, Bo is afraid. I got a few points. So, upon first viewing, the first thing I said when it was done is, I don't even know why. Don't ask me to explain it, but I loved it. Followed soon after by, I wish I could immediately rewatch it. Full disclosure, I never rewatched it.
You look... The thing is, I remember you saying, like, you desperately tried to look for a stream of it and just couldn't find it.
At that time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was a 3-hour movie.
Yes, I did try to find... At that time, couldn't find it. It's obviously since been released on demand and streaming and whatnot. Mm-hmm. But it's just... like you said, it's a 3-hour movie. It's a lot of time to commit. And just with the way life's been going, I don't have a lot of time to commit to 3 hours, or it's like hard to commit that, you know. Overall, my points still stand though. I think this movie impacted me in a way that I can't really fully explain. It kind of... Joaquin Phoenix, first of all, did a great job in the role, and he was super believable as that character, Bo. And you know, you see him going through like all of his anxiety attacks and like his paranoia, and he's just always living on the edge, and you can really see it and you feel it through his portrayal of this character. And I felt that through the entire movie. I think the movie as a whole, largely in part to Joaquin Phoenix in his portrayal of Bo, makes you feel anxious through and through, and it makes you ask questions about what is going on, and not a lot of movies do that for me, but this one did it super well, and I just loved it. I love when movies make me ask, what the fuck did I just watch, when it's done effectively. It's like, you know, you get the movies where it's like, what the fuck did I just watch, because there's so many plot holes and it's just nonsense and fucking shit. But this movie was so well done that it's like, it was, what the fuck did I just watch? Let me go get a better understanding of it and
watch
appreciate
it
it more. Yeah.
As opposed to like, I never want to watch that again. Like, what the fuck did I watch? Yeah.
Yes, exactly. And the fact that it made me feel anxious is very rare for me. So that's why I appreciated it so much.
I mean, it certainly made you feel anxious for sure. Like, I get that a lot. I thought of something different when I watched the movie, and like this one's even like not really considered a horror movie,
It
but I
rides
mean
that
like
line.
Ari Aster.
Yeah, Ari
in a
Aster,
sense, yeah.
and also just the anxiety part of it. I think,
Yeah.
it kind of like
It-
that real life horror. You know,
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah, it's the different type. But anyways, I kind of had a different approach to it, where I thought it was good for different reasons. So, for example, I thought it was artsy and beautiful, in brackets BEAUTIFUL. Awesome set design. Like, the set design for all the fucking scenes, especially like the last like half of the movie, looked fucking phenomenal.
Oh yeah, it looked
God
fantastic.
damn.
And there was a lot of like set changes and like setting changes that all looked fantastic.
If there's anything Ari Aster's really fucking good at, he knows how to make a goddamn set. Holy shit. That movie looked phenomenal. Anyways, I hear of people liking the first act more than the rest of the movie, but I felt the opposite. I was mesmerized by the play scene and everything after that. Like, him in the fucking... I mean, obviously the play scene. The very last scene, the climax, where he's in the boat on trial.
Right.
The confrontation with his mom. Everything. I already looked at your notes, and we're thinking the exact same thing. It's S tier.
Yeah, it's S tier.
We're thinking the exact same thing.
I had 9.5.
And I also had 9.5.
So I had When Evil Lurks at 9.5 as well. I think if I were to go down to like the decimals that you go to, I think I would put When Evil Lurks very slightly higher, but Beau is Afraid was movie of the year until I watched When Evil Lurks.
Yep.
That one ultimately became movie of the year for me.
Evil Lurks is a 9.6.
Yeah, I guess if you were to say that. Ultimately, they're both 9.5s because there is certain things that I could fault it on, I guess. But yeah, in the end, solid movie. S tier. We both agree. 5 sips.
Yes.
Don't know why that's not locked. I'm gonna lock it.
5 sips. 5 sips is not locked.
Everything else was locked except for that.
It is your turn. If you would like to take a moment, I'm going to step away, send a text.
I got a couple before you get into it.
Because it's 11, and I don't expect somebody to, like,
It's
willingly...
10.
It's going to be 11 by the time we're done this.
Oh, yeah,
at
probably.
minimum. So I'm going to send a text saying, like, if you don't want to give me a ride, that's fine. I get it. Because I don't expect people to wait up to me till goddamn 1 until we're done this.
Yeah, I knew it was going to be a long one. All right, so I will get into the next movie. Alex has not seen it. I have. It's The Price We Pay. And this movie we did cover in one of our podcast episodes where we did cover a few movies, but I'll recap my thoughts on it. I watched it pretty early in the year. It's one that has a bit of a slow start. It kind of comes across as one of your like stereotypical heist movies where the robbers rob a shop and then they take a hostage on the run, and it doesn't feel like a horror movie. Oh boy. It just clips in.
There we go.
It doesn't feel like a horror movie at first. It just feels like run-of-the-mill heist action movie. And so that's probably about 45 minutes of setup with that plot taking place. It does take a while before it gets to any real horror. And once it does, it only gets slightly better. But, like I said, the 45-minute slow burn, it doesn't really pay off in any way. We don't have anything that justifies the slow burn, and it just dragged on. And ultimately, once we get to the horror part of the film, they introduce this killer, and it's kind of just a ripoff of John Kramer in a sense, where he has the same motive. Somebody did wrong, so he's going to punish them, but he's not a killer, and blah, blah, blah. But this one was done in a much less effective way. And because it took so long to get to that point, it just kind of was not. It didn't feel like a horror movie up until that point. And like I said, once it introduced the horror parts of it, it only made it slightly better. So it didn't fail, but it didn't get very good. It's a D tier.
Okay.
Which is the one tier that didn't have many in it.
Was he coming out as Cage and doing just fine?
No.
Oh.
He's D. He's a D tier.
But it's just the price they pay.
I understood the reference.
I know.
But
I just want to sing Mr. Brightside at least once tonight.
Just one sip.
Yeah.
You already got an answer about a ride?
Really quick update on that. Funny story. Went to send a text like, if you don't want to give me a ride, that's fine. Card stalled, too cold. So I'll get an Uber.
Fair enough. It's fucking cold. That's brutal.
Yeah. Don't blame anyone for not being able to give a ride on a night like this, or wanting to wait up, which I was more leaning towards, but I mean, also a very valid excuse.
We'll figure it out.
Yeah. Anyways,
on to, I didn't even get to the second movie. I thought I would have got to it before you came back. But this movie, this is another one we talked about. There's a lot of movies that we talked about
a little
in
bit
previous
prior,
videos, like the podcast episodes that just kind of happened to get clumped together. Landlocked. This movie, let me tell you, is the most forgettable movie on my list, I think. So I need my notes.
I don't think it is, actually.
It might be. There's one that is not forgettable that ranks lower.
Oh, yeah, I remember that one. Yeah.
But this one is forgettable. So, I have never been so bored in a movie. But I won't be too harsh.
It's already a very harsh criticism.
Here's the one thing I'll give it credit for. It had a super neat production approach because it involved like family and friends like in real life. So like the director of this movie casted his friends and family in their roles, and that's the role they played. So like the dad in the movie was his dad in real life. Okay. The brother in the movie was his brother in real life.
Was the main character also the son?
A son. He was a son in real life.
Did he direct the movie?
Yes.
He was a son in real life. I never would have fucking guessed.
That's
so we got some Tommy Wiseau shit going on.
But here's the thing where that isn't the only thing that I'll give it credit for. Like the one piece that I'm thinking is a little bit interesting about it is they use actual like home video camcorder footage from their childhood that their dad recorded from like back in when they were little.
Oh, child. So they tried to implement
so it was
that
real life footage from their childhood, which I thought was interesting, and it was an interesting approach, but ultimately it didn't land. And it's like it would have been good if something happened in this movie, but nothing happens in this movie. And when I say nothing, like nothing happens in this movie, and it's not as irritating as another movie that we'll get to.
I mean, so but I'm going to make that same argument because people can also say the exact same thing for a movie that we haven't visited yet, Skinamarink, but we'll get to that in a bit.
Yes, you're right. But this movie was trying to be something, and it didn't do anything. And it wasn't like with Skinamarink, it's experimental and artsy. This movie isn't artsy. It's trying to have a plot.
It's experimental, sure.
It's not even experimental. They just do a unique thing by including actual family home videos. But yeah, it was hard to get through.
America's hardest to watch home videos.
Yeah. So it's F.
Okay.
Obviously. It was boring.
You picked the F. You roll the dice. It's going to be a 5.
2.
It's a 2.
That's a little bit lenient.
We're perfectly balanced with the dices tonight. Got a 5, got a 2, got 2 3s, 2 4s.
Haven't got a 1 or a 6 yet. All right, this is one we both watched early in the year.
Early in the year, same time.
Same time. Candyland.
Say Candyland 5 times.
It's not Candyman.
Yeah.
That was last year.
Yeah, you say Candyland 5 times and a shitty movie appears in front of you.
I know where you're putting this, and
You're gonna agree.
Well, I think we slightly disagree.
I remember being bored of the movie.
Yep.
Didn't have a lot going for it. Characters were fairly boring. Had a bad take on the sex industry and tried to have religious not simultaneously the good person. Had the religious not simultaneously try to be a good person and a bad person.
Mm-hmm. True.
It's like the movie was made by someone who's either never had sex or has not done research on sex work or the sex industry in general.
Yeah, true. So I agree with boring, forgettable, pretty bland. All the characters are bland. Here's where I give it a little bit of credit. I thought the idea of combining like prostitution and religious workers, they go hand in hand, right? One's against the other and vice versa. They're trying to justify their cases amongst each other, and I think that's a fine idea. It's just the execution was a run-of-the-mill shitty slasher, if you want to call it a slasher. It's kind of a slasher, but not really. But I wish they went more in depth with the premise and would have done something more unique with it. And I also think the setting could have been used better, because it's the whole idea was it was like a truck stop with whatever, it might be derogatory, but lot lizards is what they call them.
Yeah.
And they could have done so much more with that, and they never did. But because I liked the premise and it could have been done a little bit more with, and I think the fact that we did a drinking game with it helped me get through it and experience a better time with it.
Get through it?
Not get through it, but just have a better time with it. For me, it was D tier, 5.5 out of 10, and I'm pretty sure you probably put it in F.
No, I did put it F, but I put it 4.9 if you wanted to put it D.
4.9, so it's just kind of riding the line.
Yeah. Like, it was nowhere near as bad as, like, anything else in F tier.
Yes. I'll give you that.
Like, I could definitely... I can watch this movie again. Like, maybe I'll get something out of it a second watch.
But probably not.
Probably not. That's why it's in, like, barely F tier still. But, I mean, it's not as bad as fucking any Tubi movie I've fucking seen.
Fair enough. Or
this year,
Believer.
anyways, yeah. I mean, I liked Exorcist Believer more than that, but I had it higher than you did.
Mm-hmm. I guess, yeah, I had it so drastic.
So, first of all, let's take one sip.
Yeah.
Brianna was playing D&D recently, so,
At the beginning, when you said you're going to roll a dice, I was thinking D20 and was terrified for you. I mean, we have D20s, but...
We've done that before and we died, so...
yeah, we're not doing that.
We can't do
We've
D20.
learned our lesson the hard way. Let's just...
We've done a whole live stream where we've just been like, oh yeah, let's roll some D20s to see how this goes. And then, like, every time we've done it, we, like...
got a high number.
We got a high number, and, like, it was basically me versus Tucker, and then whoever, like, we were taking the drinks for would be the person that rolled the high number. So we were taking, like, 15 drinks per battle, and it was a bad time, and I fucking died. I was, like, on the floor.
It was bad.
To say the least. I was fairly incoherent.
So yeah, we'll move on to a movie that I watched that you haven't seen.
That is sure correct.
Sorry About the Demon. As you can see by this picture, it looks pretty goofy. Which it was. It's a horror comedy that it's somewhat funny at times, but overall it's kind of just forgettable and nothing really special. It's pretty mundane, ultimately kind of boring in my opinion. It might be an okay movie to just kind of turn on in the background, shut your brain off, and just turn it on for a one-time random watch. But it's, I don't know, it just didn't hit the mark for me. And I like horror comedies for the most part if they're done well. But this one just kind of was, you know? something about this year, I don't know, it felt like there was a lot of horror comedies. I didn't see them all, but I stumbled across a lot of them. I did watch a handful. Some of them did well, and some of them just like this one was just not great. This one ultimately, I'm not going to spend too much more time on it. 5 out of 10, D tier.
Okay. I mean, that evens things up a little bit more. Good.
It does.
Look at us go.
Happy coincidence. It's like this random thing's not that random.
Not so random after
but it
all.
actually is.
One sip.
Finishes me off there.
Oh, I'll catch up a little bit.
I'll let you start
anyways,
on this
I
one.
can start on Pope's Exorcist. Do it. So here's my notes on it. Tucker and I watched it together once, and I watched it alone once.
Oh, you watched it twice?
So
well, the one you fell asleep.
So here's my notes on it. Pope's Exorcist.
Uh-huh.
I have 2 notes. I guess technically 3 bullet points on it. One's my rating. So this is the first bullet. Besides the rating, this is the second bullet point. I fell asleep during it. This is the second bullet point. Twice.
Okay. Fair enough. I'll go into my points then.
Yeah.
So, this is my first point.
So I don't know anything past 30 minutes of the movie because I keep falling asleep during it, which I mean I think is partially because of the movie.
Fair enough. So, here's my first point, which kind of coincides.
Alex fell asleep during it.
No, that's not part of my points. I knew that happened, but I didn't make that a point. The most nothing burger of a movie I've watched lately, I think. I was bored. It was cliche. It looked good, I'll say that. So, yeah, it goes back to the Exorcist Believer. It looked good because it has money backing it, but that doesn't save a movie. And it was just a terrible attempt. If we didn't do a drinking game for this movie, it probably would have been F tier. That's the one thing that saved it a little bit for me. Which kind of tells you what my ranking is. But ultimately, I thought it was a run-of-the-mill shitty exorcism movie, which I'm sick of seeing. And it goes back to our point about When Evil Lurks being super unique when it comes to possession horror. Mm-hmm. And this one being one of your
there's a
religious priests, exorcisms, possession movies. And so, like I said, if we didn't do a drinking game, I probably would have watched this and thought it was F tier. But I ranked it as a D tier, ultimately, just barely.
Did you rank it 5.0?
Yeah, 5 out of 10.
I mean, you probably have a little bit more say than myself, but I ranked it 4.5.
4.5. I mean, if you take the average, it still falls into F. And like you gave it 2 shots and fell asleep both times.
Yeah, that's the main
something.
thing. That's the main thing.
So I think it's fair to put it in F.
I mean, alcohol could have had a factor with that because the one time I was intoxicated, and the second time,
one time I
don't even think like I was like super tired. I just didn't want to watch Pope's Exorcist, so I fucking like it bored me to sleep.
Yes, well, the only one time I watched it was doing a drinking game for it, so that always kind of makes it more entertaining.
I tried to give it like the benefit of the doubt of putting it like at 4.5, but
fair enough.
I mean, like even like at the starting, like I was bored to sleep, literally, and I tried it twice, and I fell asleep basically at the same part, so I can't even blame it being like late or anything like that. So
yeah, I think it's fair in F. So you got to roll that dice.
Yeah, I mean because. Yeah, I put it in F, so...
You dragged it down there, yeah.
What do we get this time?
Which I'm not mad at. 5. Alrighty. So we finally reached the point where I abandon you to go take a piss. Which we've already done.
Oh, yeah. I thought you were going to abandon me again.
Nope.
Don't do this to me.
We're doing Sick now, which is a movie I watched. You have not watched. If you watched all our videos, our podcast episodes, which is very inconsistent, I did talk about this a bit. It's a modern slasher, which it's a pretty fun watch overall, I'd say. And what makes it I guess, relevant or modern, what keeps it a little bit unique is they use COVID as like a premise or a motive, I guess I'll say. And I thought the way they used it was relatively clever and did a good job with it. It's not like super unique or anything, but you do get a few solid kills. It has lots of action and a lot of scenes that keep you engaged the entire time. I think COVID movies as a whole very easily could have been just run into the ground and like
and just like used as other movies.
It's just
to
an
like
easy thing to get people in.
go on like bandwagons, such
Yes,
as things
exactly.
like I think Elevator Game did that, which I wanted to watch this year. But I
The
mean,
poster intrigued me, but-
regardless, I probably would have put it in F tier. Let's be honest.
I almost watched it, but I didn't. But this movie, I think, did it properly. It didn't solely rely on COVID, and it kind of showed. It almost showed the whole spectrum of COVID beliefs. You know what I mean when I say that? Like some people
are like very hardcore, like COVID doesn't exist.
Yes, exactly.
And some people are just like, yeah, no, you gotta wear a mask. I don't want to be within 6 feet of
It does a decent job of like portraying that aspect as well as making a unique slasher movie, I guess. And I think that their motive in the end is believable, and it was a nice touch the way they incorporated COVID. I'm okay not seeing another COVID movie ever again, but this one I think did it pretty decently. Ultimately, it's 7.5 out of 10. I would rank it B tier.
Yeah, I remember it being relatively well received. I remember you liked it a decent amount.
Yeah. Oh, that's A. I'm going to B.
Okay.
I'll lock that in for 3 sips. This next movie we both watched.
We did both watch this movie.
You watched it before I did. You talk about it first.
Sure.
Consecration.
I watched a little movie called Consecration, which is on the next page, actually. A lot of B's and C's movies this year. Not that that's my rating or anything like that, but just the way that it's alphabetized, if that's a word. I don't know. Anyways, came full circle. I do agree that the Nun and the Vatican movies are getting beaten to death. I do like how it all came full circle. The whole Nun, the backstory, her finding out her brother's death, how weird things keep happening in her life, and that all comes full circle. My favorite moment of the movie was the ending scene where where I lost my shit laughing, and I'm pretty sure I put it like up an extra fucking tier for that alone. The ending scene made me roll on the floor laughing just because of how fucking out of nowhere it was. I mean, it kind of it doesn't really work in the context of the movie, but it kind of does. But I just thought it was so fucking funny that I was just rolling on the floor. Interesting twist for the most part. How I can't really spoil it, but go for it, Tucker.
You hit a lot of my points. My very first point that I made for this movie was I think I'm realizing that the whole religious horror with nuns in a church is getting pretty tiresome for myself. I find myself losing interest in these movies very quickly, and it seems like there's so many being made every year. I watched at least 3 or 4 this year alone, if not more. That's the very first point.
And you didn't even watch The Nun 2.
I didn't even watch The Nun 2. That being said, I do think they incorporated at least somewhat of an interesting element that made it a little bit unique. And I do think that it's rated slightly better than what reviews show on, like, say, Rotten Tomatoes or something. But it at least offered something a little bit new. And my last point is the same. It's the end scene is hilarious, and it almost seems slapstick in a way. So that was just an extra point to add.
Okay, so we were really aligned with our notes here.
Quite aligned, and ultimately my rating was 6 out of 10.
Mine was 7.3, so I guess we're putting that in C tier.
Yours was 7.3. Mine was 6. I guess it's going in C tier.
Yeah.
Which is what I had ranked it. C tier, because of ourselves balancing each other out, is getting quite full. I didn't have this many in C, but...
I mean, Boogeyman was in C. I mean, honestly, a lot of these are your movies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them?
Yeah, 5 of them are your movies.
Which was most
You're,
of my
you're just
C's.
you're just filling her up.
No, Boogeyman I also had in C. Consecration I had in C. Honestly, we might be through most of my C movies.
Scream.
I had a lot.
In B.
I had more in B.
Boogeyman I also had in C, so we were aligned there. Anyways,
Yeah,
we
whatever.
can continue. We took our
Just
2
out of
sips.
curiosity. No, I didn't. You
Okay.
might have, but
I mean, we also could have doubled up, but that's better than losing and Brianna giving us an extra 2 sips. Maybe, right? Who knows? Anyways, continue.
we're at 40 movies. I think we got about 15 to get through then. Not bad. Not bad.
Now we're doing all right.
All right, on to a movie I watched that you didn't watch.
Correct.
This is the first movie on my sheet. I thought I clicked it. Arctic Void. Didn't like any of the characters at all. They had no personality, no story development that made you care for them. The setting in the Arctic could have been used really well, but they didn't do much with it. It was a very, very boring movie. Tough to pay attention in the movie. I found myself having a hard time not just picking up my phone and doing something on my phone while it was on in the background. I didn't, but it was hard not to. They attempted to make a dramatic, sad, whatever conclusion with a twist in the end, and it was not shocking whatsoever because you didn't care about any of the characters, and it just wasn't impactful for that reason. And it failed in so many ways. Not going to spend any more time on it. It's F tier.
I'm shocked.
Look at all those F movies.
Okay.
That's a dice roll. 4.
4.
Alrighty. Now, we talked about it earlier. Saw X. Saw 10, in other words.
Mm-hmm. This is a movie that we were weirdly aligned with. I mean, I feel like we do this at least once a year with a movie that's popular that should be rated higher, but we both didn't like it as much as we did.
You're right, I think.
In saying that, I can go in first. You just talked.
First things first. We mentioned it early in the beginning of the live stream, but we did make videos for the Saw franchise, and we made a drinking game for Saw X, and we did make some drinks related to this movie, and they're going to be coming out in the next few days here, so keep your eyes peeled for that.
Yeah, it's actually pretty recent.
Yeah.
We had everything recorded for a little bit too.
Mm-hmm.
Anyways, back on track. This movie is a lot lower from what I ranked it in comparison to what a lot of other people ranked it.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of other people really liked this movie, thought it was like top 10 or a little bit outside of top 10.
Top 10? There's only 10 Saws.
No, like top 10 like movies.
Oh, of the year.
Yeah.
Okay, I see what you're saying.
Or like a little bit outside of top 10.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think this is anywhere near my top 10.
No, me neither.
One reason this could be is it doesn't follow the typical Saw formula at all, with Jigsaw being unknown to the victims.
Mm-hmm.
He's right in their face the whole time with no flashbacks. Furthermore, I think it's just the whole Saw formula I'm used to from what is it, like Saw 3 through 7, where it's just basically like a soap opera. And I don't know why, it shouldn't necessarily be good, because if you watch so many episodes of Days of Our Lives, you realize that it's kind of shit. But at the same time, I just fucking love that formula. Just please go back to that, where it's just like flashback after flashback, and it makes you like refresh and want to watch it every week or whatever, actual soap operas. And it doesn't do that anymore. Just please give me that. So either way, it's not as good because John Kramer's just right in their fucking face the whole time. Sure, he does that in other movies where like he's already revealed as the killer or whatchamacallit. Like you can say he does that in Saw 2 or Saw 3, but there's actual like simultaneous games going and they're like, who the fuck's doing this? And then most people in those traps end up getting their comeuppance anyways, which happens in this. But I mean, it's more interesting to see the Billy doll as opposed to just fucking like an 80-year-old man doing this at this point, because I don't know how old what's his name, the actor, is at this point. Tobin Bell, thank you. I don't know how old Tobin Bell is at this point, but just at some point just fucking revert to goddamn the Billy doll and just have him in fucking flashbacks like you used to do. And I like that so much more.
Fair enough. I agree with a lot of your points. It's much lower than what I expected. I've actually heard people talking about how this could be one of their favorite Saw movies. Yeah. And I'm like, what do you mean? Jesus Christ. But it's not what I expected out of a Saw movie. I felt like either there wasn't enough traps or most of the traps were kind of underwhelming in some way. I don't know exactly what it was, but I felt like we didn't get enough time with traps, which to me at this point is what we watch Saw for. And it's what I get the most enjoyment out of in watching Saw movies at this point. But we didn't get that with this movie.
That's another point that I didn't make that's definitely relevant. Yep.
And the other point that I have here is it took way too long to get to any significant action in the movie. Like we went through the whole first half of the movie just watching John Kramer trying to seek cancer treatment, basically. And before we get to any traps.
It took way too long, but what I'm gonna say about that, it's probably one of Tobin Bell's best acted performances in the series. I'll give it to him there.
Yeah, he didn't do anything wrong in his performances. Yeah. It's just what the movie was set up, like how the movie set it up, and like what the reason is that I watch Saw. Like I said, is for the traps and the action that we get to see, but this one just took too long to get to. And that's my next point is the storyline was good and the setup was fine, but the overall execution didn't hit the mark for me. And I think that's ultimately what it comes down to is they just missed the mark. And it didn't feel like that gritty, dirty, Saw movie that we see in all the other ones. It just felt like every other Saw movie feels dirty.
Dirty, gritty. What we're used to, what we want. But it doesn't have that.
Yeah, exactly. So ultimately it felt like an okay watch. But this might be my least favorite of the Saw franchise. The only ones that I consider maybe lower is 4 and 5, I think. Might be lower than this. I would have to go back and review. But this is pretty low on my list.
Yeah, it's weird that we have like 4 and... I think we had 4, 5, and 7 like kind of interchangeable. Mm-hmm. And I remember Jigsaw and Spiral were kind of like middle of the road for us. But like, I mean, I'd kind of rank it around Jigsaw, Spiral, and I'd rank it like one lower than that. But either way, comparison to what a lot of them have.
D tier for me.
D tier for you. I have it 6.5, which is C tier for me.
Mine is 5.5, so we split exactly the difference. So
I'm just saying, so we don't get C tier to Phil, we can put it in D tier. But for the record,
I'll give you one for the benefit of the doubt.
For the record,
I'll give you one if it comes to
later on. Okay. So for the record, I wanted it in C tier.
That's fair. I hadn't seen any Saw movies beyond the first one, and then marathon them all throughout October. Had an absolute blast doing it. I think I'd put Saw X in B tier.
What?
Also went to Fright Fest at Six Flags, and they had a Saw themed haunted house. It was so well done. 2 and 6 were my favorite. And that goes along with what we were saying. A lot of people enjoyed Saw X, but for some reason just didn't hit the mark for us. Especially me. You wanted it in C. I eventually dragged it down to D, but
And Brianna wanted it in B. Like,
which would have eventually bumped it up to C then, taking the average. We could still do it, but
but anyways, like all those really good points. Also, I'm surprised you haven't seen a Saw movie.
well, she did see them all now.
Like,
but prior to October.
Yeah, prior to the first one.
Can we look at a movie that just you have seen? We don't have
Sure.
any. Fuck, all the rest I've seen. Oh shit. All the rest we both seen for the most part. There's a couple in there that you haven't seen. I gotta piss so fucking bad.
If you want to keep, yeah, you can go pee.
Do you want to start talking about something else that we watched?
Yeah,
what about this one?
Sure.
All right. You start talking about that.
Okay, I'm going to finish my point though.
Yes.
But yeah, I'm surprised you haven't seen a Saw movie past the first one. Also, Fright Fest at Six Flags. I really wanted to go to California. Like, I want that to be my honeymoon. For a while, I've really wanted that to be my our honeymoon for my fiance and I. Is we want to go to like horror nights in California or something along those lines. We feel like would be really fun, so that's kind of where we're leaning towards. As for Saw 2 and 6 being your favorite, those are some of Tucker's and mine and Tucker's first choices for up there. I think 1, 3, 2, and 6 are certainly the top 4. I think those can be interchangeable, but those are by far the best ones. You didn't really start watching horror until 2020, so you're way behind. That's fair. There's still a lot of good things to watch, and I feel like it's a little bit different being born in like 2010s, 2020s, where we've been spoiled with horror so much. Like, I started watching in 2010s, and I like a lot of the newer horror just because of that, for the most part. So I was really equipped with kind of that knowledge for the most part, of wanting to watch horror movies back in 2010s and 2020s where the production value is really good, such as Insidious, as opposed to like 1970s horror movies where it was kind of shit. But I still love a lot of them, like Alien's a really good one. Exorcist I really liked, even though you didn't like it, which is completely fine. Omen was really good too. But anyways, let's move on to the next movie, which is Evil Dead Rise. Evil Dead Rise I liked a lot. I know this is one of Tucker's favorite horror movie franchises, and it is, I'd say, easily one of the best horror movie franchises. As for me, I'm a bigger fan of the new Evil Dead horror movies as opposed to the older ones, which is, I'd say, an unpopular opinion. But, I mean, yeah, it is what it is. I just like them, as I was just discussing, I like newer horror movies as opposed to older because they have more of a budget for the gore, blood and guts, which is exactly what the new Evil Dead movies produce in comparison to like the Sam Raimi ones where it just kind of becomes slapstick or bad budgets, where this one's actually genuine horror. And things such as the movie doesn't look cheap, which is why I love these ones so much more. The main thing that I love about these ones is it really has the emotion in it in comparison to... So the zombies try to emotionally manipulate you. Mm-hmm. And what's worse is that it's even between mothers, children, siblings. So people that you've known your entire life, given birth to, and is supposed to love you unconditionally, are trying to murder, manipulate you, while you are still acting like they love you. So, goddamn, that's the most terrifying thing I've ever heard of. And great gore.
So Chase here says the newer takes itself more seriously in terms of the Evil Dead series.
Yeah, and
which is exactly
the older ones are so much more slapstick.
They have more comedy. It's like a horror comedy.
Yeah.
I think they lean a little bit more horror, except the third one.
The horror one's like almost straight slapstick.
Army of Darkness is mostly slapstick. I'd say Evil Dead 2 rides the line almost 50-50.
Fun fact, actually, Evil Dead 3 was or Army of Darkness was my first Evil Dead movie.
Right. I remember we talked about
that's
that.
really weird. That's a really weird starting point in the series, but
is.
I think it's my least favorite too, or one of them.
It might be. I don't remember the ranking.
Or maybe the second one is. And
we
then
did
it's
do a
3.
ranking.
Yeah.
Actually, we did videos for every
I remember
Evil
3
Dead
was your
movie.
least favorite, but I mean, like, all the installments in that franchise are phenomenal.
Least favorite, but I loved them all. Like, even the Army of Darkness, I think I don't remember where I would rank it.
You
but
had it
it's
like an 8.5.
Yeah. So it would be A tier. Like, I love Evil Dead, and this is no exception. I'm not 100% sure. I kind of came in halfway through your spiel of what you liked or didn't like about this movie, but a lot of our points
It
might
actually
be the
led
same.
to it pretty well, because I was talking about how Brianna didn't watch horror until 2020.
Fair enough.
And I was saying, like, how her and such as myself, like, I watched horror in 2010, how we were very spoiled to new effects, so, like, I take
and that's
a lot
fair.
of love from 2020 horror movies. Like, very modern, like, great effects. Very Looney Tune-ish for, Army of Darkness,
for sure.
Especially. You need to watch Army of Darkness.
I
It is
do
a good
agree.
movie. Like,
It's great.
you can say it's either your favorite or least favorite Evil Dead movie, but regardless, they're all so good that it's so close together, and it's all
We were actually on
very well done.
We were on a stream. What was it, last year at some point on Gory B Movies channel,
That's
where
right.
we were discussing everything about Army of Darkness, the things we liked about it, and everything. And we had a good 2.5 hour conversation about it. And
Yeah.
there's a lot of things to love about that movie. So definitely worth checking out.
Okay.
Your
Your
turn.
turn. 1B.
I'll continue on Evil Dead Rise. Can I see what you ranked it as to see if we compare?
It's going to be the same. I'll guarantee.
Not quite. Close enough, but not quite. Actually, no. Yeah, we're basically spot on. So yeah, for Evil Dead Rise, again, I'm not 100% sure what Alex had covered, but it's brutal, discomforting, has a lot of unsettling themes at play. It's gory. It's just a good old-fashioned horror movie. In the modern sense, though, so like special effects are up to par. It's what we expect from modern horror movies. So it hit the nail right on the head in that regard. There's so many scenes that make you squirm. However, I do wish that they would have lingered on some of those scenes to really make you feel disturbed or unsettled. Some scenes I feel like they kind of rushed through a little bit. But it was still unsettling nonetheless. I think it had one of the best opening sequences of any movie this year. I really loved that. It drew me into the movie right away. Alex was talking about how the rest of the series kind of has a horror comedy feel, where the more modern Evil Deads take themselves very seriously. There's no comic relief. All of it's very serious. I tend to lean towards the older Evil Deads, like second one is my ultimate favorite, Evil Dead 2. But I do really enjoy the modern ones as well. Like, I can appreciate them both for what they are. This one is... I actually like it a little bit better than Evil Dead 2013. Whereas I think Alex would probably rate that one a little bit higher than this. That might be his ultimate favorite, actually. I would have to go back and watch our video where we ranked them all. But this one, it is in the top 3, I believe, for the whole franchise. It's great. It gets to the point. And the one thing that I like about this movie, I mean, there's several things I like about this movie, but the one thing that I really appreciate about it is it almost connects every Evil Dead universe. So it connects the Sam Raimi, like Evil Dead 1, 2, and 3 with Ash. It connects that, and then it connects Evil Dead 2013 as its separate universe, and then now we got this third universe. And it connects them.
Why do I tip off everything that...
Jesus Christ, he's just put it there. Yeah, you're good. Whatever. The one thing I like about this is it introduced... There's 3 Necronomicons like there is in Army of Darkness. And this one kind of gives each book to...
And it can make an Infinity War.
Yes, and that's my point is I wouldn't be opposed to seeing if there's an Evil Dead universe is all connecting as one, especially if we see Sam Raimi involved. So that's one thing I like that this one's set up for the whole franchise. But you're getting here at the good time. I think we both have it at the same tier based on what you have it as.
You made different points too, because I didn't even mention like the three Necronomicons, and I know Chase is a big fan of Evil Dead.
Yeah. So it's S tier.
Yep, S tier easily.
And I was making the point that I tend to lean towards the horror comedy ones, like Evil Dead 2 especially is my favorite one. I think your Evil Dead
2 is my least favorite one.
And actually. 2013 was your most favorite, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I had said, and I believed that to be true, but I was not sure.
And even Evil Dead, I think, is another movie that
my opinion doesn't
very,
count, but
very
yes,
close.
I enjoy the series. There's really not that much delay between the stream and what they're seeing. It's pretty cool. Usually there's like a good solid, 20 seconds before they get to see what we said, but he's saying right away.
Yeah. The entire series is absolute fire. I remember we saw Evil Dead 2013.
I mean, it's a good one to see if you haven't seen any other one.
It's by far my favorite. It's very close to 10 out of 10. I think I ranked it like 9.8.
Evil Dead,
it's really good.
Evil Dead as a franchise is
quality after quality after quality.
My favorite franchise. So, I mean, I might have a biased take that you should watch every Evil Dead, but yeah, if you line up with some of my other opinions, then what the fuck? Here, we're good.
Okay, yeah, we're good.
I just have to find where we were. I just have to edit something.
Yeah. Either way, Evil Dead Rise, very good movie.
And that's 5 sips.
Yeah, I almost forgot about that.
So now we'll go to this movie.
Another popular movie that was in theaters that we saw with a good group of people.
What?
Oh, no, never mind.
We got to go back a couple movies.
Yeah, we're going back a little bit.
This one, when we talked about falling asleep in movies.
Yeah, which is another movie that I fell asleep to. I fell asleep to a lot of movies this year.
The Blackening. I'll let you talk about it first.
I don't have notes on it. I saw the first 30 minutes, then I fell asleep.
Okay.
So I just don't have notes on it.
That's fair.
I did like what I saw, and I could have gotten engaged, but I think we did it after a live stream.
We did do it after a live stream.
Too many drinks, and I just kind of fell asleep.
That's totally fair.
It got to the point where you're not intoxicated and you can't stay up for a long period of time. Yeah. It got to the point where I had enough drinks to pass out.
Yeah, and that's
and
totally
just had a
fair.
little snooze. So this is all you.
Okay. So The Blackening. I'm gonna burp a couple times, but it'll come out of nowhere. Excuse me.
There it is.
So The Blackening. It had quite a few good laughs, and it didn't take itself too seriously in any way, which I appreciated. The one thing I think that it lacked was the reveal was a little bit lackluster, and it was way too obvious. It was very clear who the killer was right from the beginning, and I was actually kind of shocked that they went with that character because of how obvious it was. I won't spoil it, obviously, and I don't even know if you saw the reveal.
I think
sure.
I did see the reveal. I woke up
and you knew that,
and then it was really
what
quick.
you
I'm like,
expected.
oh, okay, and
yeah,
and I just fell asleep.
But that being said, this is another movie that I think it's more about the journey rather than the destination. It was still a fun, lighthearted movie, and it doesn't require a lot of brain power to enjoy it because of some of the comedy that comes with it. It was worth a watch at least once for quite a few of the jokes, and if you've watched some of the Wayans brothers movies, such as Scary Movie 1, 2,
were they
whatever,
the same people that did Scary Movies?
It wasn't the same people, I don't think, but it had that vibe.
Okay.
So if you like that humor, this had a very similar sort of vibe, and I like that sort of approach that they take with the Wayans brothers with a lot of their movies. A lot of it's garbage, but I don't know. It just had that similar vibe, I guess. And ultimately, The Blackening I put at 7 out of 10. Just a good B tier. And I guess you don't really have anything else to oppose
In
that.
all fairness, I was thinking kind of the same spot from what I've seen. Like,
Okay.
it could have certainly been an A tier, but I
Right.
mean, I didn't finish the movie. I saw like the first like 25 minutes maybe.
Yeah. And I think they did do a good job with the comedy that they did. They were very self-aware, and it was just overall it was a good movie for a once view around, I guess. So that's 3 sips. All right. On to a movie I have seen. I don't believe you ended up watching it.
Mm-mm.
However, it did pique your interest.
It did pique my interest.
I told you about it. And actually, I really just like the poster. I think that's a cool image.
Mm-hmm.
Nefarious. So this is a pretty simple movie, in all honesty. It's a movie that takes place
You look at the poster and then you see the little guy on the side. I mean,
I know.
you can't really see the mouse.
I wish that guy wasn't a part of it. Yeah, you see him. He's down in the bottom right corner. I don't know why that guy's incorporated. I know why he's incorporated because of what role he plays in the movie, but like they should have just not put him in the poster. It looks way cooler without him.
Yeah.
But like just take that out and it's a fucking cool image.
It just looks kind of photoshopped in there ever
Oh,
so
it is.
cheekily. Yeah.
But like, yeah, I do agree with that point. Anyways, it's a very simple movie. It takes place in one like interrogation room in a prison where the psychiatrist meets with the inmate who is awaiting execution, and they're having a conversation. And the inmate is possessed by the devil, and the psychiatrist is there to ultimately determine whether the inmate should be executed or if he's actually just like clinically insane.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the whole premise of the movie. It takes place in one setting for the most part. Simply shot, but it was very well done. And I think the actor portraying the inmate did a fantastic job, which is the whole reason why I was entertained throughout this movie. I think if it wasn't for the way he portrayed this character, the inmate, I feel like it could have really, really been a shitty movie. But I liked the way he portrayed it, and it felt real. It wasn't your typical scary possession movie with flashy scares and somebody's possessed, there's an exorcist brought in. It's just, it kind of displays the true horrors that someone might experience in their mind, like with schizophrenia, for example.
Yeah.
So I felt like it was a good representation of that sort of, those sort of themes, I guess. And it was very simple, like I said, but it kept me engaged for the whole movie. And I thought it was super interesting, and I was really looking forward to like how it played out and everything, and I just liked it through and through. Ultimately, I rated it 8 out of 10, which is an A tier. And yeah, this is a weird one where it's not one that I think I'll go back and watch, but it's or rewatch, I mean, but it's one that I really enjoyed for the time and thought it was done super well for how simple it was. And so I really appreciated it for that reason. And when a movie's simple but executed well, I tend to gravitate towards it, I guess. Yeah. So 4 sips. All right. I think the rest oh no, not the rest we've both seen, but a good solid amount we have both seen, but
the next couple of ones anyways, the next few,
yeah. All right. Cocaine Bear. You go right along with this one.
Yeah, I certainly shall, because you've been talking for a while. So, the thing that I'll say about Cocaine Bear is it's a fun sit-down movie with friends. Yep. We watched it in a movie theater with a bunch of people. Generally well received by all of us. It's exactly what you'd expect. Horror comedy.
Yeah.
Good to see once. I mean, I watched it twice and the novelty kind of wears off. I mean,
I could see that for
sometimes the movies, like if you see it a second time, you can see a little bit more to it and what it has to offer. And the movie becomes like higher rated, but in this case, it's a little bit lower rated just because of how simplistic the plot is. It's
not rewatchable. I totally get that view. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's not necessarily a horror movie, but more or less of a comedy movie, which, I mean, if that's your style, Sure, yeah. That's A-okay.
It's a horror comedy, but the only thing that makes it horror is the gruesome death, really.
Certainly, yeah. Yeah, again, we went with a big group of people, it's well received, gruesome deaths.
Mm-hmm.
Fun movie, decent comedy. I thought it was pretty good. Tucker, what did you think about Cocaine Bear?
Well, we made videos for it. I'll start that off. We made a couple of drinks for it. We made a drinking game for it. That's it. We made we made 3 videos. Well, 1 video, 2 shorts for it. The drinks we made were, I think, pretty clever in the end.
I think the Cocaine Bear video actually did pretty decently. So.
Actually, I think if you take away our shorts, that's our most viewed video. It hasn't quite hit 1,000 views.
We're going to figure that out.
No, I know it's the most viewed long form content that we have. Apart from shorts. Shorts don't count. But yeah, Cocaine Bear, it's super fun. Lots of gory death, and I think the special effects are pretty solid. It's a mainstream, big budget, relatively big budget movie that was in theaters, and it should have good special effects, which it does. The storyline being told is a complete mess. It follows so many different people on so many different paths, and it's very hard to follow the storyline. But I think, for me at least, that's not the point of the movie. The point of the movie is to watch a coke-fueled bear just go on a murder rampage. And that's what we get. Like, it's straight to the point. Just get a fucking bear that finds cocaine, eats it, I guess, ingests it. It doesn't really snort it.
Yeah,
whatever. It ingests it
a little bit.
Yeah, it sniffs it, eats it, whatever. And it goes on a rampage, murdering everybody that we're, I guess, trying to find or follow the storyline of. But the only thing that I was kind of disappointed in was to find out that the real story was nothing like they depicted in the movie. The real story was the bear found the cocaine, ingested it, and died. And that was a little bit disappointing to learn.
Yeah.
It's like, damn, that bear just died
Fucking
because some
OD'd.
fucking guy dropped a bunch of cocaine out of a plane or whatever. Anyways, I had a great time watching this. I only watched it once, and I do agree with your rewatchability. It doesn't seem like a movie that would be something you could rewatch, but I had a great time with it, and for me, it was 8 out of 10, A tier.
For me, it was 7.5 out of 10, B tier. And just because I rewatched it, it kind of took away from it a little bit, which, I mean, yeah, it's fine.
Put it in B tier?
Yeah, we'll put it in B tier.
I'll give you that grace, even though I think it was A tier.
That's the grace from before.
Making up for it, yeah.
I don't remember which movie. Maybe it was Saw X.
It was something. I remember saying that I owe you one. This will be the one I owe you.
I feel like it was Saw X.
You might be right. Yeah, you had that in C.
Yeah.
All right. Cocaine Bear is going in B. 3 sips.
3 sips.
I watched it on a plane, and it definitely would have been better with some friends and drinks. Absolutely. So many movies. Yeah, we watched that thing
slowly.
55 in total, or 54 or something. I don't know. It's above 50, so we watched a lot this year. I think the previous streams from 2021 and 2022, we were in the 30s. So we watched a significant amount more this time around.
I think it was like 38 or something like that. Anyways, so I did look it up. Cocaine Bear is our most viewed video.
Apart from shorts.
Yeah. In just video format, Cocaine Bear is our most viewed.
It's got like 950 some or something.
Yeah, it's like almost 1,000. Anyways, next is Ouija Origin of Evil 2.
Because that's when we went on our
that's when we went on Harry's, and it just like, and I think it was just the October season, and just randomly. Do you want to take a guess where the third one is?
For most watched?
Yeah, for most watched.
I don't remember. Is it Megan?
It's Megan.
I knew that was one of our better ones.
It's Megan, which is interesting.
Great segue.
Yeah.
This is only 2023 releases, right? I assumed you watched even more that wasn't from this year. Yeah, this is only,
of course, yeah.
Yeah, this is only 2023 releases.
This is the first time I watched. What was one of Eli Roth's first movie? Was it Cabin Fever?
I don't know if that was one of his first movies, but it's one of his
Yeah,
movies.
Cabin Fever. I actually watched for the first time this year, which was a little bit in
His remake, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is, it's weird just thinking about that. This is the first time I've watched Cabin Fever this year.
Yeah. True.
Yeah. Anyways,
Megan. It's worth saying, obviously, we mentioned it's our third most viewed video other than the shorts.
Mm-hmm.
So go check out our video drinking game for Megan. It also had the we made drinks for it as well, which I think mine was the AI cocktail. I don't remember how it was made, but it was called the AI cocktail, and there's something else.
Something car bomb. That's all.
Oh yeah, the fucking car bomb. That's a great drink. That's the Irish car bomb.
Irish car bomb.
That's a good drink. Yeah. Anyways, what are your thoughts on Megan?
Megan. My thoughts on Megan.
M3GN.
M3GN.
What does that stand for? Something 3 generation? Something?
I was thinking of it in the animatronic something. Fun movie, still memorable.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we watched it about this time last year, and
yeah, pretty much.
It was like it's still very fresh in my head.
I think it was the first movie I watched last.
Yeah,
in the beginning of the year.
I mean, there's generally the "fuck you is January" type of movies.
Did we take our drinks for the last one?
Which was last movie was Cocaine Bear.
3 sips.
Well, we're just gonna double up at this point.
We didn't take our sips for that, but nobody called us out, so we caught it ourselves.
I mean, we could have also accidentally done it, but
I don't think we drank yet for it.
I couldn't tell you. Anyways,
Anna says we used your rules for this one in my movie night and had a blast.
That's awesome.
Great to hear. Megan, yeah. So sorry, I interrupted you. Continue on.
I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, fun movie, still memorable. Generally January movies, especially horror, is kind of absolute fucking garbage.
Mm-hmm.
But Megan was a genuine surprise. I was going into the movie thinking it was going to be bad. It was actually delightfully much better than I thought it would be.
Right.
Megan, I can remember for the most part. I watched it twice, so it has... I forgot to watch for the one time.
That was the one time we forgot. Oh shit, I shrunk Megan. That's fine.
Hey.
I'll just keep her small. I'll keep her in the middle. I don't know where she's going yet.
Sure. Megan, anyways, yeah, I thought the entire year it was gonna be a flop. It ended actually really good. Still memorable. I watched it twice even. And
you watched it twice.
I watched it twice.
I don't think I watched it twice.
I watched it once in theaters with you and a bunch of others, and then
once at home.
I went to my friend Matt's house. We had a double date. Watched it then.
Gotcha.
Still held up. I thought it was a good movie.
Fair enough.
Treats trauma very well and how to handle it, especially with parenting and how technology cannot replace trauma or how we cannot bury trauma with technology. I think that was done really well. All in all, I thought it was a great movie.
So, yeah, overall, you said this as well. It was better than you expected. So for me, yeah, it was a fun watch. And I went into this thinking that it was going to be cheesy or just like a movie directed to teens or somebody that's just like entry-level horror. Similar to Talk to Me, actually. I went in thinking it was just going to be that entry-level, basic horror that was just kind of catering to young teens, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And to some extent it was that, but it was also enjoyable for me as a horror fan. I do think others liked it a bit more than me, and it's not something that I go out of my way to rewatch. And I heard that there was like some director's cut, or they had intended to make it 18A rather than the PG-13 or whatever rating it got. And I do think it was kind of missing that punch that it needed. I would have liked to see what the 18A version was, and I think I would have liked it a little bit more. But it was still a lot of fun, and it is memorable. And I was glad I watched it in the end, and it did surpass my initial expectations. What is your overall rating for it?
I will say this about 18A and 13 and PG-13. If it was 18A, I would have liked it more. If it was 18A, I don't think it would have done as well.
Oh,
so it was definitely a better choice to have it PG-13 because profit wise, yes. For audience wise, like
more
100%. Yeah.
It definitely
had a
reached
much
its fan.
wider audience, and people still enjoyed it.
Absolutely.
That's all I'm gonna say about it. So
You're right
I think they
for
did
that.
really well in that. For Megan, I rated it 8.3. It's still A tier.
I put it as 7 out of 10 B tier, and your 8.3 ultimately rides it closer to A. I'd give you an A tier for it.
What did you have it? 7 or
7.
10? I had it like 8.3. I'd say your B tier is
But
closer.
I mean, you're more A tier than I am B tier.
I mean, you're literally like bottom of B tier.
Well, yeah, I guess. But keep in mind that I'm only 7 or 7.5, so.
Still. That's why you gotta have them decimal points, Tucker.
I do this every year. I'm keeping it consistent.
I mean, if you didn't have it 7.5, then...
No, it's 7.
Yeah. Yeah, so if you didn't have it 7.5, so it's like still bottom of B tier. So but I think it has to go B tier.
All right.
According to like how we rank it.
I tried to give it to you.
I know.
B tier,
But
3 sips. And like I said, I think it was just missing that oomph, you know?
Which is still super disappointing for the fact that we put it in B tier, because out of everything else in B tier, I have it in A tier. It's just sometimes the way the list flows.
Some of those B tiers, like, I would definitely put higher than Megan, personally.
Yeah.
But that's just how I rank it.
Okay. Yeah. See,
like,
and that's the thing.
This is kind of just a conglomerate of our opinions.
Yeah,
So-
it's a middle ground.
Yeah,
which is
exactly.
fine.
Another movie.
Another movie
Was it in
that
April that we saw?
this year together
Another-
in a theater.
Another Nick Cage movie.
That's right.
Renfield. So I can start with this one. I guess you started with Megan.
Start her off.
Renfield. So this is another really fun movie. It's just very lighthearted. You don't have to think too much about it. I liked how they put a twist on a classic concept. So they told the Dracula story from Renfield's perspective, which, I mean, it's not the first time it's been done, but I think it's the first time that Renfield has been told in the perspective of being in like this domestic abusive relationship, and like he's in a relationship with a narcissist, and that's the whole angle they take, which it's again another horror comedy, which I think it works well in that regard. And I just like the way they approached it. They have a lot of over the top goofy deaths that are fun to watch. Nick Cage, I think, fit the role perfectly as Dracula, and that was my one thing that I really liked about this movie, was seeing Nick Cage as Dracula. With the tone of the movie, I think he fit in perfectly. The one thing I wish we would have got more of was Nick Cage as Dracula, because he was sprinkled in the movie a fair bit, but we never saw him for any extended period of time because he wasn't the main character.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing I wish we got a little bit more of, was Nick Cage as Dracula. But overall, it was just a really fun movie and over the top, goofy, solid horror comedy in my opinion.
Yeah. My notes are very short and sweet. Mine is a fun movie to watch. Humor, blood, and gore were spot on. If I were to add anything on to your points, I feel like it's kind of domestic violence done very well, and going to therapy and kind of like dealing with it,
Right.
and the thought process of getting out of it, I think, is done very well. Either way, my rating's 8.8, just on the cusp of S tier, but not quite there.
Mine is just 8 out of 10. Good A tier.
Solid A tier movie.
And yeah, we both agree it's A tier. So that is 4 sips. This one was a lot of fun, and Nick Cage was fantastic. I agree. And yeah, she agrees.
Solid A tier movie.
All right. I have a few here in a row that you haven't seen.
Oh, God,
shit.
It's like 4 or 5.
Oh, fuck. There's that many?
All right,
Okay.
go for it.
I won't make these too long because, well, I don't want to talk.
Bone Woman, I've heard a lot of good things about, actually.
Husara, whatever. Bone Woman. The Bone Woman. Let me find my
Boner
notes.
Woman. There's a lot of bones on that back.
Nice spine showing. Lots of hands in there. So, it's a Mexican horror. It was released near the beginning of the year, and I just randomly turned it on. Overall, I was pleasantly surprised. This was one I just kind of like, I saw it, I was like, yeah, let's turn it on and watch it and see what I get. And I was pleasantly surprised. It was actually quite a good movie. It was playing with old themes, such as pregnancy, hallucinations, nightmares, that kind of realm.
So, like, Rosemary's Baby.
Yeah, it's kind of, sort of. But it kind of was a little bit of a fresh take on it and did it in a unique way. They had a good amount of tension and interesting visuals, especially they had like a lot of scenes with the bones and like the bones cracking and stuff, which was like a nice unsettling touch. Just the way that they were cracking their bones was very, I don't know. It just, yeah, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it, but I liked the way that they incorporated the bone cracking. It was just,
I have no idea what you mean by that.
Like, audio-wise, it was a good thing to incorporate to make you feel like this is kind of, like, unnatural. The way that they were doing the cracks, it's like bones were just, like, they were disjointed or whatever. Or, like, bones were cracking in unnatural ways. And, yeah, it wasn't, like, anything completely new in that regard, but it was something that I liked that they did in this movie, and they did it well. And as far as like Mexican horror goes, there's been a few movies that I've seen from the Mexican culture standpoint, and this is one that I felt was kind of a little bit better than some of the other ones that I've seen. It felt fresh, unique, but nothing that like completely wowed me or anything. But ultimately, it was a solid movie that I enjoyed, and I would put it in B tier. Solid B tier. I put it at 7.5 out of 10. And actually, there's a few movies that are going to be B tiers, I think. I took my 3 sips. Gotta hop off soon, but I'm curious about your favorite movie you watched this year, not released in 2023, and most anticipated 2024 release. I gotta put some thought into that. I'm not gonna lie. Well, actually, favorite movie not released in 2023.
I mean, obviously not rewatched, but...
I don't even know. Most of what I watched this year was 2023 releases.
Yeah.
Like, I went out of my way to watch more 2023 releases than other. I don't know. I would have to look back and see what I watched.
It's hard to see what like I've actually like watched.
Yeah.
I'm seeing if I can.
Most anticipated 24 release though, Terrifier 3 for me.
Terrifier 3 is very
Christmas
solid.
movie.
Give me a second here.
That's
I'm
the
just gonna
main
look
thing.
up.
While you look up 2024 releases, I'm going to review the next movie, which is Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. So this movie, I went into it knowing that it was going to be a hot pile of garbage. So I went in with very, very low expectations. But I had to watch it just because Winnie the Pooh, you know?
It's already a Mickey Mouse horror movie getting released.
What's it called? Steamboat Willie or whatever?
No, it's called Mousetrap.
Oh.
Mickey Mouse Mousetrap, something like that.
Anyways, I turned this on and it was a mindless watch for me. I knew it was going to be bad, but I had to include it. And I just shut my brain off and watched it. And to my surprise, it kind of entertained me. It was a run-of-the-mill slasher, but it was fucking Winnie the Pooh as the slasher villain. So I was like, yeah, It kind of worked for what it was trying to do. It didn't fail necessarily. And it was decent enough to keep my interest peaked throughout the movie. But that being said, I had my expectations set very low, so it wasn't, it didn't have to live up too high to fulfill my expectations. I think it might be a fun one to sit down with friends and just make fun of over a few drinks, make a drinking game out of it. But ultimately, it's one of those movies you kind of just turn it on to make fun of. That being said, it's not an F tier. It is a D tier.
Oh.
5 out of 10. Just because I went in with such low expectations, it was just kind of a fun watch. But it was nothing new other than Winnie the Pooh being the killer. So that's one sip.
The new Alien movie is the one I think I'm most looking forward to. Behind that is the new Silent Hill movie, actually, which I'm really looking forward to.
They're making new games too, right? Or they made new games.
Yeah, they're going to make Silent Hill 2 remake, which I'm really excited for. And then the Nosferatu one seems pretty good. I mean, the direction can't go bad with Robert Eggers.
Right.
So...
Well,
those are kind of my top 3 that I really had to look at. But, I mean, the new Alien movies, I really like the production and thought that Ridley Scott puts behind them. So,
fair.
That's just kind of my thoughts on the new 2024 horror movies.
I honestly
There's still going to be some more that are going to be released. I mean... Tucker just talked about Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey, which is going to be released.
It kind of scratched the surface as that.
The second one's going to be released this year, sometime in February, from what I just read, actually.
It's one of those movies that tackles copyright because it reached that 50-year mark or whatever the years are, and so it became public domain to an extent, but it's very touchy subject that could end up in lawsuits, so a lot of people probably don't want to tackle that, but yeah, it's I could see a lot more following suit with that Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey.
Okay,
we'll find out
some shitty movies.
Worst movie of the year.
That's all you have to say?
Oh, I got lots to say about it. Worst movie of the year. Let me just read my points after we read this.
I didn't take my one sip for Blood and Honey, and I'm going to take...
I took mine.
A dice roll.
Mickey Mouse is getting the same treatment now. Yeah, he sure is. That's going to be a touchy one, though. I think that could end up in some lawsuits with Disney.
I'd like to see a Mickey Mouse movie. Literally on January 1st, they released they made a trailer for the Mickey Mouse horror video game or something like that. Do you want me to roll for Snowfalls?
You can roll the dice.
I'll
read my points before you say how much. So, I'll just go through my points. Acting and script was so stiff and forced, took me out of the movie. Everything was just bad. I can't even explain to you how bad this is. Never watch it. Literally the worst movie of the year that I saw. It was so infuriating. They get stranded at an isolated cabin due to a snowstorm, but there's 2 inches of snow, and it clearly isn't that cold out because they're just wearing sweaters. And this goes perfectly with what we're experiencing right now. It's negative fucking 50 outside with the wind chill, and I still have to fucking work. I'm not stranded in my house, let me tell you.
And it just snowed 3 inches
if
Monday.
That. Oh, yeah. Here, yeah. I'm in the movie. It didn't even reach that. Canadian bias, Chase says. I mean, it doesn't even matter. I know people in America, actually we mentioned them earlier, Gory B movie. We were on her channel, and Horror Addicts, they did a review of this movie, and they had the same things. Granted, they're based in Seattle, so they're Northern America, but doesn't matter. The setup for this movie is so unbelievable. The rest of the movie is just terrible. And then they try some twist that just fails completely. It should be called Snow Fails rather than Snow Falls. And it should be on its own tier below F, is what I said. Worst movie of the year. I don't see anything else on this movie. Granted, I haven't seen every movie on this list. But this, I ranked it 2 out of 10.
Where's this?
Right there, I locked it in place.
How do you unlock things?
Oh, it's a bit of a process. We go here. Where's layers? What the fuck? Do you see the word layers? Oh, there, layers. Snowfalls, unlock.
Okay, yeah, it's me. You're going over here.
Oh, fair enough.
Okay.
Yeah, there you go. Lock it in place.
There you go. that's going over
Brianna
there.
says,
it's so far by, like, Tucker has to
block it.
Tucker has
let me
to
move
move
it.
to
No.
unblock it.
I can just see falls. The chair covers the rest.
Tucker doesn't even wanna.
I can cross that one off my watch list. Please. I mean, if you want to watch a movie that makes you upset, go for it. But
Tucker's so
worst movie.
It's so far right to the tier list that we're blocking it because we're ashamed that Tucker watched it.
I feel like we got to put it back somewhere where people can see it.
I mean, we can move ourselves up.
I guess I can do that when it comes down to it. All right,
You have
moving
another
on.
couple.
I guess a couple more. Okay, this movie is the most unforgettable movie of the year. Not of the year, but it's one that I had a hard time remembering. The Devil Conspiracy. I remember Snowfalls because it was fucking terrible. But this one, I'm not sure how it was received by audiences because I never heard anybody talking about it. And it was not my kind of movie. We already talked about it enough that it's just another one of those religious movies that I found myself bored throughout the whole thing. I thought the production looked good. Production-wise, it looked great. But that doesn't save the movie like we already mentioned. Story-wise, it's not for me. Felt more like an action movie than anything. And as a result, I just barely remember anything from this movie. Hence why I'm reading off this fucking note that I have. It's kind of hard for me to talk about this movie in depth. Ultimately, it's 5 out of 10. It gets a D tier. Looked great. More of an action than a horror, in my opinion. And yeah, religious horror just not my thing these days due to how much it's just oversaturated the market is.
I mean, more of action doesn't necessarily mean a bad thing.
Oh, we didn't drink our 5 for Snow Falls. We got it. Nobody call us out. 5 plus 1 for D.
There we go. Okay.
Close call. We almost had a double.
Oh, yeah.
All right. Moving right along. The Reading. This one is another one. And Alex hasn't seen it, but I have. It was a pretty decent movie, to be honest. It was another one that I kind of just randomly turned on, not knowing what to expect. But I was engaged for the most part through the whole time, and I was really wanting to see what was going to happen next. It was pretty good acting all the way through. Nobody really felt stiff. But I will say that the twist of the movie, while I wasn't expecting it, it came way too early. I think it came in at about 45-minute mark, so halfway through the movie. So the reveal came in super early, even though I thought it was a good reveal and they executed it well. It just happened way too early. And then after the twist, it felt like it kind of dragged on a little bit. And about the end credit scene, I really hated it. I'm not going to go into any details, but I just kind of disregard the end credit scene because it made me facepalm. And she's probably not facepalming at this movie, but same feeling I got about the end credit scene for this. But overall, I wish they kind of just put the twist or like the reveal closer to the end of the movie rather than revealing it right away in the middle of the movie. Ultimately, it's 7 out of 10, just B tier. And if this was a movie you had seen and you thought it was C tier or lower, I wouldn't have been mad putting it lower. But there's room in B, so I'm going to keep my initial notes the same. Keep it B tier.
Okay.
3 sips. Walk it in. We only got a couple more movies left. 2 more, actually. This is just the background.
Okay.
Oh, I guess 3 more,
Sure.
technically.
Okay, Infinity Pool. 3 more movies left. We're almost there. I
took my 3 sips before.
I did as well.
All right, Infinity Pool. Yep, you go ahead.
Infinity Pool. I can talk about this one.
Yes, you can.
Um,
One of the first movies of the year we saw.
So I'm gonna start by saying I wasn't as big into this as everyone else
Including me.
into this movie. You were, I wouldn't say pretty big into it, but you liked the movie for the most part.
I was pretty big into it.
It is Brandon Cronenberg movie, who I think did Annihilation, which
He did Possessor, didn't he?
Possessor, maybe, yeah. Why did I think Annihilation? Possessor. But I will say that the production was interesting. Set, everything like that. All the family vacation with, more elements added into that. Same premise. But, yeah, again, same with the premise, which was interesting. I wasn't super connected to most of the characters. Like, I got the main character and his motives, but he was kind of a fucking dunce, in my opinion.
He was pretty dumb.
He was kind of a fucking dumb.
He got very well persuaded by anybody.
In saying this, my notes also say, feel like Family Guy might make a skit on him with Brian Griffin as the protagonist and Lois as Mia Goth. And
Fair
especially as the later seasons of Family Guy, you can 100% see this, where Brian's just the douchebag, confident writer, even though his shit sucks.
Fair enough. Zach says, I fell asleep during that one in the theaters with you guys. I don't think it was your type of movie, I'm not going to lie, Zach. But for me, I thoroughly enjoyed this movie, and it's worth saying we did make videos for this movie if you want to go back and check those out. We made drinking game for it. We made a couple of drinks for it. I was interested in watching this, and I think it was a January release, was it not, in theaters? I think it was.
I thought it was February. It was earlier in the year for sure.
I'm pretty sure it was January, but whatever. That's
Look it up
irrelevant.
now.
But anyways, I was intrigued to watch it because of Mia Goth, and we saw her in X and Pearl, and she was kind of taking the horror scene by storm, and I was interested in seeing it because of that. And she played a very unique character in this, and I think you either hated her or loved her as a character. She was a terrible person. I mean, in the movie, the character was.
It was January, by the way, so you're right.
Okay, yeah.
I'll take a step for being wrong.
Well, whatever. I personally thought that her character, it was a kind of love to hate her type of thing.
Yeah, like a Dolores Umbridge syndrome.
Yeah.
Or like the kid from Game of Thrones.
I don't know. I didn't watch Game of Thrones. I know who you're talking about, though.
Yeah.
But anyways, this movie was kind of a wild ride. It was a mindfuck. It had that sci-fi-esque horror element built into it, and it kept me engaged. And I was intrigued throughout the whole thing. This is one of the movies that kind of makes you think, like, what the fuck did I just watch? And I'm learning that these movies that make me ask that question, it's either I really love them or I really hate them. If it makes me ask, like, what the fuck did I just watch, and actually creates, like, interesting thoughts in my brain, I love it. And if it's like, what the fuck did I just watch, in the sense, like, this made absolutely no sense, it tried to be clever, but it wasn't, and, it was just a shitty movie overall. It's either I love it or hate it, basically, is what I'm getting to. And with this movie, I did like it quite a lot. And if your movie has me asking questions to try and figure shit out, I like it, but not in the sense that if there's plot holes or loose ends or something, I don't like it in that regard. But if it's like it tells a complete story, but it still has like ways to make you think about what was happening, I like that. And probably the way I'm speaking of it makes it seem like I'm going to put it in S tier, but it's A tier for me. 8 out of 10.
8 out of 10?
8 out of 10.
I had it 7.4 out of 10. I also wouldn't be upset if it was an A tier. B tier, A tier. I'm fine with either.
Well, for the sake of not filling up B tier, let's put it in A tier.
I don't think there's going to be another B tier movie. I'm just going to say that. Yeah. I'm fine putting it. I'm fine putting it in A tier though.
Okay.
Let's put it in A tier.
So that's 4 sips. First time cheersing.
Yeah,
we got to do it at least
we
once.
haven't even cheersed it tonight.
Honestly, looking at this tier list, it's fucking balanced.
Yeah, you've done a pretty good job.
Like, you would expect a lot more movies in the middle of the road, right?
Put her in F.
Shut the fuck up. It's not F tier.
We're falling asleep, and she's calling a cab.
Well, that's just like your opinion, man. Anyways, is this the final movie? Well,
this is the final movie of 2023. Let's go.
Skinamarink.
Skinamarinky dinky dink, skinamarinky doo.
With horror, it can really be anywhere on the spectrum. I mean, there is a large spectrum for horror.
It's a very large spectrum from horror.
Is he shirtless? No,
Of
he's
course, he's
wearing
always shirtless.
He's wearing a shirt. Sorry, Chase, you're wearing a shirt. I see it there.
Anyway, Skinamarink, released in Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
What? It was
Yeah.
released in... That's where it was directed? Or, like, filmed?
That was filmed, directed, and everything by Kyle Ball.
That's like a 2014 pick.
You're a 24.
You're a
That's like
24.
a fucking 1985 pick.
What are you talking about? He's talking about his profile picture.
Oh, update that shit. I thought he was talking about the Skinamarink thing.
Oh. I mean, that's made to look bad.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of
The point.
the point of the movie.
All right,
Not the
Skinamarink.
point, but I mean,
First,
intentional.
before you jump into what your thoughts of this movie are,
Yes, sir.
we made drinking game for this. We made drinks for this.
Drinks.
I don't remember the drinks for it.
I made a non-alcoholic
You made a
one.
Lego guy.
I made a non-alcoholic one.
Yeah, but it was a Lego guy.
Yeah, it was a Lego,
That was pretty good.
little Lego guy.
I don't remember what I made for this movie. Doesn't
Yeah,
matter.
well-
Go back and watch our videos for it.
It was non-alcoholic.
Yours was because it was
January.
dry February, I thought. Was it January?
I think it was dry January. I was doing it that
Oh,
year.
either way.
You can put vodka in it if you want and make it and you can make it non-alcoholic.
Alcoholic, in other words.
Anyways,
we made videos for it. Go and watch it. That's all we ask. Go ahead. Skinamarink.
Skinamarink. I'll start. Sure. I watched it twice. I will say this.
What? I
yeah.
watched it once. That's one of my points,
So
actually.
I'll say this. My brother was in town for the holidays. My brother said specifically on horror movies that he liked was whatchamacallit? Liminal, is that the word for it? Like horror movies, but like liminal space and like very like kind of like that sort of thinking. And that was his genre of horror. And I'm like, you have to fucking watch Skinamarink. And actually, so many people said that to him. And I was just basically bothering him about it for like not 3 years. For like, I visited him in Vancouver and like, you gotta fucking watch this. And then he came over in Christmas and like, hey, guess what we're doing tonight? He's like, are we watching Skinamarink? We're watching Skinamarink. So we watched Skinamarink.
Nice.
But I mean, if I want to watch it twice, good signs already.
Yeah.
Not for everyone, but I still enjoyed it. Experimental.
Absolutely.
Liminal space, that kind of horror. Experimental. Very, what's the word for it? Not really.
Self-contained, like cabin films? No. It's not like that.
it's very like, how do you describe it? It's like almost found footage, but not found footage.
Found footage, but like
it's weird.
It's not a visual horror.
It's not like
experience.
somebody's perspective, but rather you're seeing in a perspective. Like it's filmed like it's found footage, but it's not found footage.
It's so hard to explain, and for the average person, I think they're gonna hate it.
It's like David Lynch is having a nightmare and wanting to turn it into a movie,
but he can't quite comprehend his thoughts.
No, David Lynch's is worse. Anyways, experimental, and it's something new. You can read in between the lines, but it keeps you thinking, without really spoiling a whole lot. Boy and a girl, like 6 and 8 years old, give or take. They get trapped in a house, and they have to fend for themselves. Yeah, maybe even younger. This movie is for certain types of people. Like, you either love it or you hate it, or you either like it or you hate it.
Yeah, and it's
you can continue on with
like,
your notes if you'd like.
You mentioned it's very experimental. It's very artsy. It's a very, very unique film that I have never seen anything like it in the past. I feel like you said, people either really respected it or they just absolutely hated it. And honestly, I can understand both perspectives. Me personally, I thought it was very unique, and it made me think. There isn't much visually happening, but the way that it's shot makes you anxious and trying to find things in the shadows. Like, you can see based on this image, there's a lot of like grainy footage.
There's like a reverse image for it that's like horrifying. You flick it on and off.
Yeah.
On and off, and like it's actually like if you see that scene specifically, you can feel it like, oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And just the way that it's shot, obviously intentional because it's cheap.
Yeah, they wanted to do it grainy.
But
I mean, they also didn't have a great budget too.
Yeah,
it was like $15,000.
It's a YouTuber that just made a movie out of basically what his YouTube videos were. But yeah, he did a great job, because even in the scenes where there's absolutely nothing visually going on, you are looking at the screen like you're trying to find something to look at, and you're just psyching yourself out, right? You're trying to find something that isn't there, and it's freaking you out because it's not there, and then you're expecting something, so you're on edge of your seat waiting for something to happen. And this movie overall,
sometimes it does happen, sometimes it doesn't.
Yes.
Also child death.
Fair enough. One thing I liked about this movie was afterwards, like I said, there's not a lot visually going on, but there is a ton that you can unpack with this movie and talk about. And there's so many different theories and stuff. And that was one of my favorite things, was going and looking at people's reviews and looking at different videos on YouTube to try and hear what their theories are and try to make sense of the movie. That was one of my favorite things to do with this movie. So I had a lot of fun with it in that regard. And yeah, it was very unique in that sense. I could totally understand why people would think it was complete dog shit and should never be recreated in any sort of way. But I really did like it. And yeah, that's pretty much the points that I have on this movie. And do you have any more points to say?
Not
other
really.
than the overall? So you said there's probably not going to be any more B tier, but I'll tell you this. This was one of my B tier rankings. 7 out of 10.
What'd you rank? 7 out of 10?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I ranked this one 8.4 out of 10.
So it should go in A.
You ranked it 7.
But yeah, but out of like 7.
First of all, you're putting it in C.
No, I'm not. I'm not keeping it there.
I mean, I'd like to put it in A. Just saying.
I think it's fair to put it in A.
Would you put it above a good chunk of the movies in B? Would you put it above Red Door, Sick, Cocaine Bear, Megan, Bone Woman Reading? Or would you have like a real problem with it?
No, I'm not. I don't have a problem with it. I think as far as the A tier goes, it would be it'd be lowest on my A tier.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be highest on my B tier, but I'm not upset with it being above this. and I did enjoy it. And I think it's worth saying with this movie, I'm going to lock it in. Okay. It's worth saying with this movie, it helps you watching it in the right setting.
Yeah. So
where
when
lights are out completely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And, don't have your phones on. Just watch it and be engaged.
Yeah. You mean my fiance watched it, actually. Yes. I think it was her birthday. And we watched it in this very basement on a night just like this.
Kind of, sort of, yeah.
Which was, I think it was released on the 5th of January. So.
We watched it. Yeah.
So, I mean, like, almost
I don't think we watched it.
Yeah? Noah's here.
It was kind of weird the way this was released, though, because it got leaked super early on.
It got leaked and we watched it.
Did we watch it pretty early on?
Yeah. I mean, I still watched it on Shudder, so, I mean, I still supported it. Mm-hmm. But, yeah.
4 sips.
4 sips.
And now, we have one.
That does it for 2023 movies. But,
wait.
Plot twists.
There's more.
We did you
one bonus.
We did you a Trixie's. We got you one of them bonus movies.
This is
The Night Swim.
This is Alex's doing. He
I watched this fucking movie. And you want to know my thoughts on this movie?
I already know where it's going to fall. So, wait, before you continue, Alex watched this movie. I have not seen it yet. I did plan on watching it, going in full expecting that it was going to be dog shit. Let me say this. It's a Blumhouse movie, and it's James Wan involved in it in some way.
James Wan is one of the best directors of our generation.
He's one of our... we cover him a lot on this channel.
And we like his content a lot.
For the most part. But I went into this movie. I haven't heard anything of this movie. I was intentionally avoiding reviews. And I'm eventually going to watch it. That being said, I'm not paying to watch it in theaters. I love that Aquaman 2. It might be on par. Who knows? But I'll let you talk about this. And
yeah, starring Amber Heard here. You can see her in that photo. Hopefully she dies too.
Spooky. There's blood. There's blood in the pool. How spooky.
Spooks.
I'll let you talk about this. I'm almost certain where it's gonna go. But...
Okay. I mean, so I've got to start with one thing that I can really think of off the top of my head. All I can think of is Lights Out and how we had... What was the director's name for Lights Out?
I don't fucking remember.
He did Lights Out and he did Annabelle 2 Creation, which in my opinion was pretty good. Annabelle Creation was one of the better Conjuring franchise movies.
Creation. That
Annabelle
was the
Creation.
Third one?
That was the second one.
Second one.
Annabelle Comes Home was the third.
Oh, right. Comes Home.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Creation was fine.
Let's say his name's David. And I was thinking David Gordon Green, but that's completely wrong.
That's not right. Could tell you that much.
But, anyways, first note that I have is it is exactly as good as you would expect. Exactly as good as you would have thought it would be.
F. That's what I thought.
Also, my next point is a night belly flop.
So it flopped.
oh yeah, like this is fucking shit.
I'll just go ahead and do this.
Certainly. So, like,
keep going.
So, for example, it just beats you over the head with a fucking baseball bat. The dad plays fucking baseball. That's his only personality trait. The dad plays baseball, and that's fucking it. Like, he has no personality. It's just that. Every fucking scene. Like, if we were to make a drinking game, it's whenever baseball's mentioned, and I swear to God, we'd have over 20 sips. It's way too fucking much. Way too fucking much. It's a pool demon who is like a wishing well. One of my favorite lines in the movie is the dad, when he's possessed, says, "Come out of the deep end. The water's so cool over there." Coincidentally, the daughter happens to be on the fucking swim team, yet they randomly move into a house with a swimming pool that hasn't been used in over 20 years. And holy fuck, it is a like, we started 2024 off fucking rough.
With a bang, as Brianna said.
With a bang that should go right into
into your
my
head.
temple. Right into my fucking temple. A theme for a lot of the movies we've seen this year is how fucking children have went into movie theaters and they've wanted to walk out. I think it happened for sure for Insidious. It might have happened for another movie like Evil Dead Rise. It happened for Five Nights at Freddy's movies, but that is kind of the catered audience is for kids. And we saw a 7-year-old in the movie theater of Midnight Swim, and all I can think
Night
about
Swim.
For Night
Get
Swim.
the title
Oh
right.
yeah, sorry, I can't get the shitty title right of the worst movie I've seen this year, even though I've only seen one movie.
Well, yeah, comparable to all these, comparable to everything else on your 2023 list.
But
too.
like, I swear to God, the kid was like 7 years old. So the kid walked out of the movie seeming unpleased. The kid who was like, "Daddy, this movie's shitty. I wanted to see Migration." And he had to see fucking Night Swim. And now he's never going to see another horror movie again because of how fucking garbage Night Swim was. And that was his first movie experience ever. Because the dad, who's like fucking 40 and takes a 7-year-old to Night Swim, but he took his kid to Night Swim and he's like, "Oh, horror movies are shitty now. I don't want to watch another one. They're fucking garbage." And out of all the movies we've seen some where people are just fucking cackling in the background. We were those people.
yeah,
Because the movie was so bad, we were just laughing at it the whole fucking time. I rated it a 4.9 because the movie was kind of laughably funny.
4.9, just barely an F.
I had to put it in F because it was so fucking bad.
Fair enough.
I put movies higher because I could at least laugh in the movie, but
Yeah.
this one I'm like, it has to be F.
Fair enough.
For fuck this movie.
Well, at least it didn't fall below Snowfalls, which is still covered up by you. So we'll go like this to get our full...
I didn't want to see it.
We'll at least get our full...
Yep, go for it.
There we go, right there. We'll lock it in like that.
Daddy, don't take me to Night Swim again. I don't want swimming lessons. I'd rather drown in the pool than see that movie again.
So, overall, looking at this tier list, honestly, it's pretty fucking balanced.
Yeah?
Like, you can't make a whole lot of changes to make it more balanced. Like, sure, you can take, one or two out of B and put one of them in S or D just to make it more balanced. But, like, it's...
But I already saw Midnight Swim, and that's this year.
Night Swim. Night Swim.
You think I give a fuck about the movie name?
The point is, Night Swim actually...
Six drinks.
Great way to end it off. So
thank God I remember that. That would have been a
double 12. Mm-hmm. So Night Swim, spoiler alert, it's going to be on our next year's roundup, assuming we do it. I'll eventually see it, but yeah,
360 days. Are you actually going to see it?
I'll watch it.
Don't waste your money.
I'm not going to pay to see it.
I already did. It was a mistake.
Yeah. Brianna, cheers. So, just overall, reviewing this year in horror, how do you think it compares to last year in horror?
I was
Better
thinking
or worse?
I was thinking really cynically, and I thought that this year would be a lot better. Mm-hmm. At the very beginning, I thought this year would be a lot better. I mean, some movies such as Cobweb and
Talk to Me.
Talk to Me was my favorite movie of the last, of this decade so far. Easily. But I mean, other movies, obviously I've seen
Everything
House of Usher, Nocturne,
yeah,
and Beau is Afraid, Evil Dead Rise, Cobweb. last year's better, but the fact that Talk to Me's in it, there's some discussion for it, and I feel like really early on in the year I thought everything was a lot better, and then I finally got grounded. I came back down to earth, and I think I was just very cynical on fucking movies and everything in life, and was like, fuck it, I just want to watch a movie. Best movie I've ever seen, but
So I think with this year,
it's not as disappointing as people think. I'm gonna say that.
oh yeah, no, like there was a lot of great movies or series that came out of this year, and I think when you look at our tier list for this year versus last year, we have a hell of a lot more in F. Let's just say that right out the bat.
Yeah.
F and D. Like, yes, we watched a lot more movies this year in the grand scheme of things. At least 10 more or more. Probably 15 more even. And so that will, of course, influence how this tier list comes. There'll be a lot more in the middle of the road and a lot more that maybe failed because it didn't have a mainstream theatrical release or whatever. But there's a lot of movies that are in S, A, even B tier that are solid horror movies that you should watch, right? Like, C tier, the way I look at C tier is like, I'm not mad that I watched it. It was okay that I watched it. Take it or leave it. B tier, it's like, you should watch it at least once. I recommend at least once. A tier, it's like, yeah, these are solid movies. Watch it, you'll enjoy it, maybe even rewatch it. S tier, it's like, okay, I can go back and rewatch these and enjoy it every time.
Sure.
And this year, I think there's more in S and A tier than last year, but there's also a lot more F and D tier.
There might be more. I think there might be less S tiers than last year.
I mean, S and A combined, though.
Oh, yeah, fair.
I think overall it balances out. If I were to compare my favorite movie from this year versus my favorite movie from last year, that'd be a hard task. And I think it kind of balances out pretty closely. I think 2024, we're going to see a slow start to the year, though, because of the writer's strike, the actor's strike.
And Night Swim.
So we're going to see a slow start in terms of horror releases. Like, this time, what is it? January 13th. It just turned to the 13th. January 12th, let's say. Almost 2 weeks into January. At this time last year, we have at least seen 3 or 4 horror movies.
Yeah? Actually, yeah.
This time of year...
Because we saw Megan, we saw Skinamarink. I think we saw those on the same day, didn't we?
We did, yes.
Yeah.
And there was a couple other ones that we saw in the same week that were early January. And this time...
I mean, we have the list here if we can find them.
Yeah.
Nah.
Too much work. Anyways.
I think it was just those two, though. But
within the first month, though, like, there was a lot of horror. Like, a lot of horror. I think in January alone, I watched 7 or 8 horror movies. I don't think that's going to be the case this year. I think I'm going to see Night Swim against my will. Or no, I'm going to willingly watch it, but I'm going to hate it. I'm going to go in knowing I'm going to hate it. But, yeah, I think... I don't know what to expect this year in horror. Because of the strikes that were going on. I think it's going to be lower than the last 2 years as a whole. Just a little bit less solid movies is what I'm leaning towards, but who knows what we're going to get.
Yeah.
Overall...
Just don't start off the new year with Night Swim.
I'm going to, because what else can I watch? What are your top 10 for this year?
Top 10. I'll do top 5.
Okay, fine. Top 5.
I'm going to exclude House of Usher and Nocturne.
Why?
Because they're TV series, and I feel like that's a little bit different.
No, that's fine.
I'm gonna
take whatever you like as your favorite.
So number 1's Talk to Me. Talk to Me, especially for movies, I feel is like a lot harder to do 10 out of 10 comparison to things such as Midnight Mass or House of Usher. So yeah, Talk to Me is my number 1.
And then?
Number 2, I think, is Cobweb. I want to say Cobweb. Number 3 is Beau's Afraid. Number 4 is Evil Dead Rise. And number 5 is Thanksgiving. I threw my script out because I didn't want to look at it anymore because Night Swim was in it. But
That's fair.
Talk to Me.
I actually just looked at my top 3. That's all I did. But I can go through more.
Yeah.
You did 5?
What did I do? Talk to Me, Beau is Afraid, Evil Dead Rise. Or Talk to Me, Cobweb. Evil Dead Rise. Or Talk to Me, Cobweb, Beau is
You're
Afraid,
eliminating
Evil Dead
TV
Rise.
series, though.
And Thanksgiving. If it was TV series, it would go Talk to Me, Fall of House of Usher, Castlevania Nocturne, Cobweb, and then Beau is Afraid.
Okay. I'm not eliminating TV series.
Okay.
So my number 1, When Evil Lurks. Number 2, Beau is Afraid. Number 3, What We Do in the Shadows, season 5, if you want to be specific. I watched it all in the same week. And then number 4 would be Evil Dead Rise. Number 5 would then be Talk to Me. Yeah. If you're going to eliminate TV series, that would bump up Evil Dead Rise to number 3, Talk to Me to number 4. And then I said Beau is Afraid, number 2, right? When Evil Lurks, Beau is Afraid. Evil Dead Rise, Talk to Me. And then number 4, eliminating TV series, I think Infinity Pool.
Infinity Pool.
Yeah. Skinamarink, no, it doesn't break into my top 5. Top 10 for sure, but not top 5. But yeah, pretty solid.
It's a lot more diverse than previous years.
Yeah.
For us. For our top 5 movies, I'm going to say that.
I think we both watched a lot of either movies or series that the other person didn't watch this year.
That is true.
We watched a lot of stuff
when
separately.
Movies,
yeah.
Because, so for example, I mean, we've both had Talk to Me, Beau is Afraid, Evil Dead Rise in our top 5.
Mm-hmm.
But I had Cobweb,
That's in your top. You did have Thanksgiving.
Yeah, Thanksgiving.
And actually, I had Thanksgiving in B tier, but...
Yeah. And you had Infinity Pool and... What else?
When Evil Lurks.
When Evil Lurks, yeah.
But, yeah, I mean...
That's decently uncommon for us. For us, anyways, especially since we align with...
Relatively speaking, yeah. And we got No One Will Save You over here in the very end. Can't see it because the cursor's hidden, but No One Will Save You in B tier. Just DNF. Did not finish.
Yeah.
That's why it's on B tier at the very end.
It's good for the first half.
Gotta go to bed. This was lots of fun. Great to see you both again. Cheers.
Good to see you too.
Yeah, thanks
been
for
way
tuning
too
in.
long.
You basically watched the whole way through. We're wrapping things up right here. Cheers. I'll finish this off. It's got a couple sips.
Bottom 5 for the year. Do you do bottom 5?
Bottom 5?
3?
We can do bottom 5. Well, Snowfalls. You're Oh no, you're not hiding it anymore. Snowfalls, by far. Well, not even by far. Snowfalls is 2 out of 10. 20%.
Yeah, so by far. So yours is probably Snowfalls and Landlocked.
Landlocked was 3 out of 10 for the record. 3.5 out of 10.
Mm-hmm.
So Snowfalls was worst. Landlocked. After that was Arctic Void at number 3 as far as the worst. It's 3. And then after that, It's a Wonderful Knife. That's 4. I think my next one might have been There's Something Wrong with the Children. Oh, it's between There's Something Wrong with the Children and Five Nights at Freddy's. I think I gotta go There's Something Wrong with the Children.
It's easily Something Wrong with the Children.
I had that in D tier.
I can't go with Midnight Swim. Because
Swim.
I want to keep calling it Midnight Swim. I feel like it's not right.
Actually, Pope's Exorcists, that might be
yeah.
instead of...
I can't go with Pope's Exorcist because I didn't finish the movie because I kept falling asleep.
Twice.
Twice. Which I don't think is fair, but at the same time, I just can't. But I feel like the first one, like the worst movie is Marry, Fuck, Kill.
Yeah, okay.
Then there's Something Wrong with the Children.
Mm-hmm.
Then Trap House.
Oh, sorry. Exorcist Believer before It's a Wonderful Knife.
Okay.
For me. So Snowfalls, Landlocked. Actually, no. Exorcist Believer, then Arctic Void, then It's a Wonderful Knife. That's my final bottom 5. Sorry to interrupt.
That's all right. Mine is Marry, Fuck, Kill, worst movie I've watched all year, followed by There's Something Wrong with the Children, followed by Trap House. Next to Candyland. Next to, I feel like I just have to do Pope's Exorcist at that point. Just cop out. But
that's fair.
Just because I cannot stay awake for that fucking movie.
I mean, that says something about the movie, right?
Yeah.
If it was super good, you'd be forcing yourself to stay awake, right?
I mean, if not, like 6 is Exorcist Believer. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of movies I hated this year. And I think
you can hate a lot of movies this year.
And I think that's just kind of goes with the more movies you watch, the more that are going to be either middle of the road.
And that's hilarious because I mentioned that it's a sequel to... I kept on mentioning Midnight Mass earlier too. Yeah. Midnight Swim, Midnight Mass.
Yeah.
You know when they get off the boat after they blow up their fucking island because all of them are vampires at this point. Now it's a midnight swim through stupid ass vampires. They just have to stay underwater.
But yeah, I think ultimately it's hard to know for sure if this year's better than last year or like which year's better for horror.
It's I think last year's better, but
ultimately I think last year there was a few more unique horrors that were super good.
Yeah.
This year was kind of like these ones are really good, but they've been good for the similar reasons. Before. Yeah. And with a few exceptions, like Evil Dead Rise, for example. Evil Dead Rise in S tier this year, if we compared it to the last year, I bet you would have ended up in A tier.
Perhaps.
The only way to know is to compare actually last year and this year. We don't have any visuals to compare. But that's just one example that comes to my mind. Like, I do think they're pretty comparable, though, last year and this year. If before this video, if you had asked me which year was better in horror, last year or this year, I probably would have said last year, without a doubt. Now, after doing this video, I can't confidently say last year. I think maybe last year with a very, very small edge, but this year it fought hard with some of the stuff it had to offer.
People are saying that last year was significantly better, but I don't think it's significantly better. I think it's better, but not as good as people say.
Yeah.
2022 is better, but 2023 as well. Talk to Me is phenomenal. Out of any horror movie I've seen in the 2020s so far. That's just my opinion, though.
And that's how I feel about When Evil Lurks. And even Beau is Afraid, honestly.
Yeah.
Like, those two movies top 2 for me.
Yeah.
And for you, it's Talk to Me rather than When Evil Lurks. But I think we're going to see a little bit of a dip in 2024, specifically like with the strikes like we were talking about. But I'm curious to see where it goes, apart from Night Swim. But for now, like, do we have anything else to add?
I think that's pretty much it.
Should we finish? How much you got?
Over half a can.
All right, well, let's just have a cheers and finish off a little bit of a few sips.
2 fears.
Cheers to fears.
Take care.
Hello. Do you want to play?